Most effective techniques and tips on concentration meditation and insight meditation in Buddhism. Preface. Here and now, I would like to pay homage to and worship the virtue of the three jewels that are most glorious and tremendously worthy for all teachable persons in this universe, being the virtue of every Buddha, the teachings, and all monks as well as preceptors. This book, Most Effective Techniques and Tips on Concentration Meditation and Insight Meditation in Buddhism, is another point of view to enable everyone who is interested in the Dhamma, the teachings of the Buddha or the truth, to understand better the Dhamma in respect of the practices for mind development by concentration meditation, samadha in Pali, and insight meditation, vipassana in Pali. This book mainly presents the contents of the Dhamma, which are very useful and essential for the practices, both concentration meditation and insight meditation. It emphasizes on the methods of the practices. In this regard, you people of integrity are to select which are most suitable and beneficial for you. May the wholesome power of the three jewels keep the Buddhist assemblies, people of integrity, all kinds of animals, and all beings in the universe safe from all dangers and harms. May all of them be happy, be able to have all their wishes fulfilled, and to make progress worldly and religiously, with goodwill and good wishes always. Handyman we. Remark. In Buddhism, the essential teaching is mind development. Of all the three baskets comprising 84,000 categories, the indispensable part is mind, citta, that is to practice mind to cultivate concentration and develop wisdom called insight. Concentration meditation and insight meditation are essential because they are the ways to practice to develop mind. They are the most direct ways to make merit in Buddhism. Concentration meditation is to practice mind to be concentrated, not to be easily shaken by various bad emotions. Insight meditation is to practice mind to develop wisdom to be able to realize, attenuate, and annihilate defilement, cravings, which are the causes of suffering. This will lead to discover the truth of life, compounded things eventually. For that reason, this book is prepared remarkably for the above purpose, which is to introduce a kind of practices in order to be useful for the four assembles of Buddhists, as well as people of integrity who are interested in the ultimate reality, the Dhamma. Another reason for producing this book is raising fund to restore temples. The income from making a sale of this book will be partially allocated for temple restoration and partially set aside as fund for Buddhism propagation for the sake of the public. Therefore, all fellows, Buddhist assemblies, and men of goodwill who help buy this book will receive two advantages. One is obtaining more knowledge and better understanding on how to practice mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation. Two is performing wholesome deeds in restoring old and decayed temples. In addition, you will assist in propagation of Buddhism in the future and support for public benefits in general. In conclusion, I would like to thank you all, folks, for assemblies of Buddhists and men of integrity to help buy this book. I wish you all who realize the benefits and advantages of this book to meet with happiness, fulfillment, and to live a life without all illness and harms forever. With goodwill and good wishes always, Handyman Wee. Forward. First of all, I would like to here and now greet you all the Buddhist assemblies and men of integrity. This book, Most Effective Techniques and Tips on Concentration Meditation and Insight Meditation in Buddhism, is produced in order to present important techniques and tips to enable those who are interested in practicing the teachings to develop mind according to the Buddhist ways to understand how to practice correctly and fruitfully. For this reason, those who are interested in meditation practices must, with skill and sagacity, study and try to understand clearly the various important and profound geists of the Buddhist teachings, for their own benefits, so as to develop mind correctly and directly for the supreme goal of Buddhism, that is, the unconditioned nirvana, or nirvana, finally. Therefore, we meditation practitioners must pay very good attention to the Buddhist teachings, which are deemed important, useful, and can be a reminder for us during the practice. We must first attempt to study and gain knowledge of scriptures as fundamental data as much as we can. This is the best thing for us as meditation practitioners. Thus, we need not neglect some techniques and tips of the Buddhist teachings and the way to develop mind, because they may be useful in another point of view and play important roles in enabling people to understand profoundly the teachings. They may possibly reveal how to practice best and most correctly sometime and somehow. Regarding the practice of the teachings, it is usual that practitioners encounter some problems and obstacles. It depends on what kind of problems and obstacles they encounter. There are plenty of problems and obstacles, depending on one's virtue and perfection, as well as each one's fate and each temperament and wisdom strength. One problem that is deemed very important hindrance for practicing the teaching is lack of knowledge and understanding in the Buddhist teachings, or in short, still lack of confidence in Buddhism. In this regard, confidence in Buddhism is very important for practicing and teachings, because if one does not have confidence in Buddhism, he will not believe in the Buddhist teachings and will not practice developed mind to reduce defilements, desire, and attachment which pile up in mind and inborn trait. If one does not practice, one will not understand the profound essence of the Buddhist teachings. In this connection, whoever has mindfulness and wisdom to know and understand the Buddhist teachings will have good confidence in Buddhism and will understand the profound teachings of the Lord Buddha. For this reason, mindfulness and wisdom of human beings is another important factor. The Lord Buddha compared the mindfulness and wisdom of human beings to 4 groups of lotus flowers and categorized human beings into 4 groups accordingly as follows. The genius, Ughatitanu, like a mature lotus flower. It is the lotus flower above water level. When the sun shines on it today, it opens today. The intellectual, Vipassitanu, like a less mature lotus flower. It is the lotus flower at water level. When the sun shines on it today, it will open tomorrow. The trainable, Niya, like a premature lotus flower. It is the lotus flower under water level. It will come up and open the day after tomorrow. An idiot. Para parama. Like a newly born, unhealthy lotus flower. This kind of lotus flower hardly has a chance to grow up. It rather becomes food for turtles and fish. Therefore, people who will have confidence in Buddhism and understand Buddhist teachings must rely on their mindfulness and wisdom to study and peruse the teachings. People who have good mindfulness and wisdom will try to find out reasons in studying and understanding the teachings in Buddhism in order to attain right thoughts about life compounded things. They, as a result, will have more acute confidence in Buddhism and will then have more and more prosperity in Buddhism. The more people develop mindfulness and wisdom towards the teachings to make more progress for themselves, the more they create confidence in Buddhism. It is because people who know how to think and examine carefully with their mindfulness and wisdom in order to realize the fact of life, compounded things according to teachings, will be able to attain knowledge and understand the truth that the Lord Buddha taught. The essential objective of the Buddhist teachings is that people are able to develop mindfulness and wisdom so as to completely eradicate defilements, mental intoxication from mind, an inborn trait. Techniques on how to simply create confidence. In fact, there are a number of problems and obstacles in studying Buddhism and practicing teachings depending on temperament, habits and various causes of each life, as well as mindfulness and wisdom of each one. From the aforementioned causes, people are categorized into many groups which the Lord Buddha compared to 4 groups of lotus flowers, i.e., the ones with great mindfulness and wisdom who are able to study and understand clearly the teachings, and the ones with very small amount of mindfulness and wisdom to completely are not able to understand the teachings, etc. As a result, people who have enough mindfulness and wisdom to know and understand the Buddhist teachings will be those who have good knowledge, mindfulness, and wisdom, as well as confidence in Buddhism. It is because people who have mindfulness and wisdom will be able to ponder over the teachings so as to understand in accordance with the truth in Buddhism. This will create more confidence in Buddhism and bring more prosperity in Buddhism. Thus, confidence is a very important fundamental principle in Buddhism. We should try to create confidence in our mind as it will lead to discover the truth of life eventually. Confidence means belief, faith, belief in what should be believed, such as belief in the Lord Buddha's enlightenment, belief in good results from good actions, bad results from bad actions, etc. Having faith and belief in the teachings of the Lord Buddha, we will then attempt to study the religious doctrines and will concentrate on them. We will pay attention to the teachings so that we can attain knowledge and progress until we finally can develop mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation. Consequently, confidence is a very important fundamental doctrine. If we want to categorize people according to the confidence in Buddhism, we can do so as follows. 1. People with confidence or people with right view, samadhi, those who believe in Buddhist teachings. 2. People without confidence or people with wrong view, micchaditthi, those who do not believe in Buddhist teachings. They have different view from the path of righteousness. For example, they do not believe in the existence of vice, virtue, merit, and demerit. They do not believe in viol- volitional actions. Good deeds must produce good results, bad deeds, bad results, etc. With mindfulness and wisdom, people will know and understand the essence of the Buddhist teachings. This helps create faith in Buddhism. The best way to create confidence in Buddhism is to practice for mind development, to create religious mindfulness and wisdom by developing mindfulness and wisdom in oneself according to three wisdoms. 1. Wisdom resulting from listening, studying. Sutta Maya Pana. Wisdom can be obtained from always listening to the teachings. Example, listening to the teachings on the Buddhist holy days at temples, listening to the teachings from cassette tapes or CD recorders. 2. Wisdom resulting from reflection. Sintamaya Pana. Wisdom can be gained from reflecting thoroughly the truth of the Buddhist teachings so as to understand Buddhism clearly. 3. Wisdom resulting from mental development. Pavanamaya Pana. Wisdom can be obtained from practicing and teachings to develop mind by both concentration meditation and insight meditation. We can practice mind in accordance with either ways or both. The most fruitful way is to 4 foundations of mindfulness. Satipatthana, which is the best practice way to cultivate mindfulness and wisdom in Buddhism. From the above 3 wisdoms, the first one, wisdom resulting from listening, studying, and the second one, wisdom resulting from reflection, are the study of the Buddhist teachings in theory. The third one, wisdom resulting from mental development, is the study of Buddhist teachings in practice. That is, to practice mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation, which are the most direct ways to create mindfulness and wisdom as well as confidence in Buddhism correctly. One question that we practitioners should primarily know and bear in mind when studying the Buddhist teachings is, what did the Lord Buddha teach, which is the most important truth we should know? The answer is that the ultimate truth which the Lord Buddha has discovered and taught all teachable persons is the truth of human life body. That is, every human life is suffering both physically and mentally. It is common to every human being, regardless of race, in this world. What the Lord Buddha has taught us is for us to know the truth of human life. Every human life is suffering both physically and mentally. The Lord Buddha has also taught doctrines to people in order to live their lives in moralities which concern both wholesome actions and unwholesome actions. We must exercise our mindfulness and wisdom to understand profoundly the essence of the teachings of the Lord Buddha. We can study and understand teachings by 3 following ways. 1. Listening to the teachings, sermons. This leads to Sutta Mayapana, wisdom resulting from listening study. 2. Reflecting carefully and thoroughly on the Buddhist teachings. This becomes Sintamayapana, wisdom resulting from reflection. 3. Practicing to develop mind concentration meditation and insight meditation to create concentration, mindfulness, and wisdom. Pavanamayapana, wisdom resulting from mental development. Exercising the above 3 ways, we will be able to cultivate confidence in Buddhism. All mentioned herein are techniques on how to simply create confidence in Buddhism. Buddhism and techniques on how to study Buddhism. Religion means teachings, doctrines, and regulations. Buddhism means the teachings of the Lord Buddha. Buddhism has been existing for more than 2,547 years. The Lord Buddha is the great master, mastering all the teachings in Buddhism. He was the named self-enlightened. His original name is Prince Siddhartha, which means wish fulfilled or the one who has accomplished his goal. Of the warrior caste, He was the son of King Sarhodana and Queen Mahamaya. He was born in Kapilavathu city. Prince Siddhartha left home for ordination when he was 29. He spent 6 years in preserving and searching for the truth of life. He finally attained enlightenment by himself, became the Lord Buddha, the Enlightened One. He discovered the superb truth, which is the genuine truth of life, being called the Four Noble Truths. 1. The noble truth of suffering, dukkha. That is woe, mental discomfort, physical discomfort, i.e. birth, old age, sickness, and death. 2. The noble truth of cause of suffering, samudaya. The cause of suffering is cravings, which mean desires, etc. 3. The noble truth of the extinction of suffering, or the cessation of suffering, nirodha, resulting from practicing the teachings. The extinction of total suffering, comprising greed, aversion, and ignorance, is the final goal, the supreme goal of Buddhism, nirvana or nirvana. 4. The noble truth of the path leading to the extinction or cessation of suffering. This path is the Noble Eightfold Path, consisting of right understanding, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The Four Noble Truths are the supreme truth. No other truth is as important as the truths of our life, which are the mentioned Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths, thus, are the most important doctrines for us. They teach to Buddhist assemblies, men of integrity, and all people who are interested in religion about the real truth of life, and how the real truth of life is a sublime truth. It is because among all truths in the world, the one that is useful and worthy to know is the truth of our body. In short, the truth in Buddhism and the Lord Buddha wish to teach us to know and understand most is suffering and cessation of suffering, which are included in the Four Noble Truths that the Lord Buddha discovered by himself and has propagated to all the teachable persons in this world so that they can know the truth of all compounded things. When talking about Buddhism, we are to know and understand the essence of the Lord Buddha's teachings. That is to know the truth of our life, which is the ultimate truth. It is the truth of suffering and cessation of suffering of everybody, of every race in this world. This is the essential teachings of the Buddha, because it teaches us to practice for mind development to cease suffering. Since the Lord Buddha discovered the Four Noble Truths, he and his disciples have been propagating his teachings, which are named Buddhism. Buddhism comprises the doctrines and disciplines Dhamma Vinaya. Doctrines, Dhamma, are the teachings of the Lord Buddha. Disciplines, Vinaya, are the procedures, regulations, practices, and codes of conduct for monks to behave and follow. They are considered as his representative. The first general convocation of doctrines and disciplines was called in order to settle questions of doctrines and to fix the text of scriptures. Thus, the teachings were gathered and grouped into the three baskets: Tipitaka, the disciplines; Vinayapitaka, the higher doctrines; Abhidhammapitaka, 3, the discourses; Sutta Pitaka. The disciplines are the monastic regulations, guidance provided by the Lord Buddha, the higher doctrines, and the discourses are the teachings of the Buddha. At present, Buddhism is mentioned in one view as the three baskets. People and the men of integrity are one part of Buddhism. Thus, Buddhism is composed of the scriptures, the teachings, the practice, and the knowledge, the attainment. The scriptures, pariyatti, means studying the three baskets which contain all the teachings of the Lord Buddha, both regulations and the scriptures. Pariyati means studying the three baskets which contain all the teachings of the Lord Buddha, both regulations and teachings. 2. The practice. Patipati means practicing to be experienced comprising body practice, speech practice, and mind practice, according to the Buddhist teachings, which are summarized in the principal teachings, Avadapati. They are grouped into three major groups. A. Refrain from all unwholesome deeds, benefactions. B. Perform wholesome deeds only, moral conducts. C. Purify one's own mind to be free from defilements, i.e., greed, aversion, and ignorance, mental development. The practice in Buddhism is to develop mind to be concentrated and to cultivate wisdom. This is the main purpose of practice, so as to eradicate entirely defilements from mind. 3. The knowledge, pati vidha, or the attainment, means the results of practice. The results from practicing the Buddhist teachings are muga, the noble path leading to the cessation of suffering, phala, consequence, and nibbana, nirvana, the extinction of all defilements, greed, aversion, and ignorance, and suffering. In conclusion, the essence of Buddhism is composed of three sections: the scriptures, the teachings, the practice, and the knowledge, the attainment. Techniques on how to study fundamental teachings for practice. The main purpose of the Buddhist teachings is that the Lord Buddha taught people to know that we were born suffering, and he also taught how to extinguish suffering. To know about suffering and how to practice to extinguish suffering, the Buddha rendered basic external practice such as to refrain from unwholesome deeds, till the highest level of practice such as to make merit by giving, observing precepts, and developing mind. This is the principal teachings, Ovadhapatimakha, provided by the Lord Buddha as follows. Refrain from all unwholesome deeds. Abstain from wrong actions through body, speech, and mind. Perform wholesome actions only. Perform only right actions through body, speech, and mind. 3. Purify one's own mind from all defilements and cravings in the principal teaching. The Lord Buddha advises to stop all wrong actions first, and then perform only right actions. This is the fundamental of wholesome deeds, the supreme goal in performing wholesome actions that the Lord Buddha has taught is performing wholesome deeds in mind or developing mind by concentrating mind to be one-pointed and cultivate wisdom, pana, to eradicate all defilements because all defilements in mind are the causes of all suffering. We should study thoroughly and understand clearly how to practice to develop mind so that we can eliminate suffering. This depends on our practice and action. Here are some proverbs in Buddhism for our actions. One reaps what one has sown. If we perform wholesome actions, we will obtain certainly wholesome results. Unwholesome actions, unwholesome results. Whoever does wholesome deeds, what he will receive is wholesomeness, that is happiness. On the contrary, whoever commits unwholesome actions, what he will inevitably reap is vice, that is suffering. In Buddhism, the wholesome action that is considered best virtue is the one in mind by concentrating mind to be one-pointed and develop wisdom, pana, to get rid of all defilements completely. It is called mind development. If someone can practice mind till it is concentrated and develops wisdom, and he is able to eradicate all defilements, achieves the ultimate goal in Buddhism, that means he accomplishes the fruit of the worthy one, arat. This is the highest level of making merit. Only the holy one, worthy one, The one who has attained nibbana, extinction of all defilements and suffering, can extinguish perfectly all defilements. Being able to get rid of all defilements completely means being able to extinguish all suffering, because all defilements are the causes of all suffering. In order to be able to practice the teachings to scrape off the and extinguish all defilements, to make merit by various means till the achievement of the ultimate goal in Buddhism, we have to prepare ourselves with confidence. We are to acquire knowledge and clear understanding of the teaching so that we can practice by ourselves in a correct way and fruitfully. The teachings that we should follow are: firstly, we have to know that according to the Buddhist teachings, we obtain wholesomeness and happiness as results from wholesome deeds. Thus, we have to know which actions are wholesome and which ones are not. In the principal teaching, the Lord Buddha taught all Buddhists: 1. To refrain from all wrong actions, 2. To perform wholesome actions only, and 3. To purify one's own mind to be free from all defilements. 1. To refrain from wrong actions, i.e., wrong actions through body, through speech, and through mind. 3 wrong actions through body: killing any living creatures, taking what is not given, sexual misconduct. 4 wrong actions through speech: false speech, harsh speech, malicious speech, idle speech. 3 wrong actions through mind: being greedy for others' belongings, being vindictive, mistaking bad for good. At first, we are to stop absolutely all bad actions. If we cannot stop doing so, we cannot start doing meritorious deeds. Whenever we can certainly stop perpetrating sins, we will be able to start performing good actions and to make progress in it subsequently. 2. To perform wholesome actions only. In Buddhism, there are 3 means of performing wholesome actions. Wholesome actions through body: no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct. Wholesome actions through speech: no lies, no harsh speech, no malicious speech, no idle speech. Wholesome actions through mind: no greed for what belongs to others, no vindictiveness, taking right for righteousness. 3. To purify one's own mind is to be free from all defilements. We know well how to do bodily wholesome deeds. The next step is to do mental wholesome deeds, which are the ultimate wholesomeness in Buddhism. The purpose of Buddhist teachings is to train mind to be free from all defilements. In order to do internal wholesome deeds, we need to have knowledge on religious essence, which provides right practices through body and mind. If we do not have such knowledge, we will tend to practice wrongly easily. In this regard, studying the Buddhist teachings to train mind is very important, because nobody can train his mind without knowledge and understanding on concentration meditation and insight meditation. Therefore, we have to study the teachings that will be fundamental for the practice. First of all, we should know about the truth of our life. The truth of life is characterized according to the 4 noble truths. It depends on mindfulness and wisdom of each person to consider the truth accordingly. Thus, when we start studying Buddhism, we should study the 4 noble truths because they teach the truth of life. The 4 noble truths mean the truth of the Noble One, the Holy One, the Holy Truth. They are one important section of Buddhism, comprising: 1. The noble truth of suffering, dukkha. 2. The noble truth of the cause of suffering, dukkha samudaya. 3. The noble truth of the cessation of suffering, dukkha nirodha. 4. The noble truth of the path that leads to the cessation of suffering, dukkha nirodhagamini. From the 4 noble truths, we will know how our life is. If we can reflect ourselves to understand them, we will know that every single life encounters suffering. We cannot understand well the Four Noble Truths because we lack thorough reflection upon them. We suffer due to three cravings: sensual craving, kama tanha, desire, five sensual pleasures consisting of visible object, sound, smell, taste, touch, and desire for sexual intercourse. 2. Cravings for rebirth, bhava tanha, desire for existence, for process of becoming. 3. Craving for self-annihilation, vibhavatanha, desire for non-existence. To sum up, causes for our suffering are all cravings, desires. The Four Noble Truths means noblest truth because all of us, in fact, regardless of race or language, being commoner or elite, being rich or poor, seek for the truth so that we can be happy. Nobody wants to suffer. The Four Noble Truths teach the truth of our life. All lives are the state of suffering. In addition, the Four Noble Truths teach the means to attain salvation and eliminate all suffering. These are what the Buddha discovered and enlightened. These are the truth. According to the Four Noble Truths, the real state of our life is the state of suffering. It is the supreme truth in accordance with the three characteristics, tilakkhana, namely impermanence, suffering, and soullessness. That is why no other knowledge can render such valuable knowledge of truth as the Four Noble Truths do. They are, therefore, the noblest truths we should know and understand. Due to lack of careful reflection on the truth of our life, we are not able to know and understand life according to the truth that the Lord Buddha discovered, attained, and propagated to all Buddhists. When we start to understand that life is suffering, though we do not understand clearly, it does not matter. We can gradually practice, however. We need to have knowledge and practicing in teachings and let it lead our life always. This will enable us not to be imprudent in life and prone to errors. If we always are in the stream of wholesomeness, it is very beneficial for us. It is because nowadays a lot of unexpected natural disasters occur and cause heaves of people to death, such as the recent tsunami in south of Thailand and other countries nearby as well. In this regard, studying the Buddhist teachings and using them as guide for practice means that we lead our lives prudently every day, every minute, and we may meet in the future with happiness resulting from wholesomeness we have been accumulating as per our mindfulness and wisdom. When we study the Four Noble Truths and understand that lives regardless of race, religion, language, class, and caste are all suffering, we will find that the Lord Buddha also rendered the ways for us to lead our lives to attain salvation and eradicate suffering. That is Nidradhagamini, the noble truth of path leading to cessation of suffering, or the Noble Eightfold Path. The Lord Buddha mentioned the three baskets, Tipitaka, as follows. I state that the middle path does not lean closest to the two sides. I know that it is the path to develop mental eye, jhana, absorption. It is for tranquility, utmost knowledge, enlightenment, and nirvana. Why did I state so? It is because the Noble Eightfold Path comprises right view, understanding, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Samadhi, sama sankappa, sama vaka, sama kamananta, sama jiva, sama yavayama, sama sati, sama samadhi. In order to live our lives according to one of the Four Noble Truths, which is called the Noble Eightfold Path, we have to understand clearly how to behave to live our lives accordingly. The first aspect, right understanding, samadhi, is the right understanding of what the Buddha has attained. Life is suffering. When we have right understanding of the Buddha teachings, we have to seek ways to annihilate suffering. That is the second aspect, right thought, sammasankappa, which is right mental conduct. Manosukarita, consisting of three. 1. No greed for others' belongings. 2. No vindictiveness. 3. Taking right for righteousness. The third aspect is right speech, samavaka. Right speech means wholesome and correct speech, which does not cause any noise and trouble to others nor make others misunderstand. Right speech is called vasisukarita, good conduct in speech comprising 1. No false speech. 2. No harsh speech. 3. No malicious speech. 4. No idle speech. All above four are called moral conducts, sila, which means to keep body and speech wholesome. Precepts control body and speech to be in the stream of wholesomeness. When speech is controlled by precepts, there are doctrines to guide body to lead a wholesome life. They are the fourth aspect, right action, and the fifth aspect, right livelihood. The action according to these two doctrines is called bodily good conduct, kaya sukarita, comprising three conducts: no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct. The above three are wholesome deeds, which are called bodily good conduct. Our life will be in the stream of wholesomeness when we live our lives by right occupation. Thus our life will be outwardly pure or bodily pure, which is called bodily good conduct or moral conduct or precepts, sila, that is to keep body and speech wholesome. When we have doctrines to lead our lives in a wholesome manner, not to cause trouble to others, we can say that we lead our lives according to the noble path. We control our bodily conduct and mental conduct by precepts, sila, that is the practice in accordance with the Eightfold Path aspect, number 3, 4, and 5. Right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Next are inwardly wholesome deeds which are inside mind. How shall we perform to be considered wholesomely according to the Noble Path? The right answer is that we can follow the Noble Eightfold Path, number 6, right effort. Right effort means effort to perform bodily and mentally wholesome deeds. Precepts can control bodily wholesome actions. Regarding the mentally wholesome actions, we need to have 4 efforts as follows. 1. The effort to avoid unwholesome states, samvara padhana. 2. The effort to overcome unwholesome states, pahana padhana. 3. The effort to develop wholesome state, bhavana padhana. 4. The effort to maintain or augment arisen good, anuraghana padhana. Keeping our mind in the stream of wholesomeness can be practiced by observing 4 efforts, each of which we have to manage to observe. We, therefore, have to understand the meaning of all of them so that we can follow them in a correct way. The important purpose of the Noble Path is to eliminate suffering, to be able to eradicate suffering according to Buddhism. We have to practice mind to develop concentration and insight so as to be able to reduce and eradicate cravings and desires in our mind, or to eradicate, we can say, suffering. It is because all suffering we encounter comes from all defilements. We have to lead our lives by following the Noble Path. We will then be able to eliminate suffering. Thus, when we understand efforts and use them as guideline to control our physical and mental actions, we have to be careful of our mind and always keep it in the stream of wholesomeness. The most important effort that brings utmost mental wholesomeness is the effort to develop wholesome states, bhavana padhana. It is the effort to cultivate wholesomeness, an inborn trait.
Next is the aspect number 7, right mindfulness, samasati. Right mindfulness means mindfulness of the four foundations of mindfulness. Satipatthana, which are body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. According to the Buddhism, in reality, life has derangement, which is thought derangement as it is mentioned in derangement discourse. The arrangement section as follows. The same cause as in earlier discourse happened. You all monks, perception derangements, thought derangements, and opinion derangement consist of 4. To regard what is impermanent as permanent. To regard what is suffering as happy. To regard non-self as self. To regard what is not fine as fine. Derangement, vipalasa, means disability to behave and think normally according to the reality, such as perception derangement. Sana vipalasa, which means disability to have right perception or idea. Mind of people in general have derangements relating to the reality of life, body, and compounded things. Therefore, observing the Noble Eightfold Path number 7, right mindfulness, by always being mindful of 4 foundations of mindfulness, satipatthana, which are mindfulness as regards body, feelings, mind, and mind objects, will enable us to be aware of reality of our life, that is, it is suffering. We are not able to realize that life is suffering because we lack mindfulness and consciousness on our life in reality. The Noble Eightfold Path number 7 enables us to be mindful of body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. This helps us be aware of life state that is suffering. This is true according to Buddhist teachings. We have to practice mind to be so mindful and conscious that we can get rid of suffering by continuing exercising the Noble Eightfold Path number 8, right concentration. We have to know and understand more Dhamma to be fundamental in practicing mind concentration meditation and insight meditation, which are the most important issue in Buddhism. To practice to eradicate suffering, we require perseverance in performing mental wholesomeness. That is, to meditate, to cultivate wholesomeness, an inborn trait that is in mind. The mentioned wholesomeness can be developed by concentration meditation and insight meditation. Thus, we have to know well about meditation so that we can practice our mind correctly. First of all, we should understand concentration, samadhi. It means mental establishment, one-pointedness of mind, to make mind calm, to attain enlightenment. There are 3 levels of samadhi. Momentary concentration, kanika samadhi. It is a short concentration. It is not good enough. For example, when we start practicing mindfulness of breathing, anapanasati, we point our mind at the tip of the nose to perceive inhalation and exhalation. Sometimes we can perceive them, sometimes we cannot. This is momentary concentration. Proximate concentration, upakara samadhi. It is higher than momentary concentration. The proximate concentration is approaching absorption jhana. At this stage, we will experience some mental images sometimes. We will feel as if there was a candlelight nearby us or a light shining bright towards us. There is another feeling rising as mental reflux when mind develops concentration to upakara samadhi. It is called rapture about Dhamma, which is a feeling of delight, zest, and contentment that occurs for a while. Rapture about Dhamma comprises 5 categories. Lesser thrill, kudakapiti. It is a slight sense of contentment. We will experience goose pimples, teardrops. It is a feeling of the rapture of Dhamma at the first stage. Momentary joy, kani kapiti, we will feel thrilled like lightning. Showering joy, o kati kapiti, we will tingle like when waves are breaking on the shore. Uplifting joy, open gapiti, it is a thrilling emotion. We feel uplifted and express the feeling or do something unintentionally, such as an exclamation. 5. Pervading rapture. Faranapiti. It is diffuse rapture. We will feel imbued with infused cold rising all over the body. We will feel that the body is light and feel as if the body became unusually bigger and bigger and filled up the room where we sit practicing meditation. These 5 raptures about Dhamma are indicators indicating that our mind develops one-pointedness to the level of proximate concentration, upakara sammadhi. When our mind experiences rapture number 5, our mind will then develop further to absorption, jhana. It means that mind is so concentrated that it develops full concentration, apanasamadhi. Mediators will not be able to know in which jhana their minds are except that they understand how 5 categories of rapture occur. Mind that develops concentration to jhana state has to always experience rapture to 5 before. In this connection, whenever we meditate and experience rapture number 5, please bear in mind that mind is on the threshold of attaining jhana, which is full concentration, apanasamadhi. The transition period of mind from being at the level of proximate concentration, upakara samadhi, to the first absorption, mathamajhana. We can notice mind state in rapture number 5 as indicators. 3. Full concentration, apanasamadhi. Mind is fully concentrated, solely established, more concentrated than upakara samadhi. It is jhana level up to the highest level of concentration, samadhi, which is meditative attainment, samapati, comprising 8 attainments, 4 jhanas of the fine material sphere, rupajhana, and 4 jhanas of the formless sphere, arupajhana. To conclude, concentration in apanasamadhi commences from jhana state only. Jhana absorption is a state of serene contemplation attained by meditation. Mind is one-pointed to a sense object and becomes concentrated, calm. This process is called developing jhana. For example, a monk is developing jhana, an ascetic is developing jhana. There are 4 levels of jhana. 1. The first jhana, mathamajhana, comprises 5 factors which are thought, discursive thinking, like mental feelings of ordinary person, delight, happiness due to solitude or quietude, and mental one-pointedness, akaggata. 2. The second jhana, dutiyahana, consists of 3 factors which are delight, happiness due to concentration, and mental one-pointedness. No more thought and discursive thinking. 3. The third jhana is comprised of 2 factors which are happiness and mental one-pointedness. No more delight. The fourth jhana, katudhajana, is comprised of 2 factors which are equanimity and mental one-pointedness. No more happiness. All these 4 jhana are absorptions of the fine material sphere, rupa jhana, where material is sense object. They are included in the form plane, rupavakara, and meditative attainment, samapati, that is, scrupulously calm state of mind. Specific attainment developed through firm concentration on sense objects, highly specific attainment through various concentrations, such as absorption attainment, consequence attainment. Absorption attainment consists of 8 to 4 absorption of fine material sphere, 4 absorptions of formless sphere. What we should know about mind practicing is that samadhi, concentration, and samatha have the same meaning. Samatha means to make mind calm by concentrating on a sense object, such as anapanasati, which is mindfulness on breathing. Regarding to calm, it is explained that the occurrence of sense objects is calm. Rest of mind is calm. One-pointedness of mind is calm. Spotlessness of mind is calm, etc. Another point concerning concentration we should know and understand is hindrances. Nirvana, which are obstacles preventing us from attaining virtue. We do not succeed in training mind to be concentrated because hindrances as various mind states obstruct mind. We have to fight to defeat unwholesome mind states. We will then be able to practice mind to be one-pointed. There are 6 hindrances, namely, sensual desire, pleasure and satisfaction and sensuality, ill will, hatred, malevolence, aversion. 3. Sloth and torpor, stolidity and drowsiness. 4. Distraction, remorse, restlessness of mind, and anxiety. 5. Doubt, uncertainty. 6. Ignorance, lack of knowledge, delusion. We have to study and remember all mind state of hindrances. Hindrances are unwholesome mind state occurring in mind. We have to notice them well, and we will then be able to understand them and eliminate them so that we can accomplish concentration. There is a sign indicating whether we develop concentration, to which level our concentration progresses, and whether we are developing jhana. That sign is mental image, nimitta, which is mental reflex or boundary maker. When mind develops more concentration, some signs will happen in the mind. They are called mental images, nimitta. Thus, if we study and understand mental images, we will be able to know by ourselves whether we succeed in training mind to be concentrated, to which level we are making progress. Nimitta is a sign, an omen, a mental image reflecting mind state while practicing concentration meditation, insight meditation. For example, seeing a light or candlelight. Different mental images appearing depend on how much mind is concentrated, to which level concentration is developed. Appearance of mental images depends on the practice method. For example, in concentration meditation, concentration is induced by gazing at any of 10 objects. The mental images appearing thereafter are different from the ones by mindfulness on breathing. Anapanasati. When we practice, we have to realize how the mental image appearing during such a practice is. This will enable us to understand and know to what level our concentration meditation and insight meditation progress and whether our practice is correct. We should know and remember by ourselves the characteristics of mental image appearing in each meditation practice. Hereinafter is an explanation about mental images during mindfulness on breathing. Anapanasati kamathahana, which is a type of concentration meditation. Samathabhavana. They are as follows. 1. During momentary concentration, kanika samhadhi, no mental images appear at this stage. We only realize inhalation and exhalation. Sometimes we can do, sometimes we cannot. Mind is concentrated only momentarily. 2. During proximate concentration, upakara samhadhi, many mental images appear at this stage. We feel as if we saw a light. Sometimes it seems that there was a candlelight near us. Sometimes we feel as though a light was flashing to our face. If you experience these mental images, be aware that your mind develops proximate concentration. While our eyes are open as usual, we see as if a cigarette smoke billowed for a while. While sitting, eyes closed, doing meditation, we see a skeleton moving back and forth for a while and disappear. If we feel like to see it, we will not see it again. We see divine images inside while sitting, eyes closed, doing meditation. We see image of the past events. During proximate concentration, we experience a mental image called rapture about Dhamma. Dhamma piti. Rapture about Dhamma occurs before mind becomes so established that jhana is developed. Rapture is a feeling of natural phenomena.
Rapture about the Dhamma, Dhamma piti, is contentment. It is a feeling of clearness, cheerfulness, rejoices. There are 5 levels of rapture about the Dhamma. 1. Lesser thrill, kudaka piti, is the rapture during which we experience goose pimples. 2. Momentary joy, kan ikapiti, is the rapture during which we experience teardrops, even nothing irritates eyes. 3. Showering joy, o kantika piti, is the rapture during which we feel that our body sways like a ship hit by wave rolls. 4. Uplifting joy, ubengapiti, is the rapture during which we feel that our body is light and floats from the floor and may float very far and high. 5. Pervading rapture, pharanapiti, is the rapture during which we tingle and feel relived. We feel as if our body became unusually bigger, like a distended bag, and bigger till it filled up the room where we sit meditating. This rapture, number 5, is the last rapture before mind develops jhana. All above raptures are mental images and mental phenomena experienced in mind before mind becomes so concentrated that mind develops jhana. Before mind develops jhana, mind always has to experience rapture from level 1 to level 5. Mental images during each rapture will enable meditators to know to which level they progress their practice and whether they gain the right fruits according to the theory mentioned heretofore. If meditators notice and remember all images appearing in mind during meditation, they will understand better by themselves. All what aforementioned are mental images at the stage of proximate concentration, upakara samadhi, resulting from mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati. What we should know and be aware about mental images during proximate concentration is that do not pay attention to mental images that appear, only realize how they are. Do pay attention only to sense object of mindfulness on breathing. This is not to miss mindfulness on every single inhalation and exhalation. It is because mental images are signs indicating that there are temporary changes in mind. That kind of mind is not mature according to Buddhism. It is not solely established yet. The mature mind in Buddhism is a mind that is concentrated and established solely in 4 jhanas. This is the ultimate goal of meditation. When mind is concentrated till it passes the level of proximate concentration, upakara samadhi, it comes close to the jhana state. This is indicated by mental images appearing in the level 5 of rapture. Then mind will develop jhana. Next will be the explanation on full concentration, apanasamadhi. 3. During full concentration, apanasamadhi. At this stage, there are no mental images which appear during mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati kamathana, but mental state in each level of jhana.
Level of concentration during full concentration starts from the first jhana onwards. If the mental concentration is lower than jhana state, it means that the mind is still in proximate concentration level, upakarasamhadhi. We should know the meaning of jhana. Jhana means a state of serene contemplation attained from meditation. Meditation is exercise to fix mindfulness on a sense object, such as mindfulness on breathing. It has to be exercised by watching inhalation and exhalation continuously. There are two types of jhana in Buddhism. They are jhana of the fine material sphere, rupajhana, comprising the first force jhana, and jhana of formless sphere, arupajhana. The way to indicate the level of jhana is that we have to notice mental state in our mind, how we feel, how the changes, which level of jhana that mental state corresponds to. When we know how to notice and remember the mental state while meditating, we will know in which level of jhana our mental state is. This will enable us to know the result of our practice according to Buddhism, and assist us in taking care of our mind, not to deteriorate from jhana state, because we know the result of our mind by ourselves from noticing the mental feeling rising as mental phenomena during each level of concentration in jhana level. We have to know and understand that the mental feelings rising during the fourth jhana are the feelings that rise during sitting meditation with eyes closed. There is another mental feeling rising during the fourth jhana when we train our mind so well that mind can be separated from body. Such a feeling can be elaborated as follows. With the eyes open, in front of us we see somebody with red lips smiling to us, like a small Buddha image holding a fan made of palm leaves. Wherever we walk, he seems to follow us, appearing in front of us always. We feel as if there was another state surrounding us. Please bear in mind and remember that this is a feeling in fourth jhana, when mind is completely separated from body. Please do not believe in this, except you try yourself first. Mental images appearing while practicing mindfulness on breathing are mental phenomena according to mind when mind is concentrated and progresses to higher levels. They are signs indicating the levels of concentration or indicating that we do not make any progress. We will be able to know by ourselves whether our mind is one-pointed and to which level we practice concentration meditation. We know and understand aforementioned mental images. We have to know, understand, and learn by heart the details of mental images resulting from mindfulness on breathing because they enable us to understand how to meditate correctly and fruitfully. Mental images resulting from mindfulness on breathing are most important because mindfulness on breathing is fundamental meditation exercise in Buddhism, and it suits everybody's character. If we exercise meditation by insight development, we will experience mental images also, but they are called imperfections of insight, which are defilements of insight or immature insight that makes us misunderstand that we are enlightened. This prevents practitioners from making progress in insight knowledge. There are 10 imperfections of insight, namely, illumination, luminous aura, knowledge, trance, 3. Rapture, unprecedented joy, 4. Tranquility, calmness, 5. Bliss, pleasure, 6. Conviction, assurance, resolution, 7. Exertion, well-exerted energy, 8. Established mindfulness, 9. Equanimity, 10. Delight. The 10 imperfections of insight make practitioners misunderstand that they obtain result when one of them arises. This prevents practitioners from resuming the practice because they would think that they achieved the final goal of the practice. Therefore, when we exercise insight meditation,
some of the 10 imperfections may arise. Do not pay too much attention to them. Just realize how they are and resume the practice. If we do not know about this, they will be hindrances, mislead us, and make us misunderstand. In this regard, when we start the practice, we have to know which means we are practicing. Concentration meditation or insight meditation, so that we know which mental image resulting from which meditation. It is understood that concentration meditation is aimed to make mind calm. In practicing, we need bhavana to make mind calm more easily. Bhavana means mental growth, mental cultivation, mental development, mental training to cultivate concentration such by praying. Bhavana enables mind to be stronger. Continuous bhavana will produce good results. It is mentioned in the 3 baskets that it is named bhavana because it means regular practice. There are 2 means to cultivate mental wholesomeness. They are concentration meditation, samadhi, and insight meditation, vipassana. All aforementioned is knowledge about concentration meditation. Next will be about insight meditation. We are to acquire fundamental knowledge which is necessary for insight development so that we can practice correctly and fruitfully. Vipassana means insight, development of wisdom to gain insight into compounded things, sankhara, that they are not permanent, subject to suffering and soullessness. Sankhara means body, things compounded to be body and mind. According to Buddhism, our body is 5 aggregates, khandha, or it can be called sankhara. Khandha is a part of body and mind. Khandha is composed of 5 aggregates: corporality, rupa, sensation, vedana, perception, sana, mental formations, sankhara, consciousness, vijnana. Corporeality, rupa, is a thing that can be perceived through eyes. It is one of the 5 aggregates. Rupa, dhamma, or rupa are the things that can be perceived through eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. They are visible objects, sound, smell, taste, and thing that can be sensed at body or body doors. In short, rupa or things are visible through eyes. Another component of life is nama. Nama comes along with rupa. Nama dhamma or nama is invisible thing. It cannot be perceived through eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body. It can be perceived through mind only. Sensation, vidhana, is feeling of happiness, suffering, or neutrality. It is one of the 5 aggregates. Perception, sanna, is remembrance of what that can be perceived through 6 sense doors. Mental formations, sankhara, are thought, volitional activities, essential conditioning mind to be wholesome, unwholesome, or neutral. Consciousness, vijnana, is awareness of senses perceived through 6 sense doors. They are eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness. This aggregate is mind. 5 aggregates in Buddhism means our life, which consists of body, rupa, and mind, nama. Knowledge about body and mind is essential for insight meditation, vipassana, because vipassana is practiced by mindfulness on rupa and nama. Next is fundamental knowledge required for insight meditation. There's the 12 sense bases, ayatana. Ayatana are sense organs and sense objects. For example, eye is a sense organ, and visible objects are sense objects. The 12 sense bases are divided into 2 groups, 6 internal sense bases and 6 external sense bases. 6 internal sense bases comprise eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. 6 external sense bases comprising visible objects, sound, smell, taste,
tangible objects, and mind objects. Sense base, ayatana, has the same meaning as sense door, davara. Sense door is a channel through which we perceive sense objects. Internal sense doors are the channels for ear, eye, nose, tongue, body, and mind. External sense bases are external corporeality. They are color, or visible objects. When light appears to eyes, we see the colors of white, black, red, or green, etc. They enable us to see visible objects. Sound is what that is perceived through ears, such as thunder. Smell is what that is perceived through nose, such as bad smell, good smell, etc. Taste is what that is perceived through tongue, such as sourness, sweetness, and saltiness. Tangible objects is what that is perceived through body, such as cold, heat, softness, hardness, roughness, fineness. We can perceive sense object through sense bases or sense doors because nama, which is mind, functions. We sense objects because we have mind inside the body. That is why mind is extremely important for all lives and for the meditation, both concentration and insight. Sita is mind. Its function is to perceive, think, and reflect. It is mentality. It is formless. It cannot be perceived through eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. It comes along with materiality, rupa dhamma. In Buddhism, mind is mentality. It is the invisible. It is a nature which perceives sense objects, or it is a state that perceives sense objects. It has four functions: to be aware of, to perceive, to remember sense objects, and to think about them. Our life comprises two parts, which are body and mind, or materiality and mentality. According to Buddhism, mind of people in general has defilements, which are greed, aversion, and ignorance, etc. All these defilements are roots of unwholesomeness that people express through body, speech, and mind. Minds of people in general are impure. Thus people lead their lives according to the power of defilements manifesting at 6 sense doors, which are eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. It is stated that mind perceives its external sense objects through sense organs. It is mind that is aware of, perceive, think about, and remember sense objects when touched by external sense objects. Then mind state will change in accordance with the power of defilements. If it is in a positive way, it will be virtue, wholesome deed according to the religious teachings. If it is in a negative way, it will be vice, unwholesome deed, or religious prohibition. Sometimes it is neither virtue nor vice, such as playing music, listening to a song, etc. According to Buddhism, minds of all ordinary men, regardless of race and language, are influenced by defilements. We have feelings when we are touched at sense organs. We have minds inside body, and so we can perceive feelings of sense objects through 6 sense doors of our body. If we die, we will not have any feelings because there will be no mind to perceive sense objects through sense organs. Therefore, mind is an essential part. If we do not have mind in our body, it means that we pass away. What can indicate that we have mind as part of life is the feeling rising when we perceive touch through external sense objects. We can compare between those who are alive and those who die. We will then understand well how mind is. As aforementioned, mind is essential for our life, and mind is very important according to Buddhism also. It is because the hard core of Buddhism is mind development. The Lord Buddha taught people to practice mind so that it can be perfectly pure and can develop wisdom to be able to attenuate, give up, and eradicate completely all defilements in the mind. That is why mind is essential for life and Buddhism. Without mind we are dead. We cannot perform wholesome deeds from simple ones to the sublime ones in Buddhism. As a result, the Lord Buddha provided principal teachings people to perform wholesome deeds, which are virtues to train mind to achieve the ultimate goal in Buddhism. We are still alive and perceive external sense objects because our mind still exists. In our mind stops functioning, our body will be like a corpse or a log, since our body stops perceiving sense objects, and it will only decay finally. This is the truth of life, that mind has to exist together with body. It is only mind that perceives, knows, remembers sense objects, and thinks about them. According to Buddhism, mind of ordinary men are the ones that are occupied by defilements. If we do not eliminate defilements by Buddhist means, we will lead our lives and behave in accordance with the power of defilements, which are the causes of physical and mental unhappiness, that is, suffering. This is the truth that the Lord Buddha discovered. Our original mind is pure and naturally beautiful. It is called pure mind. But defilements come to our mind. They make it blemished, impure, according to their might. Buddhism teaches people to develop mind to eradicate entirely from mind all defilements through the threefold training, sikha, comprising morality, concentration, and wisdom. They are practices to control people's external deeds, both bodily and verbally, as well as internal deed, which is mental development. Another point concerning mind that we should know, understand, and learn by heart to be part of concentration meditation and insight meditation is fundamental characteristics of mind. Mental state is a nature that arises, falls down, keeps changing all the time, and never stays still, like monkeys who are naughty, rarely stop still, and always move to and fro. It is a state of constant flux. During practicing, we encounter difficulty because mind will struggle and oppose. Since mind does not like to stay still, it is difficult to control and dominate it. Mind loves to follow pleasant sense objects, which mind likes and needs. In conclusion, knowledge about mind is very beneficial for us in meditation practice. These are the most correct ways to develop mind in Buddhism, so that the wholesome result can be produced. In order to practice mind correctly, we must have knowledge about mind, especially the characteristics of mind. We have to understand them and learn by heart. It will then be most useful for us at the time of meditation practice. Apart from that, all fundamental knowledge mentioned earlier that is essential also assists us in practicing correctly. What is the essence of Buddhism? If Buddhism is considered as a place of refuge for all teachable persons to come to take refuge in order to assuage suffering and create mental happiness for themselves according to their strength of mindfulness and wisdom at their disposition, it will not be incorrectly, really. It is because Buddhism provides teachings to people to be able to meet with the means to extinguish suffering and to meet with real happiness. The people who obtain benefits from Buddhism are those who understand the essence in Buddhism and really apply to their practice for their own benefits and happiness. For those who do not know nor understand Buddhism, they do not know what the Buddhist essence is, what the most beneficial substance in Buddhism is. They, therefore, follow what is not substantial, and they will not fully obtain benefits from Buddhism. It is not the right purpose of Buddhism. They regrettably waste their time. The Buddhist teachings provide the teachings that bring benefits and happiness from wholesome deeds, from primary level to the highest one. There are a great deal of wholesome deeds, whatever they are, including giving, observing, precepts, as well as meditation. When we practice according to the teachings, we will obtain happiness by ourselves in accordance with the strength of mindfulness and wisdom of each person. When we want to study Buddhism, we have to know what is good, worthy, and most beneficial in Buddhism.
If we know what is the most beneficial, we will understand and practice accordingly, correctly, to bring about benefits and happiness to ourselves correctly and in accordance with the right objective of Buddhism. This will lead to the real happiness eventually. The Buddhist teachings, comprising refraining from all unwholesomeness, physical, verbal, and mental, performing mental wholesomeness, which is to purify one's own mind to be free from all defilements. Therefore, we are to consider what the essential content in Buddhism is. According to Buddhist teachings, those who practice the teachings will certainly receive happiness as they deserve. For example, happiness resulting from receiving gifts, fame, happiness resulting from observing precepts and practicing meditation so that mind becomes calm, as well as happiness resulting from practicing mind to develop wisdom to eradicate defilements from mind. Of all kinds of happiness, people are pleased with different kinds of happiness. For instance, some are pleased with only observing precepts, some with gifts, some with calmness, and happiness resulting from meditation. Some may misunderstand that what they have practiced is wholesome and most important. This will stop them to further their study in order to understand what the real essence of Buddhism is. They then miss a chance to understand the essence of Buddhism. Therefore, when we study the main objective, which is the hardcore of Buddhism, we have to study till we know where the hardcore of Buddhism is. The real essence of Buddhism is suffering and extinction of suffering by purifying one's own mind to be free from all defilements such as greed, aversion, ignorance, etc. Mind will be pure if we know how to practice mind concentration meditation and insight meditation in Buddhism, so that the mind can be released from all defilements. In short, the real essence of Buddhism is to release mind from all defilements. To summarize, though the Buddhist teachings are in different language, they convey the same substance, the same essence, which is developing mind concentration meditation, insight meditation, and the same purpose, that is to purify one's own mind to be free from all defilements. The path leading to Nirvana is the Noble Eightfold Path. The path to commence concentration meditation is lonely, calm, and deserted woods.
Problems of the practice for mind development. To practice the teachings means to practice oneself to develop both external wholesomeness through body and speech and internal wholesomeness, which is mental wholesomeness by giving, observing precepts, and mind development. Especially mind development is considered the most important. There are a number of problems of the practice for mind development depending on temperament of each one. The most important one is meditators themselves, not other things nor other people at all. The Lord Buddha only told the way and advised the path to tread for meditation practice. Whether or not that person can tread the path is another point. What is the cause? It depends on the meditators whether they can follow the way the Buddha advised. How the meditators can follow the advised way, whether they follow or not, or they follow incorrectly, is another point. All these problems depend absolutely on meditators themselves. Therefore, meditators are to prepare themselves and gather data as regards the scriptures a lot in order to be the knowledge for the practice to develop themselves correctly. The important problem of the practice for mind development are as follows. 1. Do we have knowledge in Buddhism? 2. Do we know and understand Buddhism, especially regarding to suffering and how to practice to extinguish suffering, concentration meditation, and insight meditation? These are important problems for us all who are interested in Buddhism. Though we have faith in Buddhism, but we lack knowledge and clear understanding in Buddhism, it is like a person who has faith but is blind. In this regard, we have to realize these problems and sort them out ourselves so that we can develop ourselves correctly to the utmost of wholesomeness in Buddhism, directly and most quickly. Explanation. 1. Do we have knowledge in Buddhism?
If at the beginning those who are interested in practicing to develop mind do not have thorough knowledge and understanding in Buddhism, they will lack clear knowledge and understanding. They rather do not have right and theoretical fundamental in Buddhism. Consequently, they do not have information on the scriptures and practice in order to practice correctly and in a direct way. This will make them misunderstand the way to practice for mind development, and they will lose their way in practicing easily. Thus, practitioners are to be sedulous in studying to gain knowledge in Buddhism, to develop themselves in the future correctly. The Lord Buddha rendered a great deal of teachings. The disciples gathered them, and they are called the three baskets. Tipitaka. 1. The basket of discipline. 2. The basket of higher doctrine. 3. The basket of discourses. If we want to study all those three baskets, it may have to take us years to do so, or several years to study all and understand them completely, or we may not possibly understand them at all. When those who want to practice for mind development want to study scriptures, they have to know which part they should study. That part should be the essential one, which is the supreme purpose, suffering and cessation of suffering, because all of our lives are suffering. The omniscient Buddha taught about suffering and cessation of suffering. To study Buddhism, to gain knowledge, to be beneficial directly for those who practice for mind development is to study suffering and cessation of suffering. When mentioning about suffering and cessation of suffering, we have to know immediately that they are included in the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths means the truth of the Noble One, the Holy Truth. It is an important section in Buddhism. The truth of every life is as the truth number 1 and 2 of the Four Noble Truths. They are suffering and causes suffering. The Four Noble Truths enable us to know about the truth of every life, every human life, on the earth, regardless of race and language. The suffering everyone encounters is the same, which is physical and mental suffering. The characteristics of suffering are in accordance with the three characteristics, which are impermanence, state of being suffering, and the state of being not self. The three characteristics apply to both living creatures, human beings, animals, etc., and non-living things, mountains, trees, houses, cars, roads, building objects, etc. All living things and non-living things are in accordance with the theory of impermanence, state of being suffering, state of being not self. In this regard, the Four Noble Truths is the important component we should study in terms of the scriptures. It is because they enable us to know and understand correctly about every life of human beings, as well as animals and objects which are not living things. This will be advantageous for the practice because we have the right understanding of the truth of things on the earth. The Four Noble Truths are very important doctrines. So we have to study a lot in order to understand clearly about the truth of human lives. The first noble truth is the truth of suffering. Suffering is physical and mental unhappiness, i.e. birth, old age, illness, and death. These are the truths of compounded things. All bodies of lives and human beings meet with all the same mentioned truths. They are the state of the holy truths that the Buddha discovered. People in general lack reflection and do not exercise their mindfulness and wisdom to be aware of the truths as they are. They, thus, do not believe in nor understand what the Buddha discovered and taught. To understand well about suffering, we need to ponder over the truth of lives, whether it is as the Buddha taught, life is all suffering. No other thing than suffering is truth of life. Ignorance, one of the defilements, prevents us from accepting the truth that the Lord Buddha discovered. We are all born suffering only. Though we are happy, it is material happiness. It will soon vanish and become suffering as usual. This applies to everything on the earth. One thing that urges us think about our life when we are born is that babies cry at birth. Baby's cry indicates that he encounters suffering already at the moment he is born. This can confirm that as soon as we open eyes to see the world, we encounter suffering the first time in our life. Suffering is physical and mental discomfort. Baby's cry is evidence to prove that the Lord Buddha discovered about birth is true. Birth is suffering. Regardless, illness, old age, and death in our lives, we can see and understand easily that they are suffering. We encounter suffering every day. We get used to them, so we do not pay attention to them. All of our lives are suffering. It is true, like the teachings of the Lord Buddha, the first noble truth is true. No other truth than the Four Noble Truths is holy. Be aware that all of us need real happiness, both physical and mental, not unhappiness. Only the Four Noble Truths can provide us with the fact. That is why the Four Noble Truths are the truths that we should know and understand more than other truths. They are the truths of our life. All lives on earth are overborne by suffering in the aspect of impermanence, uncertainty, constant flux, suffering, difficulty, physical and mental discomfort, and the state of non-self. These are called the three characteristics. They are common characteristics of all lives. Suffering is a state of constant flux. It always happens, changes, and crumbles. It is not ourselves. It is the supreme truth of all lives as well as the compounded things. They all own the state of suffering. In this regard, the Four Noble Truths are the very important and holiest truths in Buddhism. They are the truths that the Lord Buddha taught so that we all can know and understand how the truth of life is. The Holy Buddha also advised the path for us to practice to be able to leave all sorts of suffering in our lives, that is, suffering as cessation of suffering. When we, who practices the teachings, know the main objective of Buddhism, it is beneficial for us because we can study and understand what Buddhism teaches, what the essence is. When we practice to develop mind, we will certainly understand how to practice fruitfully and correctly. We will not lose our way. When we start practicing, we will gain results quickly. Do we know and understand Buddhism, especially regarding to suffering and how to practice to extinguish suffering, concentration meditation, and insight meditation? When we study Buddhism and gain knowledge, the next important step is to understand. If we acquire knowledge but lack understanding, we will not be able to practice correctly. Therefore, we are to study and understand the scriptures so that we can practice for our advantages. The essence of Buddhism we should know and understand is suffering and cessation of suffering, which are included in the Four Noble Truths. Suffering and cessation of suffering, how to extinguish suffering, is the important part we are to study to know and understand clearly, especially the part of how to cease suffering. If we do not understand how to do, it will be difficult for us to practice to achieve cessation of suffering. The Four Noble Truths, which the Lord Buddha attained insight into the taught to all teachable persons accordingly, are the truths of our lives. The Lord Buddha discovered that our lives are two kinds of suffering, which are 1. Physical and mental discomfort, and 2. The three characteristics comprising impermanence, state of being suffering, and the state of being non-self. All lives, whoever they are, of whatever race, of whatever caste, encounter the same suffering. That is why we have to study and understand the Buddhist teachings in the section of suffering of lives to verity, if it is true as the Buddha taught. We have to ponder with mindfulness and wisdom over the reasons why lives are suffering according to the Buddhist teachings. We have to think over the concerned teachings so carefully that we accept that it is true according to what the Buddha taught. Then we will be able to understand them clearly. According to the meaning of suffering, in the first noble truth, we have to accept that when we are born to be a human being, we have to know and understand that it is life of suffering. We have to certainly encounter physical and mental discomfort daily. This is the truth which is the teaching, the real truth that the Lord Buddha has discovered and propagated to all teachable persons to know and understand that all lives are really born suffering. They are not happy lives, as almost all people on the earth misunderstand. All aforementioned suffering of our lives arises due to our body totally because when we are born, we are to encounter problems which are causes of suffering. According to the Buddhist teachings, as long as we are alive, we encounter inevitable suffering. We cannot escape from them. Another meaning of suffering we should understand is state of the three characteristics. It is suffering because things change from what they used to be. It is impermanent. Things cannot last as they are. They keep changing, never stop changing and crumble eventually. Only that we cannot see the state of flux. That is why we have to practice the teachings so that we can see the real state of suffering. These characteristics of suffering are common to both living things and non-living things. They are called the three characteristics, or common characteristics. In conclusion, suffering can be divided into two groups. Suffering due to the existence of body, they are physical and mental discomfort. Suffering as the three characteristics, they are impermanence, state of being suffering, state of non-self. The first aspect, physical and mental discomfort, is regular suffering of all our lives. The second aspect, suffering as per the three characteristics, cover all suffering as well as suffering in the first item. They cover both living things and non-living things. They all have the same characteristics, impermanence, state of being suffering, and state of being non-self. Suffering in aspect number 2 is true according to the Buddhist teachings, which we should know and understand. We have to ponder and suffering so that we can develop wisdom to see life as it is and accept wholeheartedly that all living things and non-living things are suffering, especially physical and mental discomfort, which are regular suffering of every body. This is the ultimate truth as long as we are alive. In order to consider suffering, to develop faith and wisdom in ourselves, to sense the truth of suffering, we are to center on ourselves. We have to consider whether we ever encounter physical and mental suffering, whether there are events indicating that it is real suffering, such as death of relatives. We have to consider if the suffering arises in our lives are in accordance with what the Lord Buddha taught, and whether they are true. This is an important matter we should pay attention to and consider scrupulously, so that we can understand and sense suffering by our own mindfulness and wisdom. When we know and understand how suffering is, next step is to know the causes of suffering, which are cravings. It is the current of desires and thrusts. They are causes of suffering, samudaya, which is the second noble truth. When we know and understand suffering, Buddhism then teaches how to put an end to the causes of suffering. That is to cease cravings in one's own mind by training the mind to be pure and free from all defilements by means of concentration meditation and insight meditation. In this regard, we have to know cessation of suffering and how to do so. Cessation of suffering means the result from the practice of Buddhists, means in accordance with mindfulness and wisdom of each one to understand how to attenuate and annihilate suffering in Buddhism. In order to eliminate suffering, we have to practice the teachings, perform wholesomeness to the utmost of it by training mind to be concentrated, and develop mindfulness and wisdom to minimize and eliminate entirely defilements. The results obtained from training mind in Buddhism are the noble path, magga, consequence, phala, and the extinction of all defilements and suffering, nirvana. To train and develop mind to be able to obtain such results depends on one's mindfulness and wisdom. Actually, those who practice the teachings will attain peace and calm as a result according to their mindfulness and wisdom in practicing. The quantity of the result depends on the strength of mindfulness and wisdom, but the final result in Buddhism is the extinction of all defilements and suffering, nirvana. We, who practice the teachings to train mind to develop ourselves, are to be aware that even little wholesomeness can lead to cessation of suffering. How to cease suffering is very essential in Buddhism because cessation of suffering is the utmost goal in Buddhism. This is because, in fact, our lives all have only suffering. In order to cease suffering, we have to know the means to do so. Training our mind to be concentrated, well established to develop wisdom is a direct mean to extinguish of all defilements, but it takes time. Thus the Lord Buddha disclosed the holy path, which is the middle path, to live our lives daily by practicing the teachings to develop mind, to end suffering and annihilating all defilements. This path of life is called the Noble Eightfold Path. The Noble Eightfold Path is the holy middle path leading to cessation of suffering, or nibbana. The Noble Eightfold Path comprises 8 means to live and develop our lives both externally through body and speech and internally by concentration meditation and insight meditation. The Noble Eightfold Path is the means to live a life and control physical and mental actions to be within the codes of conduct according to Buddhism. Each doctrine of the Noble Eightfold Path is for us to live our lives daily according to the Holy Middle Path in order to practice, to cease suffering. This Holy Middle Path is not too tight or too slack for us to live our lives daily till we practice the teachings fruitfully and reach the ultimate goal of Buddhism, that is Nibbana. Next thing we should know and understand is how to train mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation. When we plan to practice to develop mind, we have to know and understand what the essential objective of the Buddhist teachings is. For what purpose we practice the teachings, we have to know and understand also the method of practice so well that we can practice mind correctly, according to the Buddhist means. To have knowledge and understanding on how to practice to develop mind, thus, is the most important matter. Of all what is mentioned earlier, the most important matter we should know and understand for the benefits, or more correct and better practice, is suffering and cessation of suffering. To cease suffering can be managed by training to develop mind, by concentration meditation and insight meditation. We have to live our lives according to the Holy Middle Path, which is called the Noble Eightfold Path, the path leading to the real cessation of suffering of all lives, and have faith in the Buddhist teachings. In this regard, in order to cease suffering, we have to know and understand by ourselves how to practice concentration and insight. The best way to train mind that the Lord Buddha could assure it fruits the result quickly and correctly according to how to practice to eradicate all defilements is to train mind according to the 4 foundations of mindfulness. For what do we practice to develop mind? When we study any subject, the purpose is to gain knowledge and understanding in such a subject. It is the same in studying Buddhism. If we study to practice the teachings, we will surely have the same objective. When we want to practice the teachings, we have to know and understand first, for what do we practice to develop mind? To boast? To be a magician who has magic, might, and can do magic action? These are not the right purposes in Buddhism.
The only one objective of the teachings and propagation of Buddhism by the Lord Buddha to all teachable persons is for them to know and understand suffering and cessation of suffering. Practicing to develop mind is mainly aimed to annihilate one's suffering. This is the essence of Buddhism. In fact, every life has suffering that is physical and mental discomfort due to birth, old age, illness, and death, which we can see and understand easily in our daily life. In order to cease suffering, correct practice according to the Buddhist teachings is required. At first, we have to believe in the truth of life, that our lives are suffering. Then we are to seek how to extinguish suffering by studying to gain knowledge from Buddhism. We practice the teachings in order to sense the truth of life that is suffering. It is real suffering because our body is not permanent. It is transient, involved in suffering and soullessness. These are the truths. We have to practice the teachings to attain insight into the state of compounded things. Every life has suffering, both physical and mental, that cannot be seen by eyes, but by wisdom only. We have to train our mind to attain knowledge of this truth that is suffering. If we can train our mind so well that mind is concentrated and develops wisdom to have thorough knowledge of the truth of body, that it is the state of constant flux, by being aware of the truth according to the three characteristics: impermanence, state of suffering, and state of non-self. That is a real knowledge of suffering. We can say that we practice to develop mind till we attain insight into the truth of the body as it is. It is suffering. It is insight wisdom developed from the mental practice to a certain degree. Suffering that we strive to practice to see does not reside anywhere else but in our body, but we lack mindfulness and clear consciousness to realize it. In Buddhism, suffering is mind and matter, nama, rupa, which always arise, fall away, and change. That is why we have to practice to develop mind to cultivate perfect mindfulness and clear consciousness by concentration meditation and insight practice in Buddhism. If we want to give a direct answer to for what do we practice to develop mind, we have to answer, we do so in order to see the truth of body, that it is suffering all the time. The body and mind of all lives always arise, fall away, and change. We have to practice our mind to see suffering in our body. We will then understand by ourselves. The truth of life is that body always keeps changing. After we are born, we grow up, become teenager, adult, old man, and die finally. This is our life. It keeps changing from baby to old man and dies eventually. They are mind and matter in our body that keep changing all the time. The state of constant flux is the state of suffering, which we cannot see with our eyes. Therefore, we have to practice our mind according to the Buddhist means, so that we can see and know the truth of the mentioned suffering. People in general cannot have thorough knowledge of this truth, since their minds are occupied by defilements. Mind under the power of defilements, cravings, attachment, and unwholesomeness is dirty mind without purity. We therefore have to practice mind to scrub defilements off the mind so that we can cultivate mindfulness and clear consciousness to be able to realize the truth of life that is real suffering. It is not ourselves. We will develop wisdom to agree with the teachings of the Lord Buddha. We can also say that we practice mind to eradicate completely defilements piled up in inborn trait. If we can eradicate or annihilate defilements, it means that we can end our suffering. We have to practice mind to cultivate perfect and qualified mindfulness and awareness to know and realize the truth of our life, that it always changes to decay. Life is body and mind, rupa and nama, or suffering. It changes according to the three characteristics, which are transience, suffering, and soullessness. These are the common characteristics of all conditioned things. To practice to see thoroughly that it is suffering, we have to practice mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation to develop qualified mindfulness and clear consciousness. In conclusion, we practice to develop our mind in order to attain thorough knowledge of the truth of life, that it is suffering according to the three characteristics: transience, suffering, and soullessness. They are characteristics of suffering of all lives in the world. The mentioned suffering is rupa nama, body and mind in our body. They are in a state of constant flux. We cannot see this process with our eyes, but with the insight developed by mental practice according to the Buddhist means. Noticing mind, sita, assists in understanding the practice. Mind is heart, thing that perceives something, thinks, and feels. It is a state of consciousness. It is the natural state that is aware of sense objects or always perceives sense objects. Mind can be named perceiver only. We are able to have feelings because we have mind in the body. We are still alive, so we still have feelings. Therefore, mind is the most important part of life. We can perceive things due to mind perception. Mind can perceive sense objects all the time. Mind is mentality, which cannot be seen by eyes. In order to have knowledge of mind, we have to notice and remember mental states rising during each period, each state, while practicing concentration meditation or insight meditation. We have to remember scrupulously the characteristics of feelings. Importantly, we have to understand natural characteristics of mind in general so that we can know what happens, how it changes. According to the nature of mind, mind arises and falls away quickly and continuously. It is difficult to study and understand easily if no attention is paid. Therefore, we must practice to notice thoroughly feelings rising in mind and remember by heart their characteristics and understand how they change and fall away. It will be beneficial for us and enable us to understand clearly the reality of our mind. It will be very advantageous for our practice to develop mind. In respect of practice to develop mind, there are three kinds of mind, sita, we should notice to know and understand. They are calm mind, pure mind, and enlightened mind. Noticing mind will enable us to understand how to practice mind, how much we make progress in practicing it, whether we make any progress. Calm mind. In order to understand clearly how calm mind is, we need to know and understand the characteristics of original state of mind. Originally, a mind arises and falls away immediately and followed by the next mind. Unbroken series of mind arises and fall away continuously. It is a state of constant flux. It keeps changing all the time. It is difficult to keep it stay still, directed, not to pervade when touched by pleasant feeling. It never stays still like a monkey, which is naughty, and never stays still in one place, in one position. These are real original characteristics of mind of people in general. When we can understand and notice them, we will be able to understand calm mind. Calm mind is the mind that is not touched by external sense objects perceived through six sense organs, both desirable and unpleasant, undesirable. Calm mind is the mind that does not pervade and is not defiled. Calm mind stays still with sense objects of meditation while practicing meditation, no makeup of feeling. While sitting with eyes closed, exercising meditation, mind is calm with the subject of meditation. We can know how much mind is calm depending on how much mind is concentrated. We can know by noticing the mental images appearing then. They might be divine images, etc. The mental image that appears while exercising meditation will enable us to know how much mind is concentrated, established, and to which level we make a progress. This will help us understand whether we practice correctly according to the Buddhist means. Calm mind is mind that is concentrated. When mind does not scatter to feelings, it is called one-pointed mind. How much mind is concentrated depends on how much we practice and the strength of mindfulness and wisdom of each one. In order to notice how much mind is calm, we have to notice from the level of concentration meditation in which mind is established. For example, if mind is established in the level of momentary concentration, Kanika Samdhi, mind is concentrated momentarily. If mind is very much concentrated, it can be of higher and higher levels to the level of jhana, absorption, upwards. Mind is momentary concentration. Kanika Samadhi is less concentrated than the one in proximate concentration. Upakara Samadhi, which is less concentrated than the one in full concentration. Apana Samhati. The indicator indicating how much mind is calm is a phenomenon which appears inside while exercising meditation, such as mental image. We have to notice and consider scrupulously mental images to understand them. We then know whether we practice to develop mind in a correct way, whether mind is concentrated and how much it is concentrated. Mental images appearing in mind are not all the same. We have to know what mental image results from what kind of meditation so that we can differentiate them. As a result, we will know if we practice meditation fruitfully, to which level we make progress. It is concluded that we can notice calm mind while we are practicing concentration meditation and insight meditation with eyes closed. Calm mind will not be distracted to all sense objects. Mind is concentrated on the object of meditation only. Pure mind. In fact, our original mind is pure and beautiful. It is called splendid mind. It is mind without defilements, comprising greed, aversion, and ignorance, as well as the 16 impurities and 5 hindrances. 5 hindrances are defilements which fetter mind from becoming concentrated, prevent us from attaining wholesomeness and establishing mind. 5 hindrances make mind always impure and blemished. One way of primary mental purification is concentration meditation, according to the Buddhist means. Concentration will be able to overcome the power of the following 5 hindrances so that they cannot manifest themselves as unwholesomeness through body and speech. Sensual desire. 2. Ill will. 3. Sloth and torpor. 4. Distraction and remorse. 5. Doubt and uncertainty. Or 6 hindrances if mentioned. One more to add to the above 5 is lack of knowledge. All 5 hindrances are defilements which make mind impure. Major defilements that make mind impure are greed, aversion, and ignorance. Apart from the 5 hindrances, there is another cause that can make mind impure and is important to our practice, that is, diet or food that we eat as per our desire for deliciousness, to pander to our wish for the sake of the body. If we eat without mindfulness, it is consuming to feed defilements. If we contemplate carefully our body, we will understand that our body is born due to defilements. We can say in short that body belongs to defilements. It is not ourselves, and it is born due to defilements. When we eat, or eat according to the desire, it equals to eating to nourish defilements to grow up and become healthy. For this reason, we should pay attention to our daily diet so that it can become habits for our practice for mind development. That is, to eat just to end suffering due to hunger. This is correct according to how to live a life practicing mental development. We have to be aware of the taste of the food before swallowing it into the stomach. In meditation practice, we have to eat only when we are so hungry that we suffer. Paying no more attention to food is thus correct according to the discipline of the practice to develop mind, to be pure and free from internal defilements. Body belongs to defilements which create the body primarily, and the body needs food to survive. Therefore, we can cut off and the concern for food consumption. It means that we can eradicate defilements indirectly. One means to purify mind is to cut off the desire for food. As a result, when we eat food, it must not be for the desire. We only eat when we are hungry. We must not eat a lot, and we have to realize the taste of food. By doing so, we will obtain fruitful results easily from the practice for mind development, especially in concentration meditation. We will be able to mentally see mental images clearly, like we see clearly an object that fell to the bottom of a well, but the water in the well is so clear and transparent because there is not much sediment or lichen. It is the same as the mind that is not blemished by defilements and six hindrances. Especially when we can cut off the concern for food, the mind will become pure. To conclude, in order to be able to purify the mind, we must manage to abandon six hindrances by exercising concentration meditation and insight meditation only. Another way is by cutting off the concern for food. We have to control food consumption. We eat only when we are really hungry, and eat only to end suffering resulting from hunger. We do not eat as per the desire. Body does not belong to us. It is only an element. It belongs to defilements. If we know how to control food consumption, the mind will be purer finally. Enlightened mind. Enlightened mind is the mind that is developed to gain wisdom, which enables us to see the truth of life as it is. It is the mind with perfect mindfulness and wisdom to see suffering, that it is the arising and falling away of mind and matter, rupunama, of all lives. When the mind is enlightened to see the truth of lives, we realize that the body is not self, not ourselves. It does not belong to us. It is an element which is all dirty. If the mind is enlightened, we will see the truth easily. The mind will be bored to stay with the body. The mind, full of mindfulness and awareness, will seek how to be able to leave the body finally. The enlightened mind sees suffering in body. Body is like a rubbish bin. It is not pleasant to reside with. If our mind is enlightened, we will meet with a clear path of our life. However, our mind is full of darkness and impurity because it is possessed by ignorance, and so we do not understand the truth of life, which is the ultimate truth. Therefore, we must strive to train the mind to be able to gain mindfulness and awareness. We also must know how to scrape the mind to be pure by exercising concentration and insight meditations in Buddhism. Consequently, the mind will be purified and really enlightened with wisdom. In order to gain primary wisdom, understanding that life is suffering according to the Four Noble Truths is required. We have to ponder with wisdom over the teachings of the Buddha to gain right understanding and right thought. Accordingly, birth, old age, illness, and death are real suffering. We will practice to reflect analytically with wisdom the mentioned teachings. The mind will be enlightened with primary wisdom. If we contemplate further until we realize that body is the cause of suffering, the mind will be further enlightened. According to Buddhism, our mind is full of darkness due to lack of knowledge or ignorance. As long as defilements reside in our mind, in order to enlighten the mind primarily, we must contemplate the teachings to cultivate wisdom according to the Four Noble Truths in the section of right understanding, view, samadhi. Enlightened mind is a mind cultivated with wisdom, full of mindfulness and awareness. It is perfectly mature to have insight into the truth of life according to the three characteristics, which are impermanence, suffering, and soullessness. These are suffering. If the mind is trained accordingly, it can become the mind cultivated with wisdom, enlightened mind, not darkened by defilements or due to lack of knowledge. As mentioned before, there are three kinds of mind: calm mind, pure mind, and enlightened mind. In order that the mind becomes enlightened to see the truth of life, qualified and perfect mindfulness and wisdom to know how to practice the mind are required. We need to have knowledge and understanding to cultivate the mind to be pure and calm primarily according to the mental practice means in Buddhism. Pure mind and calm mind will be beneficial to each other. If the mind is calm but not pure, we will not be able to know the truth of life. Impure mind is still blemished, it cannot see the truth. If the mind is neither pure nor calm, it is very difficult to be enlightened to see the truth of life. Moreover, we must know techniques and tips for the practice to scrape the mind to be pure primarily. In addition, we need to know how to establish the mind to become calm and concentrated in high levels as per Buddhist practice. This depends on good study and understanding of the teachings in Buddhism. In conclusion, the first important means is to practice ourselves to reflect intentionally about our life. We need reasoned attention to enlighten the mind to cultivate primary wisdom, which is called right understanding, samadhi. Firstly, with right understanding, we have to think analytically and understand suffering according to the Four Noble Truths. Succeeding in doing so, the mind will become somewhat enlightened. It is the mind with less ignorance which is a fetter, making the mind blind and misled to lead a life of suffering. This is the first means to make the mind enlightened, to cultivate mindfulness and wisdom fruitfully in Buddhism.
Most effective techniques and tips on concentration meditation and insight meditation. Regarding to the practice, being concentration meditation or insight meditation, we practice by four postures, which are standing, walking, sitting, and lying. The techniques and tips to assist in practicing both meditations are elaborated as follows. Whenever we practice meditation to develop the mind, we have to do so till the utmost of suffering resulting from each posture. It means that by whatever posture we are practicing, such as standing, we have to stand till the suffering resulting from standing manifests and progresses to the highest limit that we cannot stand any more. This is the utmost of suffering. Every time we practice, we do as the Lord Buddha stated, "You all come to be bhikkhu." The Dhamma is well expounded. Led a sublime life to perform righteousness till the utmost of suffering by the right way. Therefore, when we practice by four postures, we have to do according to the mentioned theory, that is to practice to the utmost of suffering when we change the posture. What is aforementioned is a very important technique and tip on every practice of Dhamma in Buddhism. It will assist well in the practice to train the mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation. In fact, we practice the Dhamma to realize the truth of life. Life is suffering, which involves arising, falling away, and changing of mind and matter of compounded things. If we do not practice till the highest limit of suffering, we will not understand how suffering is, since we do not feel the suffering that occurs. This is the reason why we have to practice till the utmost of suffering. Another reason is that to practice dogged perseverance till the utmost of suffering is one way to burn down defilements. By whatever posture we practice meditation exercise, both concentration and insight, we have to practice to the utmost of suffering of that posture. We do as the Lord Buddha stated, "You all come to be bhikkhu." The Dhamma is well expounded. Led a sublime life to perform righteousness till the utmost of suffering by the right way. The word of the Buddha can confirm why we have to practice till the utmost of suffering every time. This is very important and will assist in practicing concentration meditation and insight meditation fruitfully and correctly. Another most effective technique and tip for fruitful and correct meditation practice, both concentration and insight, to enable the mind to be concentrated and cultivated wisdom definitely is most effective technique and tip on food consumption at each meal. If we understand how to eat food, it will help us reap fruitful result in meditation practice in daily life. According to the Buddhist teaching, the food that we eat each meal is dirt. If we eat due to desire, pleasure, and delicious taste without reflection before eating, it means we lack mindfulness on eating. We eat according to our desire, which is defilements. As a result, we increase dirt in our mind. That is, we feed our defilements to be healthier. Therefore, we have to control food consumption. We have to hold back before eating. When we are going to eat, we have to reflect to know that food is only dirt. Realize the taste of the food that we eat as it is. By doing so, we will not be under the power or desire and defilements easily. Techniques and tip for food consumption at each meal is stop completely worrying about food consumption at each meal. Eat each time only when feeding and feeling so hungry that suffering due to hunger arises. Eat to end suffering. Eat only enough. Do not eat too much. This is the most effective technique and tip on eating for concentration meditation, insight meditation. It is very important for us to live daily life to practice to end suffering. If we stop worrying about food consumption, it is equivalent to stop desire in the taste of food we eat to feed the body that is made by defilements. It is food that we can indirectly purify the mind to be free from defilements. This is beneficial to meditation because some progress in the practice can be made. If some divine mental images appear in the mind, they will be obviously clear because the mind is pure with no defilements due to sensual desire for the food consumption. Another technique and tip on concentration meditation and insight meditation is time for the practice. In each day, we have to avail suitable time for the practice. Try to rest less but practice a lot. Sleep to 5 to 7 hours per day. The rest of the day is the time for perseverance in practicing mind continuously to be concentrated and develop insight according to the Buddhist practice. From all aforementioned, what assists a great deal in the practice for mind development is the control of food consumption at each meal. If we cannot stop worrying about food consumption, to practice concentration meditation, insight meditation, to realize suffering is very difficult because our body is made by defilements. When we are in the womb resulting from the reproductions of our parents, this is the supreme truth of life. Therefore, when we eat to pander to our desire, it is equally to pander to defilements day after day. Please notice and consider carefully whether what is mentioned is right. When planning to practice concentration meditation and insight meditation, adequate knowledge and understanding on technique and tip on food consumption are required. Try to understand it clearly so that it can be very beneficial for us in concentration and insight practices which will fruit results certainly according to Buddhism. If we cannot follow the advice, eat a meal only due to suffer from hunger, we will not be able to practice concentration meditation and insight meditation fruitfully because the mind is still very dirty. Another small tip for fruitful practice of both concentration meditation and insight meditation is when we start practicing, we have to do continuously. It is really recommended to do throughout the day, even it is bedtime. We can sleep while meditating by lying. That is to practice continuously till we gain result. It is not recommended to practice every other day or practice without theory or to do discontinuously. The meditators have to arrange time for concentration insight practices according to their possibility and availability. Suitable length of time for the practice should not be too long or too short. Sleeping time each day should be only 5 to 7 hours. Avail regular time every day for the practice and observe it at daily activities. We need a great deal of sedulousness and patience to practice for mind development till we achieve the greatest success in Buddhism. Another point we should understand primarily is difference and similarity between concentration and insight in Buddhism. Both concentration and insight meditations are the practices for mind development to eliminate and eradicate defilements in the mind. Their results are different in value. Concentration, samadhi, is one pointedness of mind, mental concentration practiced to make mind calm and develop insight. It can be stated that concentration is exercised to make the mind well established and calm without 6 hindrances: sensual desire, ill will, sloth, torpor, distraction, anxiety, doubt, and ignorance. Concentration is practiced by concentrating on sense objects. For instance, concentrating on inhalation, exhalation. It is aimed to make the mind calm and powerful. We have to practice the mind, control it to concentrate on a sense object by means of each meditation practice. For example, mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati. We watch at the nose tip to observe respiration. During the concentration meditation, the mind will be concentrated. Defilements in the mind cannot exercise themselves easily because the power of mental concentration will intimidate or tyrannize over defilements. The power of concentration cannot eradicate defilements, but only intimidate them temporarily. When we stop practicing concentration meditation, defilements sometimes occur again like a stone sitting on grass. When we remove the stone, the grass will grow up beautifully as usual. Likewise, when we stop concentration meditation, defilements of the mind can grow up and manifest themselves as unwholesomeness through body, speech, and other sense doors, as they used to do if we are not careful and do not control ourselves by religious precepts. Therefore, remember this well to teach ourselves that the power of concentration cannot eradicate completely defilements, but only withhold and tyrannize over them. The result from practicing concentration meditation for mind development the highest level is called 8 meditative attainments, samapati. They are the results from mental concentration from the level of the 4 absorptions jhana of the fine material spheres, rupa jhana 4, and the 4 absorptions of the formless spheres, arupa jhana 4. Yet we cannot completely eradicate defilements. Moreover, our jhana has a chance to decline every moment if we are careless, do not observe precepts. By concentration meditation, we can practice the mind to be concentrated, but cannot attain nibbana, the ultimate wholesomeness in Buddhism. We should understand clearly concentration meditation as well, since it will be advantageous for us. When we practice, we will be able to do it with right understanding and right knowledge. Mental images resulting from concentration meditation and insight meditation are different from one another. We have to remember them also. Insight. Vipassana means ability to see and understand the truth about people or situation. That means training to cultivate wisdom to realize that compounded things are impermanent, subject to suffering, and devoid of immortal soul according to the 3 characteristics. Insight is the wisdom developed from practicing the teachings, Dhamma. Insight meditation is aimed to practice the mind to develop wisdom. Insight meditation is exercised by watching the characteristics of compounded things to realize the truth according to the 3 characteristics. We have to be mindful of the arising and falling away of mind and matter, nama rupa, which are the true characteristics of all compounded things, both living and non-living. The sense objects for insight practice are mind and matter appearing as 6 sense doors. The insight meditation is, therefore, the practice to really cultivate wisdom because it enables mind to develop more mindfulness and awareness of the body so that we can realize suffering of body by watching mind and matter appearing mainly at body door. This is to enable mind to know thoroughly the state of our life, which is a rising and falling away of mind and matter. In fact, this is to enable mind to develop mindfulness and a clear consciousness in order to know thoroughly suffering of body.
Knowing thoroughly suffering, we can be aware of defilements. Being aware of defilements, we can cultivate wisdom to be able to know how to carefully eradicate defilements completely. This is insight practice. Therefore, insight meditation in Buddhism is the practice for mind development in order to really eradicate defilements in mind directly. This will enable the insight practitioners to achieve the ultimate goal in Buddhism correctly. This is the direct way to attain Nibbana, the supreme wholesomeness in Buddhism. This is different from concentration meditation, which cannot enable us to attain the ultimate goal in Buddhism. This is a difference between concentration meditation and insight meditation. In terms of practice for mind development, we should know and understand the difference so that it will be beneficial for us to practice as a person with right knowledge and clear understanding in accordance with the Buddhist means. Techniques on how to develop mindfulness and clear consciousness. According to Buddhism, we have body and mind. We can act through body, speech, and mind due to the power of the mind. Mind instructs body to act through body, speech, and mind. Our body action will be wholesome or unwholesome due to the mind who gives instructions. The external actions, both bodily and verbal, are wholesome because our mind is mind with wisdom. Our mind is so because we have perfect mindfulness and consciousness in our mind. The actions through body and speech are thus wholesome. They are the actions by the person with mindfulness and clear consciousness. On the contrary, if the actions through body and speech are unwholesome, then they are actions by a person without mindfulness and clear consciousness. They are the actions by the fools who do not have wisdom because they have no mindfulness and consciousness according to Buddhism. In this connection, if we mention about mindfulness and consciousness, it means something of virtue of wholesomeness only. If it lacks of mindfulness and consciousness, it means something of vice, of unwholesomeness. All aforementioned is the reason why we have to train mind to be perfectly mindful and conscious. Another reason is that according to Buddhist teachings, mind of people in general is mind with derangements, mind that sees things wrongly from what they actually are. We have wrong view and misunderstand that our body is permanent, beautiful, happy, and of personal entity. In fact, our body is opposite of what is mentioned. Mind of people in general is occupied by defilements. We then are under the might of defilements. And that is why our mind is the mind with derangements. We have derangements because we lack mindfulness and consciousness. Without mindfulness and consciousness, we cannot realize the truth of body according to Buddhism. We then misunderstand that life is happy, not suffering, beautiful, not ugly, of personal entity, even if it is non-self. This is why we have to practice the teachings to train mind, so that the mind, which is under the power of defilements, can become mindful and conscious, and know thoroughly the truth according to the truth of life. Mind is very important to us, as it is mentioned before, so training mind to be mindful and conscious is most beneficial for us because the arrangements can be eliminated. There are two means to train mind to develop mindfulness and consciousness as follows. To study in Buddhism, to listen to the teachings, to reflect the teachings. 2. To practice to develop mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation. To study in Buddhism, to listen to the teachings, to reflect the teachings. First of all, we have to understand clearly mindfulness and consciousness, sati and sampajana. Sati means mindfulness, attentiveness, and remembrance. Sampajana means clear consciousness, full awareness, not to be absent-minded. Sati and sampajana are always used together. Mindfulness and consciousness are intangible in mind. They will be perfect and qualified if we train our mind to be always mindful and conscious. Understanding the meaning of mindfulness and consciousness well enough, we have to go on to training the mind to think of virtue, wholesome deeds according to Buddhism. We must be always conscious of what we are doing. Let us develop consciousness, sampajana, where to understand their meanings well and keep on practicing according to their meanings, either when we are listening to the teachings or reflecting the teachings. We can practice by preserving and studying the Buddhist teachings and reflecting them to understand them clearly. This is a means to train mind to be more mindful and conscious in Buddhism.
The teachings that we should reflect thoroughly about ourselves, the Four Noble Truths, so the mind can cultivate wisdom to realize and accept the truth that birth, old age, illness, and death of our body are suffering, and it is true according to the Buddhist teachings. This is to exercise analytical reflection, develop righteous mindfulness and wisdom according to the teachings of Buddha. We exercise analytical reflection, yoni so manasikara, to reflect the teachings so that the mind can develop mindfulness and consciousness, accept the truth of how life is in reality. It is suffering, and also identify wholesomeness and unwholesomeness, virtue and vice according to the Buddhist teachings. By doing so, we can develop true faith in the Buddhist teachings, teaching that if we perform good deeds, we will obtain good results. Bad deeds, bad results. We reap what we have sown. This is one means to cultivate mindfulness and consciousness, which is by studying the Buddhist teachings, either by listening to the Buddhist teachings or reflecting them so that we develop wisdom to be able to identify virtue, vice, wholesomeness, unwholesomeness, goodness, badness, and the truth of life. To practice to develop mind by concentration meditation, insight meditation. According to Buddhism, the best and the most correct way to practice to develop mind for perfect mindfulness and consciousness, which will be most beneficial for us, is by concentration meditation and insight meditation. Therefore, there are two ways to practice our mind to develop mindfulness and consciousness. 1. Train to be mindful and conscious by concentration meditation. Concentration meditation is mainly to practice mind to be calm by fixing mind on a sense object. Before training mind to be mindful and conscious, we have to understand the meaning of sati. Sati is mindfulness. In this regard, to train mind to be mindful is to train mind to think of the sense object which is the object of meditation. In concentration meditation, we concentrate mind on the one sense object. For example, mindfulness on breathing. We train mind to be mindful only of inhalation, exhalation continuously. We have to train mind till mind manages to realize the breathing. This is one means to cultivate mindfulness and consciousness in mind. What can indicate that mind is mindful is the ability to realize breathing. Sampajana means consciousness. Therefore, when we train mind to think of breathing, we have to be conscious of what we are doing. For example, we train mind to think of inhalation and exhalation. We have to be aware that we are training the mind to do so. This is called consciousness in every posture. That is to exercise to cultivate consciousness. On the contrary, if we train mind to be mindful of breathing only sometimes and discontinuously, it means that training is not perfect. Sometimes we realize the breathing, sometimes we do not. It is not a good training. All aforementioned is training mind to be mindful and conscious by mindfulness and on breathing, which is one means of concentration meditation. There are other sense objects apart from mindfulness on breathing, for example, kasina, mindfulness by gazing at any of 10 objects, viz. Earth, water, fire, air, blue, yellow, red, white, space, and light. Suppose we train the mind by gazing at red. When we start practicing, we gaze at red. We have to remember and always think of red. We train and think of red only and continuously. Remember by heart only red. If we forget to remember red or cannot remember it, we have to open the eyes to look at it and try to remember it till we succeed in doing so and sit, or stand, walk, or lie. With eyes closed, concentrating on red, in whatever posture we are, we have to always think of red. This is practicing concentration by gazing at red. If we could exercise all day, it would be great. If we cannot remember or remember only some, we have to gaze at red again and think of it again. We are to follow these steps throughout the practice by means of gazing at red. Thinking always of red is a means to train mind to develop mindfulness sati, and being aware all the time of what we are doing is to train mind to develop consciousness awareness, sampanjana. Sati means mindfulness, of sampanjana means consciousness awareness. Training mind to be mindful can be exercised by controlling mind to think of one object to perceive sense object we specify for practice. We have to train mind to remember and think of the specified object so we can think of the specified object. This is training mind to be mindful. Therefore, to train mind to be mindful, we have to keep on thinking of the specified object continuously till our mindfulness becomes perfect eventually. This is training mind to develop mindfulness by concentration meditation. Sampajana means consciousness awareness. We can train mind to be conscious by being aware of what we are doing all the time. For example, we are training mind to be mindful. We have to be aware that we are training mind to develop mindfulness. The important thing for training mind to develop consciousness is that we have to understand clearly the meaning of consciousness so that we can practice correctly. To train mind to be conscious can be exercised by being aware of our feeling at every state of consciousness, sita. For example, when we are thinking, we have to be aware that we are thinking of something. When we are speaking or doing something, we have to be always aware that we are speaking or doing something. We have to be always conscious. This is training mind to cultivate perfect consciousness, which works in terms of concentration meditation. What enables us to be conscious is mindfully noting mind and matter at body door. 2. Training mind to be mindful and conscious by insight meditation. When insight is mentioned, the first things we should know are mind and matter, because mind and matter are sense objects for insight meditation. If we do not practice mind by using mind and matter as sense objects, the practice is not called insight practice. Training mind to be mindful and conscious can be exercised by mindfully noting mind and matter, which arise and fall away at six sense doors. We can train mind to be mindful and conscious by 4 postures: standing, walking, sitting, and lying. For example, by sitting, when we start sitting to practice mind, we have to sit with our eyes closed and practice. Therefore, mind and matter, which enable us to cultivate mindfulness and consciousness, are mind and matter appearing at the body door. To train mind in terms of insight meditation is aimed to make mind mindful within the body only. Mind and matter through body doors means that we perceive through bodies such as cold, heat, softness, hardness, coarseness, and fineness. The feelings rise through the body organs when the body is touched by them. We have to train mind to develop mindfulness to be aware of sense objects of mind and matter arising at body doors. To realize what matter is what mind is. There are obvious feelings rising while practicing mind. To train mind to cultivate mindfulness, we have to train mind to be able to realize in time mind and matter which appear as obvious feelings at body organ during the practice. If we could train mind to realize mind and matter which arise and fall away continuously and not to escape from sense objects of mind and matter, it would be a very good job. Mind would develop mindfulness and consciousness because mind is pointed on one sense object of mind and matter during the practice. We have to understand the meaning of sati before we start the practice. Sati means mindfulness. To train mind to develop better mindfulness, we have to train mind to be mindful of what we specify. For instance, we train mind by insight meditation. We have to train mind by mindfully note mind and matter as sense doors all the time. We stop practicing each time, especially at body door. All that is mentioned herein is training mind to cultivate more effective and qualified mindfulness in Buddhism. On the contrary, if we cannot direct mind to realize mind and matter at sense doors, it means that our mental practice does not go well. Imperfect mindfulness will be developed accordingly. The best mental practice to develop mindfulness and consciousness is by insight meditation. By insight meditation, we direct mind to mainly realize sense objects of mind and matter appearing at body door. Doing so, mind will be conscious within the body continuously. This is to cultivate consciousness, sapajana, by insight meditation. Remarks. The way to train mind to cultivate mindfulness, sati, and the way to train mind to cultivate consciousness, sampajana, are somewhat alike in terms of insight meditation. Their meanings are different. When we want to train mind to develop mindfulness, we have to practice mind to be mindful or attentive. When we want to train mind to develop consciousness, we have to practice mind to be conscious or be aware of what we are doing. The meanings of sati and sampajana are very important, and we have to understand and remember them because they will help us understand how to practice mind to be mindful and conscious when we will obtain right result from the real practice. Another point we should know is that the Buddha taught us to know how to train mind so that we can train mind to be free from derangements. Mind with derangements is mind under the powers of defilements. The person with such a mind will mistake the truth of life and live a life according to the stream of defilements which are roots of unwholesomeness in mind. Therefore, to make mind free from derangements, we have to train mind to cultivate perfect mindfulness and consciousness so that we can realize the real truth of life. To conclude, the most effective technique to train mind to be mindful and conscious is that we have to know and understand clearly the meaning of mindfulness and consciousness, and have to be able to interpret correctly the profound meaning of mindfulness and consciousness. In addition, we need to have thorough knowledge and understanding about sense objects of mind and matter through sense doors, especially through body door. This will enable us to train mind in a correct and better way, according to the means to train mind. Please remember that the best and most effective way to train mind is to be mindful and conscious is by insight meditation according to Buddhism only.
The most effective tips for the practice to develop mind, concentration, and insight meditation. Practice for mind development is the practice to develop mind and cultivate mind, which means that mind has fewer defilements residing in mind, or to develop mind to the highest level, which means that mind is free from the power of residing defilements completely. In order that mind can be free from the power of defilements, or have fewer defilements, we have to train mind as regards concentration and insight. It can be stated shortly that the practice for mind development in Buddhism is by concentration meditation and insight meditation only. The Buddha rendered the ways to practice mind, and he confirmed by himself that those who follow his discourses for practice will obtain certainly the result of the practice in this life. The mentioned discourse is called the Great Discourses for Four Foundations of Mindfulness. They are discourses for the practice to develop mind as regards both concentration and insight, which can enable practitioners to obtain the Holy One, the Nibbana, finally. There are 21 meditation exercises for the practice to develop mind in the discourses. The part which is the most important in the great discourses that we should know and remember is the most effective tips of the great discourses. The essence is, during the practice, we have to beware of mind and keep it to be mindful of the body only. Strictly do not let mind be conditioned and perceive external sense objects. Whenever we realize that mind is conditioned and flees out of the body, we have to hurry to bring it back and make it mindful of the body as it used to be. If the mind still wants to be conditioned and perceive external sense objects, rush to bring it back again. In short, we have to train mind to be mindful of the body only. We practice to train mind to be mindful of the body only during the practice because we practice to develop mind so that we can know the truth of our body, that it is impermanent and suffering. To know it is impermanent and suffering, we must have mind full of mindfulness and consciousness, and it must be established mind so that it can develop wisdom to realize suffering in our life. When our mind still lacks mindfulness and consciousness, it is mind with derangements. We will mistake the truth of life. For instance, we mistake our body for beauty. We will think that our life is happy, not suffering, and it is our life, etc. According to the Buddhist teachings, the truth is opposite to what is mentioned. This is derangement because mind is occupied by defilements. Mind thus lacks of mindfulness and consciousness. Mind is not perfect and qualified enough to realize the power of defilements piled up in our inborn trait.
In this regard, Buddhism provides us with the teachings so that we can scrub out defilements from mind till we are free from its power completely. This is the best result. The Buddha rendered the teachings to us to train mind to be perfectly mindful and conscious so that we can fight to eradicate defilements in mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation, especially according to the four foundations of mindfulness assured by the Buddha to be practiced to develop mindfulness and consciousness. In conclusion, when we intend to practice for mind development by both concentration meditation and insight meditation, we have to follow the practice of the great discourses of four foundations of mindfulness. When we exercise concentration meditation, we practice by mindfulness of breathing. When we exercise insight meditation, we do according to the practice of the four foundations of mindfulness comprising body, feeling, mind, mental conditions, mind objects. By insight meditation, we have mind and matter, nama rupa, as sense objects throughout the practice. Simple techniques and tips to attain the teachings, Dhamma. The objective of Buddhism is to enable teachable persons to be devoid of suffering or to attain the teachings for general people or to attain enlightenment. For the Buddha, according to Buddhism, the person who can attain the first stage of holiness of the teachings is called a stream enterer, Sotopanna. That person can become a stream enterer when he has faith in Buddhism. His mind has entered into the stream of the teachings, can give up the first three fetters, namely, false view of individuality, sakyaditi, to regard one's body as oneself, doubt, vicikiccha, doubt in the Buddhist teachings, adherence to mere rules and ritual, silabhatabaramasa. In addition, he has to be able to train mind to be concentrated, one-pointed to the level of fourth jhana. To attain the highest level of the teachings is called the final stage of holiness, arabhata phala, or final freedom, which is the ultimate goal of Buddhism. The person who attains this final stage of holiness is the Holy One. The Holy One can give up all 10 fetters, the 3 above, the 7 more. Sensual lust, repulsion, irritation, attachment to realms of form, attachment to formless realms, conceit, pride, restlessness, distraction, ignorance. The most important thing to enable us to understand clearly the teaching's attainment is that we have to know and understand correctly its meaning clearly. To attain means to reach, to achieve, such as to attain as results. Dhamma means the teachings of the Lord Buddha, which is, in inclusion, the truth of all compounded things. Therefore, to attain nirvana means to attain the teachings of the Lord Buddha, that is, to attain the truth of all compounded things. By understanding the state of compounded things as they really are, another thing we should know is that what the truth of all compounded things mean. It means all compounded things are suffering. The next question, what are the characteristics of suffering? The answer is that suffering of all compounded things has the same characteristics which are fixed laws of characteristics of all compounded things. They are to be in accordance with the 3 characteristics: impermanence, the state of always changing; suffering, the state of difficulty, physical and mental discomfort; non-self, not self, soulless, subject to crumbling. All these 3 characteristics are common to all compounded things on the earth, both living and non-living. This is the holy truth. When we know and understand that all lives and compounded things are suffering according to the three characteristics, the next question we should pay much attention to is, how will we do the realized suffering in all compounded things? The answer is that we are required to have wisdom to be able to understand the principle of the nature of all compounded things according to the three characteristics: impermanence, suffering, and soullessness. If we cannot develop such wisdom, we cannot understand the truth of all compounded things. In this connection, how will we do to cultivate such wisdom? The answer is that we have to keep practicing to eliminate defilements and cravings, i.e., greed, aversion, and ignorance. In order to eliminate absolutely defilements, we have to know how to train ourselves physically and mentally. Physical training is to train ourselves to give and to observe precepts till they become our usual actions. Regarding to mental training, we have to know how to train mind to be concentrated and cultivate wisdom to understand thoroughly the truth of compounded things. My insight meditation, which is the direct means especially to nirvana, the extinction of all defilements and suffering. To conclude, the way to enable us to really attain the teachings is concentration meditation and insight meditation. Therefore, the most important thing we must study to know and understand clearly to attain the teachings is to study to obtain thorough knowledge on concentration meditation and insight meditation, so that we can practice most correctly. Knowing well how to practice concentration meditation and insight meditation correctly, the next step is the real practice. Before practicing, we have to know and understand in advance the objective of the practice, which is the four meditative absorptions, jhana. When we practice and can develop all four meditative absorptions, mind can be free from all defilements or body. This is another state, the state that we can separate mind from body. Understanding and knowing the objective of concentration meditation and insight meditation, we start to practice. There are three steps for the practice. 1. Seek the place that we like and suits us. It is wholesome, beneficial, and suitable place. 2. Try to stop thinking about food definitely and practice to the utmost of suffering in each posture. 3. Notice mental states and those of hindrances and mental images appearing in mind. The first day, at dawn when we wake up, the joyous atmosphere of the nature in the morning enable us to be cheerful, so physically and mentally happy that we cannot describe. We will not see busy crowd because we disassociate ourselves from them to preserve in training mind at a calm place along the fringe of woodland where light breeze blows regularly every day. This is one type of wholesome place and air. After we finish breakfast, we cannot stand hunger. We exercise meditation by walking to warm up the body to be awake to perceive sense objects externally and internally efficiently. We can begin the practice by any posture, but the important point is whether or not we understand well enough the method of practice for mind development by concentration meditation and insight meditation. After the practice by walking, we practice by sitting. We alternate walking with sitting at our convenience till it is dark, then rest. The first day is to warm up the body to be awake. The second day, we eat when we are really hungry, stop worrying about food, then start the practice by walking, then sitting or standing, except lying. We practice by lying when we are going to sleep only. On the second day, we practice the same as the first day. We practice to make the body ready and healthy, that is, efficient. We sit for practice right immediately after we walk. This day we have to fight against uncomfortable feelings rising because we have never practiced before. We cannot practice by sitting for a long time because the body is not efficient for the practice. We have never practiced meditation before. Thus, we feel stiff and pain in organs of the body easily. This makes us to feel like not to resume the practice. We have to defeat this feeling, which is destroyer caused by aggregates, Kandaha Mara. It is an enemy of the practice. This destroyer is called by the body. We cannot know that destroyer caused by aggregates happens to us while practicing is that we feel itchy on the body and the face as if a small chicken might walked on us. Something it makes us annoyed and uncomfortable. It troubles us and prevents us from easily practicing meditation. In this regards, when such feelings occur, we have to firstly conquer them. It is usual that there is something annoying us because we have never exercised meditation before. Therefore, we have to persevere in practicing continuously throughout the whole day. To conclude, the first 2 days are for us to practice so that the body can be efficient, awake for perception, and more efficient to overcome definitely destroyers caused by aggregates. The third day, we do the same practice as on the first 2 days, but we have to ensure that we succeed in overcoming the destroyers caused by aggregates. The most important point of the third day is to try to stop thinking about meals. We have to notice our hunger. We have to wait till we suffer from hunger. We then eat. On this day, our body should be efficient enough for concentration meditation and insight meditation. It depends on our confidence in strength of the body. We have to estimate the strength of our body. Importantly, stop worrying about food. We have to wait till we are hungry and then we eat. The fourth day, we start the practice at dawn. Today, we have to manage to control the practice as it has to be. We eat only when we are really hungry. We suffer from hunger so much that we have to eat and eat only a small amount of food just to survive. We have to practice by all postures and to do the utmost of suffering. Notice the mental states of hindrances by considering hindrances thoroughly. They are unwholesome mind state which prevents mind from succeeding in concentration meditation and insight meditation. We have to notice hindrances and try to overcome them successfully. The fifth day, we have to understand and manage to control every means of practice. 1. Eat only when we suffer from hunger. If we can resist hunger, no need to eat. If we are very hungry, eat only a small amount or just drink water, depending on the time of hunger. 2. Practice by every posture to the utmost of suffering of each posture, be standing, walking, or sitting except lying. We practice by lying only when we cannot stand, sleep. Notice mind state of hindrances. If we do not understand hindrances resulting from the practice, we cannot make progress in the practice because hindrances fetter mind from attaining wholesomeness. We have to be mindful of hindrances when they occur and overcome them. On the fifth day, we have to be able to control and overcome the mentioned factors for concentration meditation and insight meditation, especially food consumption. Do not pay attention to it because it is the most important destroyer for the practice. Please note that if we cannot stop worrying about food, it is hopeless for us to make progress in meditation practice. The body that we presume to be ourselves belongs to defilements in fact. On the fifth day, we practice the same as on the other days. We start the practice at dawn and continue till dusk regularly. Even when we sleep, we lie down and practice till we fall asleep, and when we wake up, we resume the practice. This sixth day, being able to absolutely control all the mentioned factors which affect meditation practice, we have to notice mental images appearing in mind. If we can control certainly all the mentioned factors since the first day till this day, which is the sixth day, mind will be able to develop establishment, which is concentration, and cultivate insight. We can then notice mental images, how they are while practicing. We will then know how much of progress and practice we make. They can confirm to us that we practice in a correct way. The mental images we should know are the ones appearing in the fifth jhana, when remain only equanimity and one pointedness. On the sixth day, we do the same practice as on the other days, but we have to be able to overcome all hindrances. Know and notice mental images appearing in mind thoroughly. This will enable us to know to which level of establishment our mind is developed. We practice the same as other days. Start the practice early morning. After finishing breakfast due to hunger, we practice by standing, walking, and sitting till the evening. Even when we sleep, we practice. The important point of the sixth day is that we can give up completely hindrances. When we practice, by all postures, we do until we suffer, and suffer to the utmost of suffering. We will manage to do so. It will be certainly fruitful. In addition, we have to stop worrying about food. The seventh day. If we follow all steps of the practice, mind will become more concentrated on this day, depending also on our will on perseverance each day. We do the same practice as on other days. We wait till we suffer from hunger. We then eat, and eats only a considerable portion. After that, we practice by standing, walking, sitting. We practice continuously the whole day, and we have to observe all practices inclusively. In addition, we have to firstly overcome all hindrances. When we succeed in doing so, we will be able to develop concentration. We can know the concentration from mental images appearing in mind when it develops establishment and cultivates wisdom. We practice till mind develops the concentration of the fourth jhana. If mind could develop into the fourth jhana, it could develop to higher levels quickly and attain the ultimate goal in Buddhism. Mind can separate from body or defilements by two means: by the power of concentration gained from the practice, and by attainment of insight into the truth of life, that the body is transient, subject to suffering, and devoid of immortal soul. If we manage to control internal mental states, we will produce a result eventually on the seventh day of the practice. We will be able to attain the path of purity. The most important point for the practice, which is a must, is knowledge and understanding on the practice so that we can succeed eventually.
Conclusion of most effective techniques and tips on concentration and insight meditation for realistic results. The most effective techniques and tips on concentration meditation and insight meditation that we to know, understand, and remember by heart are: 1. Be careful of the mind and control it to be mindful of the body only. Do not definitely let it be touched and dash off to perceive external sense objects. When we realize that we are careless, mind is touched and runs away from the body. We have to rush to take it back and try to resume mindfulness on the body only. If it is still conditioned and goes away to perceive external sense objects, hurry to take it back again. 2. Stop worrying about anything. Then stay in 7 following advantageous conditions, which are favorable to mental development so that concentration establishment will not decline. Suitable adobe, example, the place that is not busy. Suitable resort, example, it is not difficult to go from alms gathering, not too far from food provision. Suitable speech, example, profitable talk about Dhamma. Suitable person, example, followers of the path of righteousness, persons of wisdom who can be appropriate advisors.
Suitable food, example, food which is good for health and not difficult to eat. Suitable climate, example, not too cold, not too hot, etc. Suitable posture, example, walking is suitable for some, sitting for others. Purification of morality. Morality has to be always observed and purified, and loving kindness has to be radiate every time, both before and after practice. Every time of the practice, both concentration and insight meditation, we have to practice to the utmost of suffering. That is to practice till we experience suffering, and suffering becomes so severe that we cannot stand. It is suffering from 4 practice postures: standing, walking, sitting, and lying. We have to practice to the utmost of suffering at each practice by each posture. This is the best perseverance to torture defilements. Food consumption. We have to practice to the utmost of suffering also. Food plays the most important role in meditation practices. On each day of practice, we have to wait till we suffer from hunger. When we eat, do not eat a lot. In addition, every time we eat, we have to contemplate food to realize that it is dirt and excretion. Else we cannot make progress in practice. We have to do continuous practice the whole day long and strive a great deal to practice. Rest less, 5 to 7 hours a day is enough. Thorough knowledge and understanding on the practice of both concentration meditation and insight meditation are required. We have to cultivate wisdom about mind. We have to know the mental state during the practice. For example, we have to know and understand how to train mind to be mindful and conscious, how mind is calm, pure, and enlightened, or scattered. We have to know and understand mental images appearing every moment the mind is concentrated. Moreover, we have to remember them by heart, especially mental images. When we practice by mindfulness on breathing, which is a subject of meditation suitable for every temperament and more standard than others for concentration meditation in Buddhism. Another important point is that we have to know and understand clearly how to first, fourth absorption jhana and especially the fourth jhana. During the fourth jhana, the mind can separate from the body. Mind and body can separate from each other. We will feel as if somebody like a small monk holding a ceremonial fan with red lips always smiled in front of us. He would follow us to whatever direction we changed the posture. He would appear in front of us, smiling to us. It seems to be another state. This is a feature of the fourth jhana. Mind can separate from body. This is a mental image of the fourth jhana. Maintain well the fourth jhana. Do not let it decline. Therefore, the important objective of concentration meditation, insight meditation in terms of practice is the ability to separate mind from body by the power of concentration, if it is by concentration meditation. If it is insight meditation, mind can separate from body by the power of wisdom. To conclude, when we understand mental images appearing in mind during meditations, and if we can remember well mental images in every stage of meditation, mind is concentrated. We will be able to know to which level we can develop concentration, insight, and whether we succeed in developing meditations. This will indicate whether we practice correctly and assist us in making progress in the practice to the highest level correctly. This is how mental images play the important role in meditation practices. Consequently, we have to remember them thoroughly, both the ones by concentration meditation and the ones by insight meditation. In this connection, when we do meditation practices, do hope for the success in the fourth jhana primarily.
Concentration meditation by mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati. Concentration samadhi
means one-pointed of mind, steadfast concentration for mental tranquility or insight. Meditation by mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati, means mental task in realizing inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose and the upper lip only. This is concentration meditation, which brings about equilibrium and concentration. This is the most important meditation exercise which is suitable for the temperament of people in general. Therefore, mindfulness on breathing is the most standard meditation practice for concentration meditation in Buddhism. The most important point to know and remember before practicing concentration meditation. The objective of concentration meditation is to be able to attain the fourth jhana. The characteristics of the fourth jhana is to succeed in training mind to be able to separate from body by the power of concentration resulting from meditation practice by mindfulness on breathing in Buddhism. The features of the fourth jhana in terms of practice is that mind is concentrated on one sense object to the entire exclusion of all else. Mind is concentrated so deeply that equanimity is developed. When we open eyes, we will feel as if somebody with red lips kept smiling to us constantly. Even we change the direction of the posture to other directions, we would follow to appear in front of us. Keeping smiling at first, we'll be surprised. It seems as if somebody kept following us. He looks like a small monk holding a ceremonial fan and keeps smiling to us. This is another state in Buddhism. When such a state occurs, we, the practitioners, have to know and understand that this is the characteristics of the fourth jhana. We have to pay good attention to it. Do not let decline the characteristics of the fourth jhana, the ability of mind to separate from body. Postures for concentration meditation by mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati. 1. Standing meditation. We practice by standing upright with no bending back, heels next to each other, in a collected posture with two eyes closed. Left palm on the surface of the belly, and the right one on the former. Stand in a comfortable manner, not stiffly, stand still, do not sway nor fidget. Standing in a collected manner, we begin to practice mind to be aware of inhalation and exhalation by directing the mind at the tip of the nose only. How to notice the feeling at the time of inhalation and exhalation. When we realize inhalation, we feel the air touching the upper part of the nose tip. We have to watch it so that we can know the touch of the air. When breathing in, the belly rises. This is a bodily feeling of inhalation. Realizing inhalation, we chant Bud. Likewise, when breathing out, we feel the air touching the lower part of the nose tip and the upper lip. When breathing out, the belly falls. This is exhalation. Realizing exhalation, we chant Do. We have to practice mind to be aware of and to watch inhalation and exhalation at the upper part and lower part of the nose tip and the upper lip. It is because when breathing in, the air touches the upper part of the nose tip, and when breathing out, the air touches the upper lip. During the practice, we keep realizing inhalation and exhalation and chanting Buddha along as well. Continue the meditation practice by standing until mind is concentrated and some fruition is produced eventually. The fruition is indicated by mental images appearing in the mind. Resume the practice to the utmost of suffering. We thus change the posture. In practicing either concentration meditation or insight meditation by whatever posture, do not forget the most effective tip for the practice. Be careful of the mind. Keep it mindful of the body only. Do not definitely let it be touched. Dash out to perceive external sense objects. Whenever realizing that the mind flees away, hurry to take it back and make it mindful of the body again. If the mind wants to go out to perceive sense objects again, rush to take it back and keep it mindful of the body again. In this regard, when we practice concentration meditation by standing or by other postures, we have to remind ourselves of the most effective tip for the practice.
As regards mindfulness on breathing, keep the mind mindful of the nose tip and the lower part of the nostril or the upper lip only. By doing so, the mind will be mindful of the body. In whatever posture of the practice, whenever we realize that the mind tries to flee from the fixed point, hurry to take it back and make it mindful of the fixed point, which is the tip of the nose again. We have to watch out for the mind, which is mindful at the tip of the nose, whether it sneaks out. We have to mindfully note the movement in time. We have to always notice and watch out for it. If it flees away, we have to rush to take it back and keep it mindful of inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose again. Watching the mind is a very effective reminder when we practice meditation by standing or the other postures. This most effective tip for meditation always helps remind the mind to keep watching the mind and keep it mindful of the body, which is at the tip of the nose and the upper lip. This will keep us not to lose the mind easily, which benefits us especially. Another point for standing meditation is that we have to stand practicing meditation while realizing inhalation and exhalation till we encounter tribulation. This means that we practice till the extremity of suffering, and we will feel that we cannot stand it any more. We then change the posture for the practice. If we do not feel the extreme suffering, do not definitely change the posture. This is the point we should remember and try to practice accordingly, because it is perseverance to annihilate defilements effectively. Mindfulness on breathing can be exercised by keeping watching the air all the time during the practice, without changing the spot we watch the air. Watching the air at the tip of the nose only is the principle we should be able to follow and to remember by heart. However, in reality, it is very hard to prohibit the mind to move. The mind wavers easily as per various emotions. Understanding this fact, we then watch only at the tip of the nose, like cats watch rats for watching to catch thieves. When the mind changes its direction to other body door, the mind has to mindfully note that, watch the change quietly, and realize it only, but the mind must not neglect to realize the breathing by watching at the nose tip definitely. Chanting Buddho is required along the practice by mindfulness on breathing throughout standing posture or other postures. During meditation, practiced by standing, we can know whether mind is concentrated or not by noticing mental images appearing at each level of concentration. This will help us understand the result of our practice, how much we make progress, whether the mind is concentrated. This is one's own experience. Mental images appear in one's mind. We strive to practice the mind to be concentrated, and the concentration increases gradually to inhibit defilements with the power of concentration. Mental images, thus, are the most important phenomena we should know and understand. We have to remember the mental images resulting from mindfulness on breathing. They are indicators of the effectiveness of our practice. During the standing meditation, there may be some obstacles at the beginning of the practice, the mara of the aggregates, khandha mara. They are obstacles from our body, which hinder mind from becoming concentrated. Sometimes we may feel itchy, as if some chicken mites were climbing on our body. Therefore, we have to make an effort to overcome primarily the mara of the aggregates. We have to know what they are. We will then understand correctly. If we can defeat the mara of the aggregates, we will have no more such a feeling. There is another aspect of practice we should exercise till it becomes a habit. That is, when we practice meditation by whatever posture, we have to practice till the utmost of suffering of such a posture. We then change the posture. Before changing the posture, we have to realize the cause of the change, that is suffering. Walking meditation. We start by standing straight in a collected manner with eyes open. We do not walk with eyes closed because we cannot see the path. And then make the mind at ease, neither serious nor scattered. Do not stand stiffly, bow the head a little, look straight, about 2 to 4 meters long. Lower the sight in parallel with the head, bending. Left palm on the surface of the belly, and the right one on the former, like we do for standing meditation. Without concentrating the body, we start stepping forward with either left foot or right one, whichever can do. We step a moderate step, neither too quick nor too slow, neither too long nor too short. Keep the steps constant. Chant Bud when the stepping foot touches the floor, and Do when the other one does. The walking distance should be moderate, about 25 to 40 steps. In walking meditation, we walk naturally. Do not specify the pace, and do not force the walking gesture. Only realizing the walking action is the most important matter. We chant Bud when the stepping foot touches the floor, and Do when the other one does. We keep chanting Budo, Budo all along walking meditation. While we are doing walking meditation, keep the mind on stepping only. Be careful of the mind. Keep it. Do not definitely let it be touched and dash out to perceive external sense objects and feelings. We have to keep the mind mindful of the stepping only all the time we are doing walking meditation. In case the mind is touched, seeks to go out, neglects mindfulness on the stepping. When we realize this, we have to hurry to bring it back and make it mindful of the stepping again, every time of walking meditation. One thing that keeps the mind not to dash out of the body to be touched is the mind and matter at the body door while stepping. When the soul touches the floor, a feeling at the body door rises. There are feelings of the mind and matter at the body door. Sometimes the soul touches the floor and we feel that it is soft, e.g. carpet floor, etc. Sometimes we feel hardness. It depends on what the soul touches. Being mindful of feelings at the body door while setting the soul on the floor, we will be able to realize the stepping of our walking meditation. There are the feelings of the mind and matter at the body door. This will enable the mind to be mindful of the body only. The important point of walking meditation is ability to be mindful of stepping only. We will be able to know the stepping of the walking feet when the soul touches the floor. We will feel and left foot or right foot is stepping. When the left foot is touching the floor, a feeling rises clearly at the soul touching the floor. At the same time we chant Bud. When the right foot steps on the floor, a clear feeling rises. We chant Do. We chant Budo, Budo. While stepping during walking meditation to the utmost of suffering, we then change the posture. The significant aspect of walking meditation is that no mindfulness on breathing at the tip of the nose is exercised during meditation. We keep mindfulness on stepping only. This is different from meditation by other postures, standing, sitting, lying, in which we are mindful in inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose. The technique for walking meditation is walking in a natural manner without bending or contracting the body. We do not walk stealthily, which is against the usual walk. The important point is that we have to be able to realize the stepping from the ham to the sole which touches the floor. We are to keep walking till suffering arises. The suffering gradually increases till we cannot really stand it. That is the extremity of suffering. We then change posture and the next one is sitting. Before changing the posture, we have to know and understand why we have to change the posture. It is because we cannot stand the suffering resulting from walking for a long time. When we understand correctly, we then can change the posture to continue the practice. As regards turning the body, when we walk to the end of the meditation path, we have to turn back. we gradually turn to the right, realizing the turning action while always chanting Buddho inside. When we finish turning back, stand still for a while and then resume walking. This is the walking cycle. We can know whether the mind becomes concentrated by noticing the mental images appearing in the mind as mentioned earlier. Conclusion of what we should know and remember as well as understand about walking meditation. 1. The importance of walking meditation is mindfulness on the stepping of both left foot and right foot, realizing the stepping of the foot on the floor and chanting Buddho at the same time all the time throughout the practice. 2. What indicates the left foot and the right foot are stepping is the feeling when the left foot and the right one touch the floor. That is to know the stepping of the feet is walking meditation. 3. What makes the mind concentrated on the stepping of both feet is mind and body at the body door. That is the feeling when the foot touches the floor. We feel cold, hot, soft, or hard. We then have to realize the mind and matter, which are such feelings as the body door. 4. We have to do walking meditation till we encounter supreme suffering that we cannot stand. That is to practice walking meditation till the utmost of suffering. We then change the posture to sitting posture. 5. What indicates whether the mind is concentrated and how much it is so is mental images, which are phenomena appearing in the mind when the mind becomes concentrated at each stage. Mental images resulting from mindfulness on breathing are important, and we should remember them thoroughly. They will assist us in understanding and knowing whether we succeed in concentration meditation practice, whether the mind becomes concentrated, to which level we make progress. As a result, we can know the results of our practice by ourselves. Sitting meditation. We start by sitting upright, holding mindfulness with legs crossed like a Buddha image in sitting posture for meditation. Right foot on the left one, which is on the floor, right hand with palm up, on the left one with palm up, also in the lap, with eyes closed. Do not be serious. Keep the mind at ease. Do not worry about anything, both in the past and in the future. Keep the mind mindful of inhalation and exhalation only. Sitting in a correct posture, we are ready for the practice. Keep mindfulness at the tip of the nose. Notice the inhalation touching the upper part of the nostril and the exhalation touching the upper lip. Keep mindfulness on inhalation and exhalation at the nose tip only. We have to know and understand that it is the aspect of watching that will be correct and effective aspect of mindfulness on breathing. When we feel that the body is breathing in, the belly is rising. We have to realize inhalation by watching the air at the upper part of the nose tip where the air touches. At the same time, when realizing the inhalation at the nose tip, we chant Bud loudly inside. When we feel that the body is breathing out by watching the air at the upper lip where the out-breathing air touches, the belly is falling, we chant Do loudly inside. Regarding sitting meditation, we should remember, realizing breathing is to be done by watching all the time at the upper part of the nose tip, because when we breathe in, the air touches this part, and watching at the lower part of the nose tip and the upper lip, because when we breathe out, the air touches that part. We have to keep the mind mindfully watching the tip of the nose. If the mind is not mindful and flees from the mentioned area, rush to bring it back and make it mindful of the area again. It means that the mind has to be always mindful of the body,
Only by realizing and watching at the nose tip only, at the upper part of the nostril and the upper lip, all the time throughout the practice by mindfulness on breathing during sitting meditation, to change the posture. While we are doing sitting meditation, realizing breathing by watching attentively the air at the nose tip. Some feelings rise, especially at the beginning of the practice. For example, feelings rise at the bottom or ankles, or feelings related to the seat which is soft. We will feel the softness of the seat. Sometimes we sit on a hard seat, we feel its hardness. This is the obvious feeling of the mind and matter rising at the body door. Therefore, if we have such a feeling, we have to realize it as it is. Any feeling of the mind and matter being cold, heat, softness, or hardness rises, we have to realize it at the body door. At the same time, we are to keep on being aware of inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose. We realize the mind and the matter while realizing or watching inhalation and exhalation. Do not forget the most effective tip for practicing the meditation, which can be a good reminder. When we practice sitting meditation, with eyes closed, realizing inhalation and exhalation at the upper part of the nose tip, the lower part of the nostril, and the upper lip, we have to be aware of the mind. Always keep the mind at the tip of the nose only all the time during the practice. If we know that the mind is touched and flees from the fixed point, which is the tip of the nose or within the body, we have to realize it in time and rush to bring it back and keep it mindful at the tip of the nose only again. In order to be able to realize inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose, dogged perseverance in practice, ability to notice, and wisdom are required. Moreover, we have to keep watching at the tip of the nose all the time during practice. We will be able to realize inhalation when we feel the air touching the upper part of the nose tip, and exhalation when the air touches the lower part of the nostril and the upper lip. The common point for every posture of meditation is we have to practice till the extremity of suffering of each posture for sitting meditation. We have to sit practicing meditation till the utmost of suffering, feeling the extreme suffering until we cannot stand it any more. We then change to other posture after sitting posture is lying one. Before changing the posture, we have to realize that we change the posture due to suffering. We have to understand that it is because of suffering we change the posture to end the suffering. We have to know every time the cause why we have to change the posture before changing. There is an indicator indicating the result of our practice, whether the mind becomes more concentrated, to which level our concentration is developed. That indicator is mental image, which is a natural phenomenon appearing in the mind when the mind gradually becomes concentrated and develops to various levels. Mental images vary according to the level of concentration. Mental images indicate and confirm whether the mind becomes concentrated, to which level of concentration is developed. They are mental phenomena appearing in the mind. In this connection, when we practice meditation by mindfulness on breathing, we have to know and understand clearly the mental images resulting from mindfulness on breathing appearing at each stage of mental concentration. This will assist us in understanding how to practice correctly. The mental images according to the stages of mental concentration are as follows. 1. When we practice meditation by mindfulness on breathing, the mind becomes concentrated and established to the level of momentary concentration. Kani-ka-samadhi. No mental images appear because the mind becomes a little concentrated. The mind can only realize inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose for a moment from time to time. 2. Being able to realize the breathing, the mind becomes concentrated to the level of proximate concentration. Upakara samadhi. Some mental images appear at these stages. Sometimes we feel as if there was a light or a candle light near us. Sometimes we feel as if a light was flashing to our face while sitting with eyes closed practicing meditation. Sometimes we see as if some images appeared like divine images. Sometimes we mentally see like a skeleton wavering in front of us. Sometimes we see with eyes open smoke floating in front of us. In addition, there are 5 raptures, piti, resulted during the stage of proximate concentration. 1. Minor rapture, kudaka piti. It is lesser thrill during which we experience goose pimples, teardrops. 2. Momentary rapture, kanika piti. It is instantaneous joy during which we experience penetrating feeling like lightning. 3. Showering rapture, okanitaka piti. It is flood of joy. We feel it showering inside the body like waves breaking on the shore. 4. Uplifting rapture, ubega piti, during which we feel uplifted and express some feelings or do some actions unintentionally. For example, we exclaim or feel the body is light and floats from the seat. 5. Pervading rapture, Farana Pizzi. It is suffusing joy. We feel as if our body became bigger and bigger till it filled up the room where we sit. These 5 raptures are results from the concentration at the level of proximate concentration only. One point we should remember is before the mind becomes absorbed in absorption state, jhana, in the level of attainment concentration, apanasamhati, the mind has to always experience mental phenomena in pervading rapture. When the mind develops attainment concentration, it will develop to the jhana state eventually. The mind that is concentrated to the level of attainment concentration, apanasamhati, does not experience mental images but emotions, which indicate the level of jhana. Before the mind enters into jhana state at the first jhana, the mind has to experience the mental phenomena and pervading rapture state every time of the practice. Pervading rapture, therefore, is the indicator indicating and confirming that the mind is on the threshold of entering jhana state. On the contrary, if the mind is concentrated but no mental images and pervading rapture are experienced, it means that our concentration is not developed to jhana state. During the first, fourth jhana, the mind experiences some aspects as follows. The first jhana, mind has 5 sensations: thought, discursive thinking, rapture, happiness, and mental one-pointedness. The second jhana, mind has 3 sensations: rapture, happiness, and mental one-pointedness. The third jhana, mind has happiness and mental one-pointedness. The fourth jhana, mind has equanimity, upekkha, and mental one-pointedness, ekaggata. In order to know in which level of jhana the mind is established, we have to notice the above-mentioned aspects. The purpose of concentration meditation is the 4th jhana because only mental concentration in the 4th jhana can fight with the finer defilements. As a result, if the mind develops concentration to the 4th jhana, we have to maintain the status of the 4th jhana. Do not let it crumble. At the stage of the 4th jhana, the mind can be free from the body. We succeed in splitting the mind from the body. To understand easily, we can state that the mind is able to come off the body. This part is the mind nama, and another part is the body rupa. When the mind develops concentration to the 4th jhana, the mind experiences, with eyes closed, mental one-pointedness, ekaggata. When we open our eyes, we see as if a small monk with red lips holding a ceremonial fan looked at us and smiled to us all the time. This is another state. When we change the posture and move, the small monk keeps appearing in front of us, smiling to us all the time like a shadow moving along with us. To whichever direction we move, the small monk keeps smiling to us as if he was another human being. All this is a feeling inside. It is a natural phenomena. When we experience such a natural phenomena, bear in mind that it is the feeling of the mind in the fourth jhana. The mind is pure and is able to be free from the body. This is the separation of the mind from the body. We have to know and understand the natural phenomena in the fourth jhana. If we do not study and do not know about it, we will be frightened, or we will not pay attention to what is happening. Consequently, we do not understand that the fourth jhana, and it will crumble easily because we have never known about it before, so we have no intention to maintain it. Coming to existence, the mental aspects, which are mental phenomena, including all mental images, till the state of the fourth jhana, are indicators indicating and confirming whether our concentration meditation practice can really produce some fruition, whether we practice correctly according to the method of the practice by mindfulness on breathing, to which level we develop our concentration. When the mind becomes more concentrated, mental images appearing clearly during the practice are indicators indicating whether we practice concentration meditation correctly, and to which level and how we develop the concentration. This enables us to understand clearly how to practice meditation by ourselves as learning by doing. Conclusion of techniques and tips for effective and correct meditation practice by sitting. 1. For meditation practice by sitting, training the mind to be mindful of breathing by watching and the breathing air at the tip of the nose only is required. It is very difficult to do so if we do not know the real nature of the mind. We are firstly understand clearly the basic qualification of the mind, and then it will be easier to train the mind and direct it as per our desire. 2. To be mindful in inhalation and exhalation, we have to direct the mind at the tip of the nose. We will be able to realize inhalation when feeling the air touching the upper part of the nose tip, and exhalation when feeling the air touching the lower part of the nostril at the upper lip. Mindfulness on breathing has to be exercised by watching inhalation and exhalation and chant Bud when realizing inhalation and Do for exhalation all the time throughout the practice. Chanting at the same time as realizing breathing all the time during the practice will empower the concentration to be able to fight with the unwholesomeness of defilements. Therefore, chanting Budo cannot be neglected. Budo is the most sacred chanting words in Buddhism because they are abbreviations of the Lord Buddha's name. To practice effectively mindfulness on inhalation and exhalation, knowledge and understanding on the existing nature of the mind before the practice is a must. The following is the fundamental nature of the mind. The mind is the state of quick, constant flux, like a monkey who never stays still. It is very difficult to tame it. It always loves to perceive pleasant emotions. Therefore, to be able to train mind easily, knowledge on the fundamental nature of the mind is required. If we know about the basic nature of the mind well enough, we will be able to train the mind to be mindful of breathing at the tip of the nose by watching the mind, observing how and to which direction it changes. We keep watching the mind continuously at every single breath and at only one spot, which is at the tip of the nose. We do not have control the mind nor force it to be present at the nose tip, but watch it and be aware of where and how it wanders. When the mind is tired of wandering, We can eventually train it to realize respiration easily and correctly according to how to practice meditation by mindfulness on breathing. We are to know, understand, and remember mental phenomena which are mental images and sensations of jhana states. All mental images appearing at each level of concentration, i.e., momentary concentration, proximate concentration, and attainment concentration, and aspects in 5 jhanas enable us to understand how to practice concentration meditation correctly. 5. We are to sit, practicing meditation till the greatest tribulation, which we cannot stand any more. We then change the posture. The next posture is lying. Before changing the posture due to suffering, we have to realize that it is because of suffering that we have to change the posture, and then we change it. During the practice, keep the mind at the tip of the nose all the time. That is, keeping the mind mindful of the body. If we are careless, the mind will be away. When we realize that the mind is touched and then goes away from the fixed point, which is the nose tip, we have to rush to bring it back and keep it mindful of the nose tip again, all the time throughout the practice till some fruition is produced or change of posture is needed. These are tips for concentration by meditation, by mindfulness on breathing. Lying meditation. To do lying meditation, lie supine with eyes closed, stretch both legs, do not lie prone. Lie in a comfortable posture, do not lie stiffly. Lay the head on a pillow with both hands on the chest, one on top of the other. Do not move, do not turn the body to change the posture. Continue the first posture till the extremity of sitting meditation. We can lie in whatever position we feel convenient, but the significant point is that we lie with eyes closed and mindful note inhalation and exhalation at the tip of the nose only. Being ready for meditation practice by lying with eyes closed, we start practicing mindfulness on breathing at the tip of the nose to realize inhalation and exhalation of the body by watching breathing air. At the same time, we chant Bud when feeling in breathing air touching the upper part of the nose tip and Do, when feeling out breathing air touching the lower part of the nostril and the upper lip. For lying meditation, we mindfully note inhalation and exhalation at the nose tip, like by other postures mentioned earlier, and keeping on chanting Budo, Budo. Throughout the practice, the reason why we chant at the same time as we realize the breathing is that chanting empowers concentration to be able to fight with the power of defilements. We will not be easily enamored and fall into the unwholesome power of defilements when the mind is touched by external emotions. Mindfulness on breathing during sitting meditation is practiced in the same way as it is during meditation by other postures as earlier mentioned. The significant point for meditation by every posture is the same. That is, keeping the mind to be always mindful of respiration at the tip of the nose. If we are absent-minded and realize that the mind is fleeing away from the tip of the nose, do not realize it and hurry to bring it back and keep it mindful of breathing at the nose tip again. This important tip will really remind us during the practice to be aware of the mind and always keep it at the nose tip. As a result, the mind will not stroll from the body easily. To change the posture can be done like when practicing by other postures. We have to practice by sitting to the utmost of suffering which we cannot stand anymore. We then change the posture. Understand well why we have to change posture, we do it. This applies to all other postures of practice. We change the posture due to utter suffering.
Insight and insight meditation. Vipassana Bhavana. Vipassana means insight, the development of wisdom to realize the impermanence, suffering, and non-selfness of the compounded things, Saghara, and the true state of compounded things by knowing that compounded things are under the law of common characteristics, namely impermanence, suffering, and non-selfness. Therefore, the insight meditation is exercised to develop the mind to give rise to wisdom in realizing the truth of compounded things as they are. Insight practice is the only one way of meditation development by the four foundations of mindfulness. Mahasatipatthana Sutta, which means mindfulness on body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. The omniscient Buddha approved that the meditation practiced by means of Mahasatipatthana Sutta in Buddhism absolutely leads meditators to fruits, the cessation of suffering. In this regard, we all should understand that Vipassana means the four foundations of mindfulness. The meditators who follow the meditation practice must have a good knowledge about the mind and matter first, because they are the only sense objects of insight meditation, not others. Their practice surely bears fruits to them. In conclusion, insight meditation can be exercised according to the four foundations of mindfulness. The method of insight meditation is the only one way to achieve the cessation of all suffering. Insight meditation should be exercised as follows. While practicing meditation, meditators have to be aware of the mind and always directed to the body. Do not let the conditioned mind flee from the body to perceive external sense objects. Whenever, realizing absent-mindedness, the meditators have to draw back the conditioned mind and make it mindful of the physical body only. If the mind still wanders perceiving other sense objects again, meditators have to do the same again. Before practicing insight meditation, we should know first why to be mindful of the physical body only. One reason is that the meditation practice makes meditators realize the truth of the body, impermanence, suffering, and dissolution at last. To realize the truth of the body as it is, we must have the mind with perfect mindfulness and clear consciousness. The early mentioned mind must have established and concentrated to be the efficient mind full of wisdom that can realize the truth of life. This is the attainment of insight. Another reason is that ordinary men's minds is undeveloped. It is naturally subject to defilements, more or less. When they do not develop their mind to the high level of attaining insight, their mind is subject to defilements, namely the perversity of mind. Without mindfulness and clear consciousness, they misunderstand and do not see the truth as it is. They, therefore, have to develop their own mind by cultivating mindfulness and clear consciousness on the physical and mental phenomena all the time. They can attain path and fruition, magga and phala, in the reasonable time. Therefore, all meditators have to develop their own mind to be mindful of the body to realize the truth. How is the real state of the body? To know the truth, whether the body is suffering or not, they have to be mindful of the physical body all the time for researching how the truth of the body is. Mindfulness means attentiveness. Without attentiveness, it is mindlessness. In this regard, we have to develop the mind for perfect mindfulness by mindfully noting the body to realize the truth of life as it is all the time. Our body is the place to develop our mind or to mindfully note the truth of the body. If meditators develop mind by the right way of the four foundations of mindfulness, the mind with perfect and efficient mindfulness will appear. The mind with perfect mindfulness gradually develops more and more as the four foundations of mindfulness, satipatthana, mean occurrence of mindfulness. Another reason why in the Dhamma practice we have to develop mind by mindfulness on the physical body only is that the supreme purpose of the Dhamma practice in Buddhism is to cease all suffering.
In order to cease all suffering, we must practice the teachings till we can cease suffering first. Doing so is called attainment of insight knowledge. We then can cease suffering. To attain insight knowledge, we must develop the mind by mindfully noting physical body only as a watcher all the time, so as to be able to cultivate mindfulness and clear comprehension by which we can realize the truth of our lives, which is the arising and dissolution of the mind and matter, nama and rupa, all the time. As a result, we will realize the truth of lives, impermanence, suffering, and selflessness. There are only the arising and dissolution of the mind and matter all the time. After more practice, we can realize suffering or attain the insight knowledge. Another important reason is that our minds are in our bodies. When there is body, there is the mind, which can perceive several sensations of sense objects. In the Dhamma practice in Buddhism, the enlightened one taught disciples to develop their own minds. Human beings are good or bad depending on their minds. If their minds are well developed, they can remove defilements and attain cessation of suffering by the ability of each individual's wisdom resulting from the Dhamma's practice. The omniscient Buddha taught that body and mind go together. When there is body, there is mind. Thus, when persons pass away, there is no mind. Suffering does not stay anywhere else but in the body. This means that we can see changes and impermanence appearing in our bodies, and it cannot control them. It is because our bodies are naturally impermanent, suffering, and selfless. The arising and dissolution of the mind and matter appear in our bodies all the time. This is the suffering resulting from birth, old age, sickness, and death. In conclusion, all the truth of life we want to know and have insight into is in our body, being, mind, suffering, matter, and mind, mindfulness, and clear comprehension. This means that our bodies are the place to research for dhammas. To attain insight knowledge, meditators have to develop mind by mindfully noting the physical body all the time to realize the truth of compounded things, saghara. By doing so, mindfulness and clear comprehension will appear. Another important thing which should be known before the Dhamma practiced by the four foundations of mindfulness, or vipassana bhavana, is what mind is and what matter is. It is because in vipassana bhavana practice we know that the mind and matter as sense objects all the time in all postures of Dhamma practice. Therefore we must know what the mind and matter mean and where to be mindful of. The mind and matter can be noted at 6 sense doors or 6 sense organs. The mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ are the most important things because they are used for observing in the practice by 4 foundations of mindfulness. Therefore we should know and keep these things in mind, clearly feeling that cold, heat, softness, and solidness appear at the body door or body organ is called matter, rupa. Clearly realizing that cold, heat, softness, or solidness appear at the body door or body organ is called mind, nama. Knowing what mind is and what matter is at the time of practice, we must mindfully note that mind and matter in the time when we clear feeling manifests. In the vipassana bhavana practice, meditators are required to remember by heart the state of the mind and matter. 4 foundations of mindfulness. 4 satipathanas mean mindfulness on body, feelings, mind, and mind objects like seeing of eye, hearing of ear, etc., as the sense objects throughout the time of insight meditation. Insight meditation, vipassana bhavana, means that at the time of Dhamma practice we, Buddhist meditators, chant at the same time as directing mindfulness on the mind and matter. The chanting words used are Buddho, the Buddha's sacred name.
Insight meditation, my 4 foundations of mindfulness. 4. Satipatthana. There are 4 postures in the Dhamma practice, namely standing, walking, sitting, and lying. Standing meditation. Standing posture is the first posture to start the Dhamma's practice. In standing meditation, we must easily stand upright with eyes closed, be relaxed, neither harden our body nor fidget, and put the left hand on the surface of abdomen and the right hand on the left one. Closing eyes in standing meditation is absolutely recommended because eyes will not see other eye objects coming to appear at the eye door. By doing so, we do not waste time to mindfully note the sense objects of the mind and matter. Some meditators may think that opening eyes in standing meditation is better than closing eyes. That is all right, only that meditators must be mindful of the mind and matter by the right way of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Satipatthana. In standing meditation, do stand straight, put the heels next to each other, and stand still. We are to know and understand the tips for the practice by the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Satipatthana. As mentioned in Mahasatipatthana Sutta for attaining the right understanding and cessation of suffering at last. In the Dhamma practice, what will be contemplated? While practicing standing meditation, we must mindfully note standing action and direct mindfulness and clear consciousness every moment on the mind and the matter appearing at the body door. In fact, during standing meditation, we realize standing because the feeling appears at the 2 heels and the soles touching the floor. While the soles, a part of body, are touching the floor, we feel that the floor is soft or solid. It is the feeling of the mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ. The important principle in meditation practice is mindfully noting the mind and matter in 4 postures. In standing meditation practice, we must note what mind is and what matter is. We have to be mindful of them at 6 doors or 6 organs. When standing practicing meditation with eyes closed, we must let our feelings go naturally. These feelings may appear anywhere within the body. We must not control these feelings of the mind and matter to stay at any part of the body. We just follow to realize the mind and matter appearing at 6 doors or 6 sense organs. The important point is mindfully noting the physical body and not letting the mind go outside the body to perceive the other sense objects absolutely. In standing meditation, we must note the feeling of cold, heat, softness, or solidness, what mind is and what matter is, which feeling appears clearly at which part of the body. We must follow to note that feeling and know how the feeling is. While mindfully noting that feeling, we chant Buddho, Buddho. During the practice, mind has to realize the feeling of the mind and matter that occur, which are cold, heat, softness, and hardness. These feelings appear at the body door. They manifest obviously, at which the body door mind has to realize such a clear feeling in time and chant Buddho at the same time. The next step, we must follow to note the feelings, which part of the body they are moving to. This is to mindfully note the mind and matter at the part of the body where clear feelings appear. The mind and matter at the body door. Mindfulness has to be exercised by watching the arising and passing away of the mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ. When the feelings of cold, heat, softness, or solidness rise at any part of the body, we must follow to note that part and must not absolutely force the mind to note any particular part as we wish. If we can mindfully note the feelings of the mind and matter appearing at the body door in time every moment they arise and pass away, it can be stated that we can realize the current sense objects. Observation on the standing meditation practice. In standing meditation, the feelings may mostly appear at the soles or hands placed on the abdominal surface. At whichever part of the body the feelings appear, we just follow to note them and realize them in time every moment they rise and pass away. This is the correct way of meditation practice. Closing eyes during standing meditation practice is the best way because we do not have to spend the time on noting the mind and matter appearing at the eye door.
We must practice the standing meditation intensively until the strong painful feeling manifests. We must follow to note that the strong painful feeling until we can no longer practice in the standing posture due to the strong painful feeling. We thus need to change the standing meditation posture into another posture. When the practice comes to the step in which the strong painful feeling occurs, we must follow to note paining, until we feel that the pain and ache appearing at the legs is too strong for us to hold the body to practice meditation in the standing posture any longer. It is necessary to change the practice posture into another one. Please bear in mind that the strong painful feeling makes the body unwell. Accordingly, the mind is also suffering due to the effect of unhappy body. When the mind is wandering and conditioned by the mentioned painful feeling, we must follow to realize the state of mind in time every moment. When facing the most painful feeling resulting from the practice, we must mindfully note the physical body to know that the arising and passing away of the mind and matter all the time. Every time the strong painful feeling appears, mediators must follow to note them every time too. The sense object of the mind occurs to that the strong painful feeling. We must mindfully note that sense object every moment and must know that the suffering, the bodily pain and mental pain is manifesting. The suffering is the first truth of the Four Noble Truths. Therefore, meditators must distinguish which sense object is the sense object of feelings, which sense object manifests due to wandering and thinking mind, and which sense object is the sense object of suffering due to the most painful feeling that is mind object. Meditators must mindfully note and distinguish that the body is the base for noting the sense object of body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. These four sense objects manifest while we practice Dhamma, as early explained. When we can mindfully note and distinguish these sense objects sharply, we will be able to know that the sense objects, while practicing the standing meditation, are the sense objects of the four foundations of mindfulness: body, feeling, mind, and mind objects. It can be stated that we truthfully practice the four foundations of mindfulness in the right way. The mind and the matter are used as the sense objects of mindfulness as the body door or body organ at all times, coupled with chanting Buddho every moment. This is a complete practice. In standing meditation practice, we mindfully observe the mind and matter at the body door. Keep on standing. Suffering from painful legs will surely manifest. Uncomfortable and unhappy feelings will rise accordingly. The mind will then be conditioned. We only mindfully note it. When we practice till the utmost of suffering, we will realize the truth of life, which is a physical discomfort resulting from the practice. This is the truth of painful feelings, which is one sense object of the four foundations of mindfulness. This suffering is physical and mental discomfort, the first doctrine of the Four Noble Truths. We should also know that we will not have the sense object of the four foundations of mindfulness if we train our minds by mindfulness on other things outside the body. The sense objects of the four foundations of mindfulness remain within the body only. Dead man is a good example. His feelings of the sense object of satipatthana finish. Therefore, we must try to keep our mind to stay mindful of the body in the meditation practice. Therefore, we practitioners have to keep the mind mindful of the sense objects of the four foundations of mindfulness: body, feelings, mind, and mind objects, by using the mind and matter at the base of the practice. We resume standing meditation practice at the utmost of suffering resulting from the painful body. Mindfully note it. We cannot stand it any more when we then change the posture. This is the correct practice by means of the four foundations of mindfulness, or Vipassana Bhavana. Suggestions. During standing meditation practice, the mind has to be mindful of body, feelings, mind, and mind objects only. Simultaneously chanting Buddho to mindfully note the mind and matter appearing at the body door all the time is required. The word Buddho must be chanted silently to oneself, focusing on the feeling points of the mind and matter appearing clearly at the body door. The feelings of the mind and matter appears at one point of the body. Realizing it in time, we chant Bud. Then the feeling moves to another point of the body. We must train our mind to follow to mindfully note the feeling appearing at that new point of the body. At that time, we chant Do. Do it whenever we realize the feeling that moves to another point of body, or chant Budo, together depending on one's skill. Doing so in the standing meditation is clearly right. Please understand that all the time during the practice, if possible, we can chant Budo, Budo, in noting the feeling of the mind and matter. A good effect received from chanting Budo is that the chanting words help us who are newcomers to Dhamma practice not only establish some strength in concentration on the sense object of mind to overcome 5 hindrances which obstruct us from attaining path and fruition in Buddhism, but also enables the mind to be calm and concentrated easily and quickly. Therefore, mindfully noting and chanting Budo must go together in the meditation practice. Please keep in mind that the significant point in Dhamma practice is that we practice Dhamma for the cessation of suffering, by removing all defilements completely and absolutely. To attain the objective, we must practice Dhamma by way of insight meditation, vipassana bhavana, to develop the mind to cultivate insight into suffering. In this regard, when starting practicing Dhamma by the 4 foundations of mindfulness, we must practice intensively and seriously in every posture, every time, until we can no longer practice, due to the strong painful feeling appearing at the body, so that we can train the mind to be able to realize the state of suffering as it is. Another important thing in noting the mind and matter in the standing meditation or other postures is that we must practice as a watcher who follows to look at the arising and passing away of the mind and matter. To be able to do so, we must have critical reflection, yoni somanasa sikara, in observing the mind and matter in every posture, every moment. When the mind and matter move, we realize them. If evenly doing so every day, we will be deaf in noting them and see their rising passing away all the time. Please bear in mind that realizing suffering is attaining and insight knowledge. The fruition depends on our wisdom and perseverance in mindfully noting the mind and matter as well.
Conclusion of standing meditation practice. The meditation practice by way of the 4 foundations of mindfulness is mind development to attain mindfulness and clear consciousness and effort making. These 3 dhammas are essential for the Dhamma practice, and so we should try to know and understand them clearly. We must note, as a watcher, the mind and the matter resulting from any feeling like cold, heat, softness, and solidness appearing at the body door or body organ. This is regarded as mind development to attain more efficient and perfect mindfulness. Doing so is the right practice. Sati means attentiveness or mindfulness in the development of mind or the Dhamma practice by means of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Do not let the mindfulness go away from the body. If we can train mind to be mindful of the body, the mind will stay still in the body by following to note the mind and matter as they are until we achieve concentration step by practicing vipassana bhavana. We will then be able to truly remove all defilements. In conclusion, the perfect and efficient mindfulness can be originated in mind because we can mindfully observe the mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ. Sapajana means clear consciousness, awareness, and comprehension. Clear consciousness can be developed when we comprehend and can be always aware of ourselves. During standing meditation practice, we have to train mind to be aware of standing posture all over the body door and the feelings appearing at the body door, which are the feelings of the mind and matter. This then enables mind to cultivate consciousness within the body every moment. Doing so is building up clear comprehension, consciousness, awareness. Whenever our mind moves to any point of the body and the feelings appears at the point clearly, we can be aware of the change of the mind and matter in time all the time. Doing so will make our mind develop clear consciousness better than before, and be able to generate perfect quality of clear consciousness. Developed mind full of consciousness can do everything.
in the Dhamma practiced by way of the four foundations of mindfulness, satipatthana, and the mind and matter are the most important things. We must understand and remember best how the mind and the matter appearing at six sense doors or six sense organs of the body are. While practicing Dhamma, we must also know what we mindfully note is the mind and matter. This is the correct practice. The Dhamma practiced by way of the four foundations of mindfulness and insight meditation is for developing mind to attain perfect quality of mindfulness and clear consciousness to see suffering and to cease suffering. It is because the ordinary men's mind stay far away from mindfulness and clear consciousness, especially on the truth of the body, due to the derangements covering our minds every moment. If defilements are not removed, minds with derangements easily wander. The practice by four satipatthana, only one way which can develop our mind to attain mindfulness and clear consciousness with perfect quality, will enable us to attenuate defilements in minds gradually. This is the right way of insight meditation, vipassana bhavana. The practice will not be successful if without an intense effort. In this regard, we must make the most intensive effort in practicing the teachings by standing until the most painful feeling appears, and we can no longer go on practicing in the standing posture. After that, we change to the new posture. This is the correct practice, as the Buddha taught in his lifetime. Come to be bhikkhu, the Dhamma is well expounded. Lead the sublime life, to perform righteousness to the utmost of suffering by the right way. Finally, we can know whether our Dhamma practice is successful or not by observing 5 raptures appearing during the Dhamma practice. If the mind experiences the state of 5 raptures, such a state tells us whether or not our practice by the 4 foundations of mindfulness is correct, and the fruition comes true as the Buddha taught. This can greatly assert whether or not the Buddha's teachings are true and whether our mind development by insight meditation is practiced correctly. Please remember that the mind in the level of rapture is not yet developed to the trance state jhana. However, we must keep in mind that the state of 5 raptures, which will be used in comparing the fruition from the real practice and the practice in theory, to see whether or not they are the same thing as we study and practice by ourselves. When we practice in the standing posture for a long time, the pain and the ache naturally rise. We must note the strong, painful feelings, and then change the posture to a new meditation posture. Walking meditation. We meditators must understand first that the method of the Dhamma practice in walking posture succeeds standing meditation posture. Before walking, we must stand upright, keep the mind relaxed, not wandering a few minutes, and after that begin the walking meditation. The action of walking meditation is that we should lower our heads a little, keep eyesight within the span of 2 to 4 meters, and place left hand on the surface of the belly, and right hand on the former. You must keep in the manner of proper and natural walk, neither too slow nor too quick, neither too long nor too short, and try to hold the body evenly. In walking meditation, we must let the body be easy in the nature of walking, neither forcing nor hardening the walk like walking hurriedly. Do not close eyes, as we cannot see the walking path. While walking, we must chant Buddho, Buddho, together with mindfully noting walking every moment of stepping. Try best to keep the walk natural, focusing on knotting the stepping state, because without the skill in knotting, there will not be any progress of the practice. Starting walking meditation, we must note the mind and matter appearing at the body door. At the moment of walking, our soul touches the floor, soft and solid depending on the floor we touch. In walking meditation, we realize the feeling as the soul's. As soon as the left foot touches the floor, the feeling rises. We must chant Bud. For the right when we chant Do, doing so is nothing the feeling of stepping. Chant continuously Buddho every moment of stepping. The important point to understand is how we note correctly in walking meditation. The answer is to note that state of stepping together with chanting. While stepping on the floor, we feel as the soul. The feeling rises clearly like when the left foot steps, it touches the floor.
The feeling appears clearly. Chanting Bud is made right away, and Do in the stepping of the right foot. Keep doing so throughout the walking meditation practice until we change the posture into another one. Observation. We must mindfully note that the state of stepping in time, every moment the real feeling of stepping rises clearly in stepping, and chant Buddha simultaneously. We must also be aware all the time that now we are doing walking meditation. We are stepping. We must always be aware of what we are doing. The clear awareness will stay all the time when we can skillfully note the mind and matter. In walking meditation, we realize walking when the feeling rises as the soul touching the floor together with the clear comprehension that there is a moving state of stepping. Such a feeling is the feeling of the mind and matter appearing at the body door, body organ. In whatever posture we practice meditation, do not forget note the mind and matter appearing clearly every moment. When the mind realizes the feeling of the mind and matter appearing clearly at the six body doors, six sense organs, we must not miss noting these feelings in time. Consequently, in practicing meditation by noting the mind and matter, if we are able to realize respiration, do note both the respiration and the mind and matter simultaneously. We may realize only that the body is breathing, but we do not realize the breathing air. It does not matter. When breathing in, chant Bod, and breathing out, Do, since the feeling of the noted mind and matter appearing at the body door and body organs does not move to other parts of the body, but the body still has respiration, and chanting and notation of the mind and matter can harmoniously go together at the same time in Dhamma practice. In walking meditation, we must intensively practice until the body encounters the most painful feeling. We cannot stand it, so we can change the posture into another meditation posture. Doing so is the right practice. When practicing Dhamma in any posture of standing, walking, sitting, or lying, we must do with extreme effort until the strong painful feeling appears and affects us so much that we cannot stand it any longer. We then change into another practice posture. We must note the feeling of the mind conditioned by sense objects, either good or bad, in practicing the teachings. We must hold the mind focused on mindfully noting the physical body, feelings, mind, and mind objects appearing as sense objects. If mind is conditioned by sense objects mostly due to the feelings of pain and ache, the mind wanders and is restless. While facing the most painful feelings in the Dhamma practice, we will find out by ourselves how the truth of suffering and feelings are. The practice comes to the point. It is necessary to change the practicing posture into others ones. In walking meditation, we mindfully observe the body, which is considered as the base for mindfulness on the truth of life. When we keep on practicing, the sense objects of body, feelings, mind, and mind objects will manifest as sensations in the body. During the practice, we do not need to control the mind, only follow to mindfully observe as a watcher the mind and the matter. As a result, we will realize the sense objects of the four foundations of mindfulness. This is the right practice of insight meditation. Conclusion of walking meditation. In walking meditation, we know walking manner from the stepping of the left foot and the right foot touching the floor. When the soul touches the floor, the feelings of softness, solidness, cold, and heat, which is the feeling resulting from the mind and the matter appearing at the body door, rises. Realizing that now we are doing walking meditation, we are stepping, we mindfully note the state of the stepping on the floor. When left foot touches the floor, the feeling at the soul rises. Chant Bud and Do for the right one together with doing walking meditation. To be able to realize walking manner, we have to mindfully note every moment the feeling of the soul touching the floor, which is the state of the mind and matter appearing at the body door of body organ. Developing the mind to observe the mind and matter together with chanting Buddha is mind development to attain full mindfulness by noting the mind and matter as sense object all the time. The developed mind will be more powerful and able to eradicate all defilements. It becomes a good mind with more mindfulness and clear consciousness than before. Such a mind is a qualitative, perfect, and suitable for removing defilements and cravings. The clear consciousness can be developed if we realize clearly the state of awareness that we are now walking, stepping, and realize the state of walking every moment together with noting the mind and matter at the body door or body organ. If we can realize the clear consciousness appearing directly as any part of the body, which is the clear awareness of the mind and matter at the body door all throughout walking meditation period, it will be mind development to attain perfect clear consciousness by walking meditation method according to the four foundations of mindfulness. Satipatthana, or insight meditation. Like other meditation posture, we must intensely practice the walking meditation until we cannot do any longer because of the greatest tribulation, pain, and ache appearing at the legs. We thus have to change the meditation posture into another one. However, we have to note that meditation posture change is due to the strongest painful feeling. We are required to have the most patience and make an extreme effort in the practice of the teachings until the body encounters the pain and ache appearing at the body so much that we cannot go on practicing meditation. Doing so is building up extreme effort in our mind. The walking meditation is the way to develop mind by 4 satipatthana, mindfully observing the physical body, feelings, mind, and mind objects to build up the progress of the mindfulness, clear consciousness, and effort. By doing so, we can cultivate wisdom that leads to the Nibbana, attainment in Buddhism at last. Sitting meditation. Sitting meditation is a meditation posture succeeding the walking posture due to the extreme painful feeling. The method of sitting meditation is as follows. We must sit straight with 2 eyes closed and secure mindfulness like the Buddha image in sitting posture by sitting with legs folded, having the right foot on top of the left one and the right hand with open palm on the open palm of the left hand in the lap. Make the mind easy. Do not worry about anything, neither the past nor the future, and only attend to the meditation practice. We must mindfully note the mind and matter appearing clearly at the body door or body organ, together with chanting Buddho at the same time like practicing meditation by other postures. Buddho means unite one. Mindfulness on the mind and matter is mainly exercised at the door body where a distinct feeling of cold, heat, softness, and solidness appears. The mind has to be mindful of such a distinct feeling. When we know what the mind and matter such a sense object belongs to, do instantly realize it as a sense object of such the mind and matter appearing at the body door. We almost pay no attention to the sense objects appearing at the other doors because we train the mind and to be mindful of the body only, especially when we practice with eyes closed. We do not need to be mindfully note the sense object appearing at the eye door. This is the case for sitting meditation when we practice with eyes closed. The most effective tip for Visappana Bhavana to enable us to practice Dhamma effectively is control mind to be mindfully note only the body. Do not let it be conditioned by the other sense objects and wander anywhere outside the body at all. When the mind wanders, bring it back to the note to the physical body immediately. If the conditioned mind wanders outside the body, there will not be sense objects of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, Satipatthana, namely body, feeling, mind, and mind objects. The practice is not right by way of 4 foundations of mindfulness or Visappana Bhavana. We know I am sitting now. This is the feeling of the mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ at the moment of sitting meditation. The feeling of cold, heat, softness, and solidness clearly appearing at the bottom area, the folded and overlapped legs, is the mind and the matter at the body door or body organ. Another thing that makes us know I am sitting now is the continuous clear consciousness. In sitting meditation, we do not need to note anything at the eye door due to the closed eyes. Ears may be agitated somewhat by several sounds, and new meditators, we must seek a quiet place to sit, so no need to note the sound so much. We do not worry about the tongue door because the Dhamma practice period is not the meal time. Regarding mind door, mind may not be calm yet. We have to realize that. If the mind is conditioned, we must train it to be mindfully note the arising and passing away of the mind and matter appearing as feelings at sense doors. Mainly at the body door, i.e. the feelings of cold, heat, softness, and solidness which appear clearly at any part of the body. We, as a watcher, have to realize its clear appearance at the body door. We must note them immediately. The most effective tip for the Dhamma practiced by the 4 foundations of mindfulness or Visappana Bhavana insight meditation is to train mind to be mindful of the mind and matter at the body door only. By doing so, we will note the sense objects of the body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. We have to practice by mindfully noting in time as a watcher the arising and falling away of the mind and matter at the part of the body where a distinct feeling appears. This is to perceive the current sense objects. As regards the nose door, breathing air is still passing through the nose, striking the upper nose tip and upper lip. Cold, which we realize is the state of matter appearing at the body door. At the same time, the mind realizing the feeling of the cold is a state of mind. Therefore, mindfulness on breathing is mindfulness on mind at the body door. When we practice by the four foundations of mindfulness, we are mindful of the mind and matter at the body door. We thus lack mindfulness of breathing, which is a means of concentration meditation. Realizing respiration is the practice method of insight meditation because the feeling of the mind and matter appears at the body door. Insight meditation is exercised by perfect mindfulness on the body, feeling, mind, and mind objects. Developing our mind to note the breathing air striking the tip of the nose is concentration development. The method is practiced by controlling the mind to concentrate more on any sense objects for mind tranquility. The practice by way of the four sapithana is for both concentration development and insight development. While practicing, we, meditators, must distinguish between tranquility development and insight development. Although we use the mind and matter as sense objects to control mind when practicing the four sapithana or visappana bhavana or insight meditation, we cannot neglect knowing that the body has inhalation and exhalation. Whenever realizing inhalation, we chant Bod and Do for exhalation, mainly noting mindfully the mind and matter appearing at the body door. We can also note respiration at the same time if it appears clearly. We practice the teachings as a good watcher only. Sometimes the mind and matter do not manifest yet as feelings at any body door, but the body is still breathing. We can note the breathing and chant Buddho at the same time. In sitting meditation, we must note the mind and matter at the body door together while chanting Buddho. We have to chant it clearly inside. When knowing that the feeling of the mind and matter appears clearly, we must chant Bud. If the feeling of the mind and matter moves to another part of the body, note it and chant Do all the time. Though we change the posture into the other meditation postures, chanting Buddho, Buddho, every moment is required also. We must not care whether or not the mind cultivates concentration and to which grade the progress of the practice is made. We only know and understand the method in noting in time the mind and the matter as well as the current sense objects every moment, practice with extreme effort until the body meets the most painful feeling and can no longer practice the Dhamma as clearly explained. Do the same as every practice. This is the correct practice by means of the four foundations of mindfulness. When noting the mind and matter sharply and deftly, we realize the right practice of the four foundations of mindfulness. Any feeling of cold, heat, softness, or solidness appearing clearly at the body door is called matter. The mind realizes that there is such a feeling appearing at any of the body door. This mind realization is called mind. In sitting meditation, we just note the mind realizing the feeling which is appearing at the body door. What is exercise is, when realizing the arising of the mind and matter, we must immediately note it. Then we must keep on watching at the arising and passing away of the mind and matter, and to which part of the body the arising and passing away of the mind and body move. Apart from the body door, there may be some states of Dham appearing, such as mind objects appearing as the mind door. The mind may be conditioned during the sitting meditation. Take a look at how the mind is conditioned and note it together with chanting. By doing so, the mind will be powerful and fully qualitative. The mind and matter appearing at the other doors is not very conspicuous, since we mainly note the mind and matter at the body door. By doing so, the mind will be secure and concentrated on the body. As a result, wisdom can be developed to realize the truth of the body, that is, a state of suffering. In sitting meditation, we must not force our mind to concentrate on in any particular point. We, as a watcher of the mind and matter, just have to keep the mind stay in the natural state. In fact, the purpose of the meditation practice is to attain insight or to realize suffering, that the body is impermanent, suffering, and selfless. There are three criteria in attaining insight, namely 1. Intensive practice of the meditation, 2. Knowledge of the right method of that practice, and 3. Great effort in Dhamma practice. Not doing so, the attainment of the insight knowledge is impossible. We must do the sitting meditation so intensely that we can no longer due to the strongest painful feelings appearing at the body. After that, we change the meditation posture into another one. Doing so is the right meditation method of the four foundations of mindfulness: contemplation of body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. The pain and the ache of the body due to sitting meditation, like at the legs, bottom, etc., are the painful feelings which we must note all the time. This is suffering. The four foundations of mindfulness, satipatthana, are the sense objects which we must intensively develop the mind to note mindfully by concentrating on the body door or body organ.
After that, the sense objects are feeling, mind, and mind objects will manifest when the strongest painful feeling appears at the body throughout the sitting meditation. The sense object of the four satipatthana appearing to the living persons only, not to the dead, and that have no feelings of the sense objects. So we meditators must mindfully note these four satipatthana to develop the wisdom leading to realization of the truth of the body as it is. Summary of the sitting meditation. First, meditators must sit with eyes closed, mindfully note the mind and matter arising and passing away mainly at the body door, body organ. Do so little at other doors or sense organs. This also applies to meditation practice by other postures. The most important thing for meditation by way of the four foundations of mindfulness is that mindfulness is exercised mainly on the physical body only. Three doctrines which we must know and understand very well because they are very important in the practice to build up and develop our mind are mindfulness, clear, and consciousness and effort. Sati means mindfulness. The mindfulness in sitting meditation is that we may mindfully note continuously the mind and matter appearing clearly at the body door or body organ and practice the meditation as the person who watches the mind and matter, rupa and nama, every moment, and the mind realizes feelings. To develop the mind for attaining perfect and efficient mindfulness, we must be able to note the mind and matter arising and passing away at the body door or body organ skillfully and deftly by way of the four satipatthana. Practicing accordingly, the mind will be concentrated within the body. It will not wander to perceive external feelings, and the mind will then be calm and powerful eventually. The importance of the Dhamma practice is that we can train mind to attain perfect and efficient mindfulness, to know the truth of the body. It is impermanent, suffering, and subject to decay at last. To know the truth of the body, that it is impermanent, suffering, and selfless, we must develop our mind for attaining the mindfulness perfect and efficient in noting the sense objects of the mind and matter within the body by watching and rising and falling away of the mind and matter at the body door. Sabjana means clear comprehension, consciousness, awareness. In sitting meditation, clear consciousness manifests in mind due to the realization of the feeling of the mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ. We must be able to note the feelings rising from this sense objects or the mind and matter in time when it appears at the body door. This is to note the current sense objects. Doing so, we comprehend clearly what we are doing. We can realize clear consciousness of any current posture, being main postures, standing, walking, sitting, and lying, or minor postures, folding and stretching the arm, lowering and raising the head, looking right and left, eating, drinking, or washing face, etc. For instance, we can practice sitting meditation even if we are sitting with eyes closed. We can realize the sitting. Being able to realize a clear consciousness at the body door or body organ means we are developing the mind for attaining clear consciousness, perfect and efficient in comprehending every moment so that the mind will not be controlled by unwholesomeness or defilements and desires and can be developed further to attain cessation of suffering finally. Developing mind to clear comprehension can be made by mindfully noting the mind and matter resulting in several sense objects, namely cold, heat, softness, and solidness appearing at the body door or body organ. Doing so will enable the mind to cultivate clear consciousness all the time at the body door or body organ. Then we must follow to note the clear consciousness of the feeling rising at the body door. The effort means the intention to perform wholesome actions. Herein, the effort means sedulousness and intention to practice the teachings by means of the four foundations of mindfulness. The fruitful results from the sitting meditation by way of the four satipatthana relies on the effort. The effort insists of four paths of accomplishment, iddhipada, the four great efforts. We must practice meditation so intensely that we cannot do any longer due to the strongest painful feeling happening at the body. Doing so means that we develop our mind to build up great effort in the meditation practice by the four satipatthana in Buddhism. We must pay mindfulness, wisdom, effort, and attention to the meditation practice for attaining the cessation of suffering. This asserts that we have really made a great effort in developing mind. This is to train mind to develop effort. Suggestions for sitting meditation by means of the four satipatthana, vipassana bhavana. 1. We must mindfully note the mind and matter happening at the body door or body organ every moment to develop the mind to always focus on the sense object of the mind and matter. 2. The supreme purpose of the Dhamma practice is to attain insight knowledge, that is the ability to see suffering, attaining insight into the truth of life. Mind will find way out of the body. The mind can separate from the body. It is the result from developing the mind by way of the visappana. The state that the mind can separate from the body is called the fourth jhana, the fourth absorption. 3. Do not worry about 10 imperfections happening. We must mindfully note the mind and matter as sense objects. 4. Do not cling to the mental images, especially 10 imperfections. 5. In practicing the four foundations of mindfulness, the mind can be concentrated. We must know the feeling state of 5 raptures, especially diffuse rapture, telling the feeling that the body is relieved, relaxed, bigger, and taller unusually. When passing the level of the diffuse rapture state, the mind attains the jhana state. In practicing until achieving the insight knowledge, we will experience the mental images by ourselves. We must seriously study and sharply remember the scriptures about the method of the meditation practice for comparison during the practice, whether the practice result is in line with theory, and we can use theory as the map to tell us the right way. In the Dhamma practice, the level of concentration may happen from momentary concentration, access concentration, to 4 jhanas, which we can practice and attain. Therefore, we must know the scriptures very well to practice the Dhamma rightly. It is no important whether or not the mind can cultivate concentration. The important point is that in whatever posture we are practicing, we must practice until the strongest painful feeling appears at the body and then change to new practice posture. We must do the same every time of the practice.
Lying meditation. Meditators must lie with eyes closed, not lie prone. Lie in an easy manner, 2 legs straightened, the back on the floor with joining hands on the chest, or the right hand on the left on the chest, depending on the individual's like. The important point is that we must lie with 2 eyes closed and mindfully note the mind and matter appearing at the body door, body organ only. In lying meditation, we note the mind and matter appearing as feelings of cold, heat, softness, or solidness at the body door, mostly at the back on the floor, the heels and the overlapped hands on the chest, coupled with chanting Buddho. In time, every time the sense object of the mind and matter arises, changes and passes away at the body door. The method of lying meditation is that we lie down still, do not move any part of the body, and note the mind and matter at the body door silently inside. We must practice by the lying posture so intensely that we can no longer due to the strongest painful feeling at the body. After that, we can change the meditation posture as early mentioned. This is practicing by lying till utmost of suffering. Suffering means physical and mental pain. It is the first noble truth of the 4 noble truths. It must be noted. The suffering makes us know the sense objects of the 4 satipatthana, body, feelings, mind, and mind objects. We are to train mind to mindfully note as a watcher the mind and matter in time when the sense objects appears at the body door and chant Buddho at the same time as well. We must realize clear consciousness all the time that now we are lying down practicing the meditation. This is mind development. To cultivate perfect and efficient clear consciousness, we must be mindful every moment by bewaring of ourselves not to fall asleep inattentively. When the painful feeling happens at the body more strongly than we can continue our lying meditation, we can return to the starting posture, standing, then walking, sitting, and lying respectively. We have to practice in all postures respectively and continuously. Meditators may practice the Dhamma by only 2 postures, walking and sitting, if they know the method of the Buddhist meditation practice correctly. That is why we must practice in each posture intensively till the utmost of suffering. It is the right practice by way of the Buddhist meditation practice, as the Buddha said, come to be bhikkhus. The Dhamma is well expounded. Lead the sublime life to perform righteousness till the utmost of suffering by the right way. In lying meditation, we lie down in the easiest manner, with 2 legs straight and a bit apart from each other. The important point is that we note the mind and matter appearing only at the body door and body organ in time when the sense objects appear. We do very little at other doors. At eye door, we do nothing because we practice with eyes closed. At tongue door, we do nothing because it's not mealtime. The body door is the most important door because it is the main door for mindfulness on the mind and matter, which is the truth of life. When our mind realizes the sense objects that they are the feelings of cold, heat, softness, or solidness appearing at the body door. We must follow to observe the feelings of the mind and matter in time, every moment coupled with chanting Buddho, Buddho. The chanting and the mindfulness on the mind and matter must go in harmony by way of the 4 satipatthana. Summary of lying meditation. In lying meditation, we must note the feelings of the mind and matter, which are the feelings of cold, heat, softness, or solidness, clearly appearing at any part of the body. When the feeling rises at the body door or body organ, we must observe it in time every moment of their arising and passing away. Mostly the feelings of the mind and matter arise at the back, at the heels, and the overlapped palms of the chest. We must follow to note these feelings every moment so as to understand the practical method by way of the four satipatthana very well. In any posture of the Dhamma practice, there are three doctrines we must note, namely mindfulness, clear consciousness, and great effort. Sati means mindfulness. The development of the mind for mindfulness in lying meditation can be exercised by noting the mind and matter appearing clearly at any part of the body in time every moment of its manifest. The mind with mindfulness is perfect and efficient for doing several works. Sampajana means clear consciousness, comprehension, awareness. A clear consciousness resulting from the mind development in lying meditation is that we can always realize the clear awareness appearing in the main postures on what we are doing. For instance, we are practicing lying meditation. We note several feelings of the mind and matter happening at the body door or body organ all at the same time. This is the development of the mind to attain clear awareness. When we observe the mind and matter every moment, the mind does not wander to realize other sense objects outside the body at all. This is the perfect clear awareness which will be the most useful for our life and works. The effort means of the four great efforts, padhana, and the four paths of accomplishment, iddhipada, which are attentive efforts to perform wholesome actions. In lying meditation, we can develop mind to attain a great effort by making it an aspiration, chanda. For our Dhamma practice and putting a great effort, viriya, into lying meditation. Despite the strongest pain and ache happening at the body, we must tolerate, not lose heart, and make a great effort to go on practicing the teachings. This is practicing until we see the most painful feelings at the body. The result of the practice is that the mind can attain the great effort leading to attainment of the nibbana in accordance with the doctrines of the four paths of accomplishment. Iddhipada. Iddhipada means the Dhamma leading to achievement of the success. Iddhipada has four divisions as follows. Chanda means aspiration to do something, to do it regularly, and wish to do it better and better. 2. Viriya means a great effort to do something. 3. Sita means thoughtfulness on what we are doing. Do not let the mind wander. Dedication to what is being done. 4. Vimasa means wise examination for rationality, investigation for improvement. The great effort obtained in lying meditation practice is cultivated by intending and trying to practice the Dhamma in lying posture to achieve the success as expected. Therefore, in this posture, we can develop our mind to attain mindfulness, clear comprehension, and effort like in the other meditation postures. We mindfully note as a watcher the mind and matter appearing at the body door and at the same time chant Buddho all the time throughout the practice until we obtain some fruits or change the posture. The important features for the practice by the four Satipatthana or Vipassana in four main postures, standing, walking, sitting, and lying, may be summarized as follows. 1. Sati is characterized as the ability of the mind in observing the mind and matter. Sampajana is characterized as the ability of the mind to be aware of what we are doing. Viriya is characterized as the ability of the mind with a great effort in practicing the teachings for the attainment of Nibbana, the ultimate purpose. These three doctrines must be studied thoroughly because they are the most important for the Dhamma practice in all postures. The real purpose of the practice is to develop our mind to attain mindfulness, clear awareness, and effort, and are perfect and efficient for attenuating, relinquishing, and ceasing defilements from the mind. 2. The Dhamma practice by four postures is mind development to attain the mindfulness and mindfully noting the mind and matter appearing at the body door or body organ. The practice will make our mind concentrated on the body only. We can develop our mind to attain clear awareness by always awaking when the mind and matter arise, pass away, and change within the body door or body organ. Doing so is mind development for full awareness. 3. The main purpose of the Dhamma practice is the attainment of complete cessation of all suffering and all our defilements. We must make a great effort in practicing Dhamma to develop the mind by way of the four Satipatthana. When doing so sharply, wisdom is developed. This is attainment of insight knowledge. The insight knowledge is insight into the truth of suffering, that the compounded things are impermanent. Suffering and selflessness is it not I, mine, they, their, etc. Then we will be able to absolutely remove the arrangement of the mind which prevents us from seeing things as they are due to lack of mindfulness, clear comprehension. For instance, we see that the body is beautiful, life is happy. In fact, our life is really suffering from birth, old age, illness, and death, which manifest daily. 4. The meditation practiced by four postures by way of the four Satipatthana must rightly be exercised as explained. We must mindfully note the mind and matter appearing at the body only. When the mind is conditioned and wanders out of the body, we must hurriedly bring it back and concentrate it on the body only. The method of the meditation practice must always be applied to 4 postures. 5. We practice meditation by 4 postures: standing, walking, sitting, and lying in the line with the 4 foundations of mindfulness, Satipatthana. By mindfully noting only body, feeling, mind, and mind objects as the sense objects of the mind and matter, we use the mind and matter as the sense objects of the meditation exercise in developing the mind to attain mindfulness, clear comprehension, and great effort. In 4 postures of the Dhamma practice, we must practice in a natural manner. We do not control the mind to focus on any part of the body. We just follow to note the mind and matter appearing clearly at the body door in time of every moment. In doing so, we can realize sense objects which are current with mindfulness and awareness. 6. We must be able to distinguish what mind is and what matter is. It is because these both must be used as sense objects appearing at the body door to be rightly noted in 4 meditation postures by way of the 4 Satipatthana. 7. We must practice meditation by every meditation posture intensely until we can no longer do to the strongest painful feeling appearing at the body before changing the meditation posture in every posture. According to the 4 foundations of mindfulness method, we control the mind to be mindful of body, feeling, mind, and mind objects as sense objects. We must practice to the extremity of suffering. 8. We must use most favorable the sacred chanting word which will be beneficial to us. Here we chant Buddho and Buddha's name. When noting the appearing point of the mind and matter, we chant Bud silently. If we know that the body is still breathing, though we cannot realize breathing and the mind and matter do not yet appear clearly at the body door, we should continue chanting so that the mind can cultivate concentration power in stopping defilements. When the arising and passing away of the mind and matter move to any part of the body, we must note them in time. We must mindfully note them as a watcher. Every moment they appear clearly as a feeling of the mind and chant Do. In conclusion, we chant Buddho, Buddho, Buddho throughout the Dhamma practice by 4 postures. Moreover, we can chant Buddho at the noting point by not separating the chanting word Bud and one point Do and another point, or the chanting may not be made at all. The important point is only to focus on realizing the mind and matter appearing clearly at the body door. 9. The results of the meditation practice by way of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, Satipatthana, in Buddhism are divided into 2 types, namely concentration, samadhi, and insight, vipassana. Concentration means one-pointedness of mind which is not conditioned by external sense objects. Mind is concentrated on one sense object only. In any posture of the practice, we follow to note the mind and matter appearing at the body only every moment. The level of concentration attainment depends on wisdom and effort in developing mind by way of the 4 Satipatthana. The concentration attained from the Dhamma practice by means of the 4 foundations of mindfulness is pure concentration that can fight against the power of defilements. This results in attenuating and relinquishing defilements and removing absolutely 5 hindrances. Nirvana. Vipassana means the insight into the truth of life. Component things are as they are. All lives component things fall under the law of the 3 common characteristics: impermanence, suffering, and selflessness. Practicing Vipassana by developing the mind to note the mind and matter appearing in the body door according to the 4 Satipatthana in Buddhism, we will attain the insight into the truth of life, the arising and passing away of the mind and matter. It is not ourselves. The mental concentration brings the following fruition. 1. The mind becomes calm because concentration can inhibit 5 hindrances. 2. Meditators will develop sharp wisdom and qualitative remembrance. 3. Works done are tidy, correct, qualified, efficient, and hardly erroneous because the work are performed with good concentration. 4. Those with good concentration will not be easily misled into bad activities. 5. Meditators will cultivate self-confidence. 6. They will attain supernatural powers in Buddhism, i.e. divine ear, divine eye, etc. 7. The meditation practice will lead to the attainment of the Dhamma of higher levels such as Nibbana, which means cessation of all defilements by Sito Vimutti, meaning primary liberation by mental concentration. The advantages of the 4 Satipatthana Vipassana bhikkhus, whoever practiced these 4 Satipatthana for 7 consecutive years will obtain any of the 2 advantages, namely 1. Attaining Arhataphala, final emancipation at the present time, or 2. Attaining Anagami, the non-returner, if cravings and false views remain. 7 years may be unnecessary. Whoever practices these 4 Satipatthana for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 consecutive years at 1 year will attain any of the 2 advantages, namely 1. Attaining Arhataphala, final emancipation, and at the present time, or 2. Attaining Anagami, the non-returner, if cravings and false views remain. 1 year may be unnecessary. Whoever practices 4 Satipatthana for 7 consecutive months will attain any of the 2 advantages, namely 1. Attaining
Arhathavala, final emancipation in the present time, or 2, attaining anagami, the non-returner, if cravings and false views remain. 7 months may be unnecessary. Whoever practices these 4 satipatthana for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 consecutive months, or 1 or 15 consecutive days, will attain any of the 2 advantages, namely 1, attaining Arhatha final emancipation at the present time, or 2, obtaining anagami, the non-returner, if cravings and false views remain. 15 days may be unnecessary. Whoever practices these 4 satipatthana for 7 consecutive days will attain any of the 2 advantages, namely 1, attaining Arhatha final emancipation in the present time, or 2, attaining anagami, the non-returner, if cravings and false views remain. Bhikkhus, the only one path for purity of all living beings, for cessation of grief and lamentation, for annihilation of suffering and mental displeasure, for righteous enlightenment, and for attainment of nibbana is the 4 satipatthana. Techniques to consider concentration meditation and insight meditation. In order to gain thorough knowledge and clear understanding for correct practice when studying concentration, samadhi, and insight vipassana, there need to be principles about them which will be advantageous for meditation practitioners. The principles to consider concentration meditation, insight meditation. 1. What are concentration and insight? 2. When will mind develop concentration and insight? When will mind not develop concentration and insight? 3. Where will concentration and insight be developed? Where to practice concentration and insight meditation? 4. Why do concentration and insight meditation have to be practiced? 5. How to practice concentration meditation and insight meditation. How are the results of the practices? Explanation. 1. What are concentration, samadhi, and insight vipassana? Concentration, samadhi, means one-pointedness of mind. Mind is not conditioned when touched by external sense objects, mental establishment for mental calmness. One-pointedness of mind can be developed by training mind according to Buddhist teachings. The standard Buddhist means is mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati. This is to train mind to be mindful of respiration at the tip of the nose. Since concentration is a practice of mind, it is necessary that we know well about mind and its characteristics for good understanding of its nature. It will be really advantageous for our practice. Mind is one component of life, and it is the essential one. This might be unknown to somebody. If the mind does not stay with the body, it means that life is dead. That is why the mind is the most essential part of the body. The mind is intangible and invisible. Mind in Buddhism means that the state of consciousness which performs knowing, perceiving, remembering sense objects, and thinking about them. Because of the mind, we perceive feelings rising as the 6 sense doors. If we study to know clearly about mind and the state of mind which concerns concentration and insight, it will be advantageous for concentration and insight meditation, because they are exercised for training the mind to cultivate one-pointedness, calmness, and wisdom. What makes us understand clearly about mind are the feelings which are sense objects appearing at sense doors. Since we have mind, we have feelings. Knowledge and understanding resulting from feelings will make us understand the mind correctly. When we practice the mind to be one-pointed by mindfulness on breathing, anapanasati. Mental images are indicators indicating whether mind becomes concentrated, how much it is so. Mental images appear in the mind when the mind becomes concentrated in each level, starting from the level of momentary concentration to the level of jhana state absorption. The 4th jhana is the highest level. Mental images can indicate whether our practice is correct, whether or not the mind becomes one-pointed. When analyzing mind, we must bear in mind about its uniqueness. The mind never stays still. It is a state of constant flux. It does not remain for 2 consecutive minutes the same. It is like a monkey who is always naughty, never stays still all the time. This is the real state of mind we should know and bear in mind. In order to train mind effectively, we must know the above basic nature of mind and know how to control sensation and feelings, and must mindfully note them. Knowing the weak points of mind, it is easy for us to train it fruitfully. Concentration concerns 3 features: one-pointed mind, calm mind mindfully noting one sense object. We should consider and analyze them so that we can understand concentration correctly. One-pointed mind. Concentration meditation practice means training mind to be one-pointed, focusing on one sense object only. Where is the mind one-pointed? Where is the trained mind? The trained mind is focused on the body.
Concentration meditation is exercise in order that we can know the truth of life body. This is to make mind concentration on the body. Herein is the practice by mindfulness on breathing. This is to mindfully note respiration at the tip of the nose. It means that mind is to be concentrated on the body. To mindfully note the breathing at the tip of the nose is done by directing the mind to watch at it. Doing so is against the nature of mind. It will be difficult to train mind to be well established if we do not abate it in accordance with the nature of mind. How can we know whether the trained mind becomes one-pointed? Mental images are indicators. If the trained mind becomes established, mental images will appear according to the level of one-pointedness of mind. We have to notice and remember them and compare them with what is mentioned in theory so that we can know how much of progress we can make. It is stated that the mind has become one-pointed. Is it by Buddhist means? Means for concentration meditation practice are both Buddhist and non-Buddhist. Which one is Buddhist? What has to be considered on this issue? The main objective of concentration meditation practice in Buddhism is to inhibit, weaken, attenuate, and annihilate completely all defilements in mind for cessation of suffering eventually. If the purpose of the practice is different from what is mentioned, it is not the concentration meditation practice by Buddhist means. The mind has to be one-pointed at a certain level that it is deficient enough to fight against defilements. What level is that? 1. The mind that is one-pointed at the level of momentary concentration. Kanika Samadhi is sufficient enough despite a small amount of one-pointedness if it is insight meditation, which is the most direct means for annihilation of defilements. 2. If it is a concentration meditation or tranquility meditation, mind is trained to mindfully note one sense object only. This is to train the mind of which the nature is the state of constant flux to be concentrated. The mind has to develop concentration to 4 absorption states, jhana, and it will then be efficient enough. When the mind can be concentrated to such a degree, we have to maintain such wholesome state all the time. The mind will thus be efficient for the supreme goal of Buddhism, that is the attainment of Nibbana, the extinction of all defilements and suffering. It is very beneficial for us to know whether the mind is concentrated enough, to what level the concentration is progressing. If it is not so, we have to strive more and more towards the mentioned supreme goal. Mental images are indicators of the levels of one-pointedness of mind. We will then understand that the power of tranquility cannot annihilate completely defilements. Calm mind. Another meaning of a concentration meditation practice is to make mind calm. Calm mind is the mind that is not conditioned by sense objects, the mind that is not restless, and the mind that mindfully notes only the sense objects of the practice. How can we know whether the mind is calm? We have to notice the characteristics of restless mind. We then compare between calm mind and restless mind by ourselves. As a result, we will understand their difference. When the mind is calm, it means that the mind becomes one-pointed. This is concentration meditation practice. Mind mindfully noting one sense object. Concentration means that the mind mindfully notes the one sense object only. It is impossible that we train the mind to be one-pointed at several sense objects at the same time. Mind can be trained to be one-pointed at one sense object only how long the one-pointedness will last. That is why Buddhism renders the method to train mind to be one-pointed of one sense object as long as one can do the highest level of one-pointedness that one can develop. Concentration meditation, one method of mental exercise in Buddhism, has 40 stations. Mind is trained to be one-pointed at one sense object only at each base of practice. The mind will then become calm and one-pointed more easily. Insight is wisdom to see the truth of compounded things as they really are. The truth of compounded things comprises 3 characteristics: anicca, impermanence; change, dukkha, suffering, difficulty to stay the same; and anatta, selflessness, subject to decay at last. Insight is wisdom. How is the wisdom? What is the wisdom resulting from insight practice? It is this wisdom to see the truth of compounded things. Therefore, the practice by insight meditation is the means to generate wisdom, and it is the wisdom resulting from insight into the truth of compounded things. That is the truth of compounded things in Buddhism teachings. All compounded things, both with mind living things and without mind non-living things such as materials elements, have the truth in common, that is anicca, impermanence; change, dukkha, suffering, difficult to stay the same; and anatta, selflessness, subject to decay. Finally, they are the 3 common characteristics in Buddhism.
In short, the common truth of all common compounded things, living and non-living things, is suffering, difficulty of staying unchanged. Therefore, the wisdom resulting from insight meditation, vipassana, is the wisdom to see the truth of suffering according to the three characteristics, tilakahana, especially the truth of our life, to see whether it is suffering, how the suffering is. Attaining such an insight into suffering is the attainment of enlightenment. Therefore, we are to know and understand the truths of suffering comprise impermanence, anicca, difficulty of staying in change, dukkha, and selflessness, subject to decay at last, anatta. Therefore, insight meditation is exercise to train mind to generate wisdom to see the truth of all compounded things, especially our life, since the mind is inside the body but still has no mindfulness and awareness. This is the main objective of the practice. In fact, our life is a state of suffering as mentioned above, but we do not pay attention to our life. To the mentioned truth, we do not study about the truth of life thoroughly. We struggle to earn our living day to day. We thus misunderstand about our life since the mind is occupied by ignorance. That is why the Buddha taught all Buddhist people to know how to practice insight meditation, vipassana, to develop wisdom to see the truth, compounded things which is suffering, dukkha, both mental and non-mental. The mentioned suffering, dukkha, is a state of constant arising and passing away of the mind and matter, rupanama. This is impermanence, anicca. To study and exercise insight meditation, we are to know the mind and the matter. The mind and matter are the most important things of vipassana practice because they are the only sense objects of the practice. Our life is composed of two main components, body and matter, rupa, which is tangible, and mind, nama, which is intangible, and which perceives all feelings of body regarding sensation, vedana, perception, sana, component things, sakhara, and consciousness, vijnana. To conclude, our life is a state of constant arising and passing away of the mind and matter, which makes us misunderstand that it is ourselves. In fact, our life is a state of suffering every moment of breathing. Insight meditation is exercise to cultivate wisdom to know thoroughly such truth of life. It is wholesome wisdom which annihilate completely all defilements, greed, aversion, and ignorance. Basic requirements for progression in insight meditation are as follows. 1. Purity of morality. The first step of insight practice is to observe precepts and to observe them perfectly. There are 5 precepts, 10 precepts, and 227 precepts for monks, etc. We are to choose a suitable one to observe. 2. Purity of mind. We must have intention to purify the mind to be free from defilements, to make the mind even-minded, not scattered, to relieve the mind from all suffering. 3. Purity of understanding. It is pure understanding about life that it has 3 common characteristics: impermanence, anicca, difficulty to stay in change, dukkha, and selflessness, subject to decay at last, anatta, according to Buddhist teachings. 2. When will mind develop concentration and insight? When will mind not develop concentration and insight? There are 2 types of unwholesome fetters which prevent meditation practitioners from attaining concentration and insight. There are 5 destroyers, mara, and 5 hindrances, nivarana. 5 destroyers, mara, means what which obstructs people from performing wholesomeness or attaining the sublime objective. What which destroys wholesomeness? 1. The mara of defilements. Defilements inhibit wholesomeness. 2. The mara of aggregates. 5 aggregates are not permanent. 3. The mara of karma formations, vice, virtue, conditions, violational actions. 4. The mara of deity. Deity prevents people from attaining wholesomeness. 5. The mara of death. Death ends chances to make wholesome progress. 5 hindrances, nirvana, are unwholesome dhamma, which fetters mind to attain wholesomeness, makes mind melancholy, and weakens the strength of wisdom. 1. Sensual desire. Satisfaction of 5 sensual pleasures, which are beautiful form, sweet sound, good smell, delicious taste, and pleasant tactile sensation. 2. Ill will, comprising grudge, revenge, offensiveness. 3. Sloth and torpor. 4. Distraction and restlessness. 5. Doubt, i.e. doubt in the Buddhist teachings. The major fetters to make concentration meditation, insight meditation produce no results are 5 destroyers and 5 hindrances. There still be some other minor fetters such as discontinuous practice, lack of perseverance, and food consumption. Eat only a little. If we understand the 10 mentioned fetters and succeed in defeating them, the mind trained for concentration meditation and insight meditation will be able to develop concentration and insight eventually. In addition, we have to practice continuously throughout 24 hours, strive attentively for the practice all the time, and control food consumption to be at appropriate portion. The factor for developing concentration insight can be summarized as follows. 1. Purity of morality. Both concentration meditation and insight meditation require pure observation of precepts. Perseverance. The doctrines of perseverance for the practice are A. Four efforts. Panhana, comprising the effort to prevent, an effort to overcome, and the effort to develop, and the effort to maintain. B. Four paths of accomplishment. Idhipada, compromising aspiration, effort, thoughtfulness, and examination. 3. Triumph over 10 fetters, preventing mind from attaining wholesomeness. There are 5 destroyers, Mara, and 5 hindrances, Nirvana. 4. Continuous practice throughout 24 hours. In addition, eat only a small amount of food and eat only when feeling hungry. 5. Suitability for the practice, i.e., abode, food, air, one's own sensations, etc. 3. Where will concentration and insight be developed? Where to practice concentration and insight meditation? In Buddhism, the objective of concentration meditation is to bully, tyrannize defilements to be under the power of concentration so that they cannot manifest as unwholesomeness through the body and speech. Insight meditation is aimed to develop wisdom to attenuate, relinquish, and annihilate completely all defilements. Both concentration meditation and insight meditation are the practice to train our mind. The practices have to be exercised within the body because the mind is in the body. Therefore, when we train the mind, we have to train it at the body by using the body as the base for mindfulness in concentration meditation and insight meditation. This is, in fact, to train mind to cultivate knowledge and understanding on the truth of life by practicing mind to develop mindfulness and awareness. In reality, our life is a state of suffering. People do not realize this truth of life because the mind is always governed by defilements. That is why we must practice concentration meditation and insight meditation. The place that is suitable for the fruitful practices and helps maintain concentration is the place that can render 7 aspects of suitability as follows. 1. Suitable abode. Living place suitable for one's character, i.e., not busy place. 2. Suitable resort. Suitable location where it is easy to find food, to receive food offerings, e.g. a village, a community, where food is sufficient and not too far. 3. Suitable speech. Suitable talk, profitable talk, wholesome talk. 4. Suitable person, those with moral principles, good friendship. 5. Suitable food, good food, suitable for body, good for health. 6. Suitable climate, good nature, good environment, good climate, e.g. not too cold, not too hot. 7. Suitable posture, walking posture may suit some, and sitting posture may suit others. In short, suitable place should be woods, hills, caves, or deserted houses which are calm, lonely, not too far from the villages, and possess 7 features of suitability. 4. Why do concentration and insight meditation have to be practiced? We have to do concentration meditation and insight meditation in order to develop our mind to thrive and improve by purifying the mind to be free from all defilements, greed, anger, ignorance, which make the mind unpleasant. In Buddhism, the way to develop mind to be free from defilements comprise concentration meditation and insight meditation. Concentration meditation is aimed to bully, to tyrannize defilements to be under the power of concentration. The mind is thus calm, free from defilements from moment to moment. We cannot eradicate them completely like a stone sitting on grasses. When the stone is removed, grasses will grow as usual. Insight meditation is exercise to train mind to develop wisdom to be able to weaken, deplete, and annihilate completely defilements. The objective of both concentration meditation and insight meditation is to purify mind to be free from defilements, greed, anger, and ignorance. Being able to practice the mind to cultivate concentration and insight, the mind can develop wisdom to see the truth of life. This can really destroy derangements in mind caused by defilements, greed, aversion, and ignorance, which govern the mind of people in general. Therefore, concentration meditation and insight meditation are exercised mainly to end derangements. When we make progress in concentration meditation, insight meditation, the defilements in the mind will be diluted. The mind will then become gradually purer. That is why concentration meditation and insight meditation have to be exercised. They are the most correct methods for mind development to attain the supreme goal in Buddhism. 5. How to practice concentration meditation, insight meditation. How are the results of the practice? The methods for concentration meditation, insight meditation are as mentioned earlier. Concentration meditation is exercise to empower the mind to be able to bully tyrannize defilements by the power of mental concentration. Defilements are not annihilated, but they become calm for a moment. The mind becomes increasingly calm to several levels, but it does not attain the ultimate goal in Buddhism, nibbana. This is the result of concentration meditation. Insight meditation is aimed to train mind to develop wisdom of insight into the truth of life. With such wisdom, we can eradicate completely defilements and attain the supreme goal in Buddhism, nibbana. This is the result of insight meditation. The result of concentration meditation and insight meditation, which are powers, are called the six super knowledge, abhyana. 1. Magical powers. Idhividha, knowledge of miracle presentation. 2. Divine ear. Nibasutta. 3. Telepathy. Sitopariyanana, penetration of the mind of others. 4. Retrocognition. Pubinavasanusati, remembrance of former existence. 5. Divine eye. Nibakaku. 6. Knowledge of the exhaustion of all mental intoxicants. Asavaghayana.
Conclusion. This book, The Most Effective Techniques and Tips on Concentration Meditation and Insight Meditation, presents one point of view of concentration meditation and insight meditation, which will be really useful and essential if the reader and Buddhist men who are interested in Buddhism study it, gain knowledge and wisdom from what is explained herein, and practice according to develop themselves till they attain realistic results as the Buddha taught. Those who study the Dhamma must be wise to learn what the essential points are. The ultimate goal in Buddhism is nirvana, the extinction of all defilements and suffering. There must be steps of developing oneself toward that goal. We practitioners, to develop ourselves toward nibbana, are to follow such wholesome steps. If we are interested in Buddhism, but we do not have any knowledge about Buddhism, first of all we need to study what the Buddha taught, what and where the essence of the teachings are. Understanding these points, those who want to study to know the truth of life and practice the Buddhist teachings will be able to cultivate faith and confidence in Buddhism. This book mainly renders theoretical basics of the practice for mind development by means of concentration meditation and insight meditation. By those who are interested in the Dhamma understand thoroughly these basics, they will be able to practice correctly and reap the result easily. What did the omniscient Buddha teach? What did he discover? What Dhamma did he attain? The Buddha attained insight into the truth of life. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are suffering. This is called the Four Noble Truths, Ariyasaka. How they are noble has been explained earlier. The Four Noble Truths reveal the truth of life, that life is in a state of suffering. Everybody, regardless of gender, caste, race, language, has the common characteristic that is suffering. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are common suffering. They are inevitable. In order to cease suffering and obtain genuine happiness, self-development to the stream of wholesomeness in Buddhism is required. We are to study the Buddhist teachings and understand them clearly so that we can practice correctly. This is the way to create confidence and faith before the commencement of the practice for mind development. In short, those who have not yet belief or faith in Buddhism before and want to have thorough knowledge and understanding about Buddhism, they are to attempt to study the Buddhist teachings with critical reflection, yoni somana sakikara. They have to consider whether their own life and life of others are composed of the mind and matter, nama and rupa, as the Buddha taught. By constant reflection, you will know and understand accordingly. You then may accept the Buddhist teachings. However, it is very difficult for you to accept the truth that the Buddha taught because you are still under the power of defilements due to lack of mind development before. For those who already have faith and confidence in Buddhism, they need analytical thinking, yoni somina sarikara, to reflect upon their lives and lives of others to see whether they are suffering as the Buddha taught. Analytical thinking will play additional role in helping them understand the teachings thoroughly and practice for mind development easily and correctly. In short, the important thing for those who are interested in the Dhamma is correct confidence in Buddhism. It is confidence with right understanding and knowledge. The methods of how to practice concentration meditation and insight meditation have been explained orderly herein so that those who are interested in the Dhamma can study and remember them for their fruitful practices. They are as follows. First of all, it is about confidence faith. Confidence means belief in the Buddhist teachings. Confidence can be created by studying the teachings. A great deal of effort and analytical reflections on the teachings will enable us to develop wisdom to understand clearly the profound teachings of the omnipotent Buddha. After the confidence in Buddhism is cultivated for mind development, the next step is to study the teachings concerning mind development, such as the principal teachings, Ovadapatimokkha, the Four Noble Truths, Ariyasaka, and the Threefold Training, Sikhataya, basis of meritorious actions, Punakiriya, Vathu, etc. We have to study and understand profoundly and meticulously the above teachings in theory. Moreover, we have to study the following teachings mentioned earlier in this book for the practice to develop mind, Sita, 5 aggregates, Khandha, and mind and matter, Namarupa, mindfulness, Sati, and awareness, Sampajana, the 3 characteristics, Tilakhana, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, Satipatthana, effort and derangement, Vipallasa, mental images and rapture, etc. Studying them hard and understanding them clearly, we will be able to practice the teachings for mind development until the attainment of the ultimate goal in Buddhism. Without such knowledge and understanding, it is like traveling without a map or a blind walking on a road. It is easy to get lost. In order to be able to make progress in studying and practicing the teachings, we have to study seriously all the teachings mentioned in the book which are deemed to be essential and beneficial for mind development. They will be theoretical knowledge for the correct practice. Without such knowledge, the practice will be really difficult because mind is intangible. Thorough study of the teachings and clear understanding bring about confidence in Buddhism to those who do not yet have, and increase confidence to those who already have. Buddhism provides a great deal of teachings called the 3 baskets. Tipitaka, the teachings which are necessary for the practice for mind development are selected and presented in this book in order to save time for practitioners. Next step is to study the method of the meditation practice for mind development, both concentration meditation and insight meditation. The ultimate goal in Buddhism is mind development. Before commencing meditation practice, sufficient fundamental of the teaching is required like a good map. The essence of this book renders the required teachings. You are advised to read and understand them as much as you can so that it will be the most beneficial for your practice. Among the mentioned teachings is item number 1 of the principal teachings, Ovadapatimokkha, to refrain from all unwholesomeness. Everybody, being good or bad before, who studies the principal teachings must understand profoundly and correctly item number 1 of the principal teachings for the wholesome actions and self-development till the ultimate goal in Buddhism. To refrain from all unwholesomeness means to stop completely doing all unwholesome actions through body, speech, and mind. If we study and understand the item number 1 of the principal teachings, but we do not stop all unwholesome deeds through body, speech, and mind, it means that we do not yet really know and understand it. We do not follow the teachings. It is like the example of an ascetic and a water lizard. The ascetic pretends to practice meditation with eyes closed, but inside he wants to kill the water lizard. Or we practice meditation every day, but we do not observe precepts perfectly. We still kill living beings or steal what is not given. When we intend to be good, to perform only meritorious actions, we must first follow them. Follow item number 1 of the principal teachings. Stop totally all unwholesome actions through body, speech, and mind. Next is to follow the item number 2 of the principal teachings, to perform wholesomeness only. When we can stop doing unwholesome deeds totally, or we are a good person before, we can start performing wholesome actions each day. Do more and more till the supreme wholesomeness in Buddhism. Consequently, when we wake up in the morning, the mind will only think of wholesomeness, performing meritorious actions the whole day during the practice for self-development according to the principal teachings. External wholesome actions comprise giving
offering one's belongings to help others in need, always observing precepts perfectly to keep one's manners, speech, and thoughts under control. We can study them and conduct ourselves accordingly easily. In addition to the external wholesomeness, we must perform also internal one, which involves mind and most important wholesomeness. To make good progress in performing internal wholesomeness, perfect external wholesomeness is a must. Internal wholesomeness is to train mind to be pure, free from all the cravings and defilements by meditation practices comprising concentration meditation, insight meditation. This book provides all relevant teachings as well as important techniques and tips so that those who are interested in the Dhamma can study and obtain knowledge and theory of the teachings and apply it to the practice for mind development, which can then fruit effectively and quickly. That is to attain the ultimate goal in Buddhism, cessation of suffering, nibbana, by meditation practices, both concentration meditation and insight meditation. Among the teaching provided in this book, the most important one is the method of how to practice meditation, both concentration and insight practices. Those who are interested in the Dhamma have to study thoroughly, understand clearly, and remember well how to practice. For instance, concentration meditation by mindfulness on breathing. We practice by mindfully noting respiration at the tip of the nose all the time continuously. We must be able to realize the breathing. This can lead to mental calmness. During the practice, mental images, nimitta, will appear in the mind. They are indicators indicating whether we succeed in practicing, to which level we can make progress in the practice. We have to remember well what mental image appears during the practice. They can confirm the result of the practice and thus help us cultivate confidence in Buddhism. If we practice correctly according to the method mentioned earlier, herein the mind becomes concentrated and calm. Mental images will appear accordingly differently at each stage of concentration. The mental images mainly mentioned in this book are the ones for the concentration meditation by mindfulness on breathing, which is the most important means of concentration meditation. They help us understand more the practice. Another kind of mental images we have to know and remember is the mental images when the mental concentration develops to 5 rapture states, especially the 5th rapture state before absorption, Nate jhana. The mental image in the 5th rapture state is that we experience as if the body became bigger and bigger till it filled up the room. The mental image in the 5th rapture indicates whether mental concentration develops to jhana state. Effective techniques and tips for quick and fruitful meditation, both concentration meditation and insight meditation, are included herein also. Try to understand and remember them by heart. They will be very beneficial for you, meditation practitioners. Another important point for concentration meditation by mindfulness on breathing is its objective, which is to train mind to be concentrated till the absorption state, jhana, comprising 4 stages. Another kind of meditation is insight meditation. Insight meditation is the practice to develop mind to cultivate wisdom to be able to attenuate, abandon, and relinquish completely all defilements. This is the most direct means leading to the nibbana in Buddhism. Effective techniques and tips for fruitful insight meditation are also explained here and earlier. Like concentration meditation, theoretical knowledge is required before the practice. Insight meditation is exercised by using the mind and matter as sense objects, especially the mind and matter appearing at the body door. It is practiced to watch the nature of the mind and matter which arise and fall away continuously and constantly at the body door. The techniques and tips in this book will assist the practitioner in practicing correctly and obtaining fruitful result quickly. In addition, analytical thinking, yoniso manasikara, is helpful for practitioners in reflecting thoroughly upon the problem concerning the meditation practice, both concentration meditation and insight meditation. That is why the most effective techniques and tips for concentration meditation and insight meditation in this book are very useful, advantageous for everybody in relation to the meditation practice. In conclusion, the essence of this book renders the methods of meditation, both concentration meditation and insight meditation practices, which are the most important practices for mind development in Buddhism. All the teachings mentioned here within will assist a great deal meditation practitioners to know and understand thoroughly and profoundly how to practice develop mind by concentration meditation and insight meditation. In addition, the essential techniques and tips explained in this book, most effective techniques and tips on concentration meditation and insight meditation, play a very important role in the meditation practices for mind development till the attainment of the ultimate goal in Buddhism, the nibbana, that is, extinction of all defilements and suffering.